We cut the crappy music.
Test. God damn it. Yeah, but can you hear me? I didn't realize my mic wasn't working. So now I gotta fix my headphones too. I hate that it loses my settings. All right, that should work. You want to say something? Say something.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. You're showing up. Everybody here all right? Humble, smartest person in the room.
Yo.
What's up, dummy? Hello. Hello, Juicebox.
Well, hello.
I don't know what to talk about.
I have a question.
What's that?
Wasn't the Army's 250th anniversary like last year?
Oh, that was 249. 1776.
75 to 25, wouldn't that be?
76 is when we signed the Constitution.
But the Continental Congress establishes the Army before the Declaration of Independence is the thing.
Wait, did you just call me a dummy when I came in here?
Uh-huh.
No, first he called you the smartest guy in the room, then he called you a dummy. So it like balances out.
He called me the smartest guy in the room? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's pretty evident though. Like, come on.
I wasn't here yet, so.
All right, so there's some sort of history behind it. I think they started an army before the Revolutionary War, or before they actually drafted or signed the Constitution, but then they reaffirmed it afterwards. So I think it could be considered both years. I think it was something like that. I'm not positive though. We celebrated the 200th in 76 though. So I don't know. The bicentennial.
Yeah. I mean, the Air Force shouldn't be part of it because it didn't happen till 1947. And the Space Force is just out of the celebration as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
This is so embarrassing, though. Like, I'm so embarrassed.
Why?
Because we're having a UFC fight on the White House lawn. Like, why not bring duels back?
That's badass, dude.
That's badass.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's Brando. It's going to be sponsored by Brando.
It's his birthday party. Let's not lie.
Are you gonna watch that fight? That fight, Mojo?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
You should stream your reaction. On TikTok.
No.
Cool. Why not? It's literally, this has never been done before. It's like fight on the White House.
There's a reason it hasn't been done before.
Because it's tacky as hell.
Well, now it is being done, so.
Yeah, this like trailer park shit. Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, what? You can't think of anything cooler than that.
It's something like security guards running around a mall, having races on fucking segways. That's what this is. Huh, Humble?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
you and your friends tasing each other to see who stands up the longest. That's what this is.
Yeah, sure. That's definitely what it is. Yeah. See, of course. But I mean, like, it's obviously it's way better than, you got to admit, watching the UFC White House card is going to be way better than watching a Marxist talk about how much he hates America on TikTok all day.
I don't have to admit that at all.
Disagree.
You do. I mean, you got to admit it's way funner to watch. Like, come on.
Way more fun?
Yes, way more fun, yeah.
I'm just trying to correct your grammar. Oh,
you're trying to correct my grammar, okay. Well, I mean, can I correct your grammar on how
I'm
Marxism
just
is
trying to
bad.
help you out. Funnier isn't a word. I mean, anybody who's been in school knows
Hey,
that.
crazy man! Nobody gives a shit about
Funnier
what you have to
isn't a
say.
Man,
word?
shut your
You don't
bitch
even have a
ass
fucking
up.
pro. You don't even have a profile picture.
Funnier is very much a word.
You should have left him up. I was gonna talk shit.
Comparative,
No,
superlative.
I don't like people that come up and just start yelling. That's kind of annoying, actually.
What if like I lead up
I mean,
to the
half your
yelling?
mods
Is that
do
better?
that. I mean, half your mods do that, Mojo. They talk
No.
shit. So they do. They do.
They talk shit, but they don't do that immediately when they get on the panel, and they are regulars. They're here all the time. You know,
I mean, I
if
guess. Yeah.
if Ling Ling came up on the panel and started yelling at me about something, I'd be okay with it. But when it's some rando just jumping on a panel and it starts yelling, it's annoying.
Sure. I guess. But I mean, you have like a bunch of liberals, socialists that just don't like to hear the other opinion most of the time. They just like to mute and kick. So it's like
If that were
so,
true,
besides
nobody.
you. What?
If that were true, nobody would be in here ever.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like two of your mods have like some serious beef with me because they just hate what I believe in, and so
Yeah, because you're stupid. And your
I'm
fucking microphone
pretty smart.
sucks. Turn your goddamn speakers down or some shit. Your echo sucks.
Hello, can you hear me?
No,
Is it good? No.
I can't hear you at all.
Hello, is it better?
Yeah, probably.
Well, maybe because I'm in a room right now, so I'm
It's
in a
always
different room.
better when you're not talking.
Yeah, I think it's actually always better when I am. To be honest, I bring life to this panel. You know, every time.
You have
Every time
no
I talk.
knowledge about anything at all. Why do you come up on political panels?
I have more than enough knowledge than the average liberal. Because and secondly, is because I believe that the conservative values are significantly more important and more detrimental to the foundation of our country, rather than most of your liberal values.
What are
Other people on
conservative?
this panel.
What are conservative values? God,
Just
fucking
believing in the
echo.
Constitution,
That's not a
Believing in the
conservative value.
Constitution. That's a conservative value.
abiding by holding true to the Constitution. That's which liberals don't do.
Do you
I
think
hope
that?
so.
Sorry, I was
Do you
just going to say, if believing in the Constitution is like a basic foundational principle.
Well, yeah, liberals don't. Yeah, but liberals don't
Hey,
really care about
humble.
the
Humble.
If believing in the Constitution is a basic foundational principle of the Republican Party, then you guys should be against Trump 100%. There should be no reason from a constitutionalist perspective to not be against Trump. He's violated the first, second, fourth, eighth, 10th, any fucking amendment you can think of. I mean, he's even
you're a
talked
liberal.
about
I thought you were-
violating the 22nd Amendment.
I thought you were a conservative when you were on the panel the other day. No, so you're just one of them. Okay. Yeah, no, he hasn't violated any. He hasn't violated any. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, when you pass an executive order saying that now if you are burning a flag that is even of your own property, which has been defined by the state, is completely illegal, you're going to be prosecuted for that. That's violating the First Amendment.
You said burning of a flag? The American flag? Is that what you're talking about?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Did you seriously just ask that question?
I'm just clarifying. That's all I'm doing. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I don't believe that. I think you should be put in jail if you try to burn the American flag. So
you don't believe in abiding
It was
by the
already determined in
Constitution.
prior Supreme Court cases.
No, that is
This was
constitutional.
it was already determined in prior Supreme Court cases that this is a legal thing. That they had Texas in 1989, and then they did something in 1991. I forget what the action was called, but it was like a action they took against Congress that said that, yeah, it's actually constitutional to burn an American flag. So unless you want to argue with the Supreme Court.
Argue with the Supreme Court. What am I gonna argue? Okay. Anyways, I mean, we can go into this right now, but I mean, this is just gonna be like a really specific argument. I mean, I guess maybe if you guys want to go into like some.
You said
Some,
conservatives conservative values are more important. So I asked you what conservative values are, and you said believe in the Constitution. And he mentioned one thing where the Conservative Party, the MAGA Party, the Republican Party, has gone against the Constitution. I could mention a number of others too. I would suggest that the party that you vote for or support is the one that is burning the Constitution currently.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, again, I couldn't full on to like go into the deep specifics of everything.
Yeah, this is my point, Humble. You don't have enough knowledge to be on a political panel.
No, that's just simply not true. That's just simply not true. I've debated multiple topics with.
You just said that you didn't have enough knowledge
on the specific point,
and now you're saying you disagree. On any topic. You don't have knowledge on any topic.
That's fine. You don't have the specific knowledge.
That's not true.
Let's just start off with some basics here, okay? If the Supreme Court ruled that it's constitutional to burn a flag, and then the president decides to make an executive order which goes against that Supreme Court ruling, is that not an unconstitutional action to you?
No.
Oh. Why? Why? Wait, hold on. I want to hear this.
Again, I mean, this is like the overall point that I'm making here is the Democrats do want complete and utter destruction of America, and so that's
do you have
pretty
any
much why I come and talk to them, trying to reason with them.
Just going to speak in vagaries.
Say what?
Do you have actual evidence to support these nonsensical notions you introduce?
I mean,
I don't have specifics, so let's move on.
I mean, I could pull up an article probably if you want, but.
Well, I'd like to hear your justification for why you're gonna.
Whoa. One at a time, please.
I'd just like to hear your justification for why it's not an unconstitutional action to go against the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court is the one who rules that it's constitutional to do such an action.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Humble, this is what I'm saying. You just gotta learn basic etymology, okay? And then you can destroy me in the debate.
Yeah, he's got to go run and figure out what the fuck etymology is first.
True.
And that's going to take a while, so I don't think you'll see him for a bit.
What's the latest slop? I'm here for the slop.
I have no slop.
Sure you do. You always have slop.
I don't. Maybe Sunni had some guy that's supporting the Fourth Reich on today. Or created the Fourth Reich. The American Fourth Reich. Or some shit like that. The American Reich. I don't remember exactly what it was. But he was trying to convince everybody that he wasn't a fascist. And I don't know. I don't know if that's slop or not. But
a slop would be like CS and Dog going at each other for the 60th round. That would be slop. I don't know if that's what you just
got
said.
None of that. Got none of that. I stay away from that as much as I possibly can.
Can I ask in all genuinity? I think that's how you say it, or at least articulate it. What's the lore behind that?
The what?
The background between Dahl and CS. Why they
there's nothing in particular between Dahl and CS. There was nothing super serious between them. It was just the whole hate Dahl thing. Everybody hates Dahl.
I got one question.
Yeah, what's your question?
How does it feel to support an institution that slaughtered and murdered 10 million plus people, more than Hitler and the Nazis did?
What institution is that?
The U.S.
Communism?
Communism. I would say the U.S. has done that, yeah.
No, the United States is not.
Communism
has killed over 70 million
that's
people.
slop right there, JD.
Do you think that's slop? That's not slop. This guy's just slop. A dipshit.
He is slop.
How did communism kill people? You know, communism is a philosophy, right? It's a form of government.
Let's talk about the Holodomor.
That's not slop, by the way. That's amoeba.
Single-celled.
Yeah, prokaryotes based.
How does philosophy kill people?
Honestly, it almost killed me in college, not gonna lie. The teacher lamenting, how do you know the chairs are still there? I'm like, because they're fucking chairs. Can we go? Like, this is stupid.
Jersey Joy, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon to you and your support group. 39 and Donald Trump.
Support
Jesus.
group? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What? No, I'm happy, man. How are you?
I don't know. I'll ask my support group.
Dis.
Please do.
Yeah, I'll get back to you.
Okay, let me know.
So what
Also,
makes you vote for Donald Trump? What makes a person vote for Donald Trump?
What makes a person vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we want to go back, I mean, we saw every swing state, 89% of counties vote for Donald Trump. So, a lot of people had the mindset, Kamala Harris probably wasn't going to be the right fit. I resonate more with Donald Trump. Now, the question is why that happened. That's a great question.
That was the question.
Yeah, you said, why would someone resonate with Trump?
No, I said, why would somebody
Trump?
vote for Trump?
A second time.
A third time, right?
Any time you voted for him. I don't fucking care what time.
When you had the Democratic Party, you completely abandoned the middle class, completely abandoned the blue collar worker.
How does we'll
just,
stop there. We'll stop there. You think the Democratic Party abandoned the middle class? How did they do that?
Well, just before we continue, is this like a crave attention, stop me in the middle of talking so you can talk, or we're gonna have a real conversation?
Well, I didn't want you to go on 10 different points, so I'd like to address the first one that you brought up.
It was the first point. You just got very excited because you're on camera, but go ahead.
No. Do I sound super excited?
Yeah.
Do
when
I
you
sound
cut me
like
off in the middle of a sentence, very excited. Yes, go ahead, though.
Do I sound like
This
I'm an
is
excitable
what-
kind of guy?
this
Bro
is
needs
what-
his
This
own
guy's
support
just a
group.
dipshit. He can't even fucking justify
Dude, you're on
what he's
camera
saying
support
right
group. Go ahead.
Hey,
You got it.
Jersey. Okay, so the claim you made was that the Democratic Party had essentially abandoned the middle class working family, right? When and how? That's all we're asking.
When you decide to start going more progressive, which to me is much more further left for your base, and when you're anti-police, when you're anti-union, you completely abandon your base. Why you have a 34 count felon? He's getting excited again. Why you have a 34 count felon in office?
Oh my God, you are pathetic.
Dude, listen, you got to support me.
Explain to me how Dems are anti-union or have ever been anti-union.
Sure. So when you see the first time in history that the union, can't remember exactly, one of the largest unions didn't back a Democratic candidate, that's a reason, right? They didn't just wake up in the middle of the fucking night and say, you know what, we're not going to back the Democrats anymore. There's a reason that happened. For every single swing state to vote Donald Trump, there's a reason that happened.
Did you see the first time a president actually walked on a picket line?
Did I see the first time a president walked on the picket line?
Yeah.
No, I did not see that.
That was Joe Biden.
Dude, Scranton Joe used to be good, man. I used to love Joe Biden.
This was during his last term.
Again, you used to love Joe Biden.
Election. He did it during the election cycle. You say that the Democrats abandoned the unions. That's simply not true. Again, Biden was the first president to ever walk on a picket line with the union.
Sure. So let me ask you something. This is, again, please research this. First time in history that this union, I need to look exactly what I'm talking about, didn't support a Democratic candidate, and you had more people in the union vote Republican than Democrat ever in history. Why do you think that happened? It's very true.
No, it's not true.
I'll pull it up. 1 second.
The union didn't endorse the Democrat, but that was only because the leader of the union didn't like the Democrat.
Okay.
That's it. It was the leader that made that decision.
I can give you a partial answer. There's a good portion of those people who are going to be from the railroad workers who were mad at Biden because he decided to.
It wasn't the railroad. It was not the railroad union.
There's a portion of them. Yes,
it was not the railroad union that he's talking about.
Yes.
No, it was not.
Listen, you can grant this to him as a capitalist.
No,
okay?
you can't because you're wrong, JD. It wasn't. He's not talking about JD. He's not talking about the railroad union. I want him to go look up what union he's talking about, but he's not talking about the railroad union.
Because it's not teachers, nurses, auto workers, or service employees. Like, what?
Is he talking about unions in general?
No, he's talking about union. There you go.
No, that's wrong because Teamsters endorsed them.
No, they didn't.
Exactly.
No, they didn't endorse Kamala.
Yes, they do. I literally got an email yesterday. I work with unions.
The Teamsters came out and endorsed Kamala. in the
Yeah, but
2024 election.
I think he might be talking about like UAW, because Sean Fain, who has
I
been,
thought they didn't endorse anyone in 2020.
they didn't. They hedged their bets though. Like they probably did it politically smart.
No, but
I mean,
to
they
the
went, they,
people
went and spoke, they spoke at the RNC, but I don't think they issued a formal endorsement. But by withdrawing or withholding their formal endorsement, they almost like de facto. I wouldn't say de facto, but the fact that they've always endorsed Democrats, I want to say, going back to the election, that Sean Fain purposefully didn't do it. And I think that was probably the political smart strategy to do.
Just
you
because
hear
he was
people-
right.
you hear how people scream. Just one second, JD. People
just cutting through
scream.
all the semantics and pragmatics of these arguments that we're having right now. The crux of your claim, Jersey, was that you believe that the Democrat Party is anti-union, and that's why the union workers are moving away. And then you specifically substantiated that by saying that the justification for all this is that the left went even further left, which didn't make any sense to me. The idea that the progressive people who constantly preach all day, and by the way, again, preface, this is coming from a capitalist. This doesn't make any fucking sense to me. The idea that the people who scream every day to hold the billionaires accountable and to work for the middle class and make sure that like the people actually get their fair share of money, that's somehow anti-union, that's crazy.
Well, I do. Well, hang on though. I do think though that, especially back in 2016 when Trump was campaigning, the reason he was successful was he was getting a lot of working class, let's say lower middle class people to say like, this system's bullshit, whatever else. Now, has he delivered on those promises? Absolutely not. I mean, I get off that train right away. But he was speaking to that group of people, whether it was union or non-union. I mean, that was where a lot of his success came from a campaign perspective. I think people need to acknowledge that. And I also think that the Democratic Party from decades ago and going back to Hoffa and there's been a lot more influence in tech industry and non-union to where they've they've largely usurped a lot of the union influence that the Democratic Party had before, or vice versa,
Can I get back to point 1 second? Something I was saying. So again, this is a tactic that people like to use, right? So when I said that the Teamsters Union didn't endorse Kamala Harris, I had two people screaming, yes, they did, praying that either A, I didn't know, or B, I wouldn't look it up. That's the kind of tactic where they just scream bullshit and lie and hope that it sticks and people will look it up.
Because two of us said they endorsed.
I have a whole support group. No, wrong. I heard someone just say they got a text yesterday about it, and then somebody else said they remember them being endorsed. So yeah.
I don't remember anybody screaming, but that's
okay. They said it loudly.
That's okay. You're a little sensitive, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can name call because
I'm used to conservatives. I'm used to birds being. I'm sorry. Stop. I'm used to conservatives being sensitive. I get it. Snowflake.
Not a conservative in the slightest, but that's okay.
But you are. You
can say whatever you want to feel better.
I'm glad that all the goalpost shifting and all the saving ass and saving behind is happening. But just to return back to your original claim was that the Democratic Party was anti-union, specifically that the reason why the union workers left the Democratic Party and went to vote for the Republican Party instead was that the Democrats went too far left, which doesn't make any sense to me because that, again, coming from a fucking capitalist position, I'm going to continue to hold you to this fire, that's just a working class position to have, to be far left. I mean, do you know how many times a day these people scream to me that we need to hold the billionaires accountable? How is that not working class?
But are you not acknowledging that the Democrats have not, that they've had less care or taking care of unions than before? I mean, it's a totally different thing now, right? I mean,
as of when?
Republicans have always gone against unions, but they've been trying to bust unions. They've been trying to bust unions ever since unions existed. Donald Trump and Elon Musk sat down and had a conversation about how they would never allow unions in their organizations. We thought that he was going to be indicted we thought he was going to be indicted for this discussion.
I agree with you. I would never go so far as to say that Republicans are pro-union, but I would say that, leaving that off to the side, Democrats have become less and less loyal to unions, and they've taken more big tech money and things like that.
Well,
so
to workers is what you mean. Basically, Democrats gave up on normal families.
No,
went
this is union.
with coastal elites. And
no,
now
that's incorrect.
Trump filled
what
that
is the
void with
coastal
populism.
elite crap? What is this coastal elite crap? This is the latte sipping liberals that you guys imagined existed but never actually did.
Tech is one. Yeah, I
You
mean
like Elon
flooded
Musk?
the
You mean
Democrat.
like Elon Musk? You mean like Jeff Bezos? Shit like that? All those guys that were sitting behind
those are
Donald.
some-
All those
Yep.
guys that were sitting
Zuckerberg.
behind. All those guys that were sitting behind Donald Trump when he was inaugurated. Those guys. Is that what you're talking about?
Those guys. Those pussies.
There's a lot of other ones though that are on the Democrat side, and Zuckerberg is just going to be like, I don't know why you. I'm not saying
there are thousands of others. That is true, GW, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but like this is crazy to me. You're talking about some of the biggest here who have the most influence in our country. Elon Musk was literally nominated to be the head of Doge.
Hey,
I didn't
Mojo,
say anything
God bless
about.
you
I
and
didn't
your
say,
support, brother. Thanks for having me up. God bless you.
because one person is for the Republicans. That means what?
Person.
I mean, generally speaking, if you look at like Silicon Valley and things like that, they have more left-leaning views. I think. I mean, it seems that way to me. There's a lot of money that comes from them. I think unions have, decreased in their political power in general. That's been happening for a long time.
They're only left on issues that are not that do not interfere with their capital.
Look, all I mean, Mojo, is that when Hillary and the machine kicked Bernie out, right? When that happened,
Bernie was never
Democrats
kicked out.
the Democrats basically lost.
Bernie was never kicked out.
Well, from that point on, the Democrats basically lost working America.
From what point on? Because Bernie was never kicked out. I don't know what you're talking about.
Even too, if I were
He
to
should
break
have
it
the
down,
nomination over Hillary. Yeah.
Even
No,
too,
he
if I were-
shouldn't have.
if-
No, he got 3 million.
Who got more
He got
votes
three.
in the
He got 3.
primaries?
He got 3
It
million
was
less
stolen
votes.
from him. Everyone.
He got 3 million less votes than Hillary. I don't know
But the
what fuck you're
wagons
talking
were
about.
circled. The wagons were circled on their side of the aisle.
Well,
they both have their
explain
own
it
machine.
however. All right, let's say you're right, Mojo. Let's say you're right. and
I
it
am
was all
right. What
fair.
the fuck? I was part of the goddamn process.
Okay,
even
fine.
too, if
But
we were
what
to
I mean is,
describe
from
the-
that point on, you lost the workers.
I disagree.
Even too, if we were to describe the process used against Bernie Sanders as the machine, the slump, however you want to coin it, you guys used the exact same machine to get Thomas Massie out of office. Trump literally endorsed other people to make sure that Massie loses.
I can't wait till the
It
midterms.
falls-
I can't
it
wait till
falls
the
on-
midterms.
It falls on short hands. It's just a mute point.
That's not machinery. That's just loyalty.
Yeah, the blind and stupid loyalty. I don't know what you're loyal to because everything he campaiged on, he's
You
not
do.
delivered
Yes,
on.
you guys are blind and stupid loyalty. That is true.
I'm not supporting Trump though.
No.
So whatever.
Look, if you have a good mission, you stay loyal to the mission.
Yeah, I disagree.
Luckily, Trump embodies the mission.
You know,
Hillary won because of number of delegates, not because of some like backroom party intervention. Like, I don't
They
understand
saw
that.
Bernie though, from my recollection of this, and Mojo, correct me if I'm wrong, if you were
You're
involved
wrong.
in this, and
you're wrong.
so there weren't wagons circled to where, hey, this is somebody that's like an
Fuck
outsider.
you mean?
within-
No, there were no wagons circled. I was a fucking delegate for Bernie. What the fuck?
So it was very much just an open, and there wasn't any sort of like inner working.
Not that I
troops
saw.
or-
Not that
Okay,
I saw.
mean,
Fuck,
I feel like
people
that's
just didn't.
disingenuous.
People just
honestly.
don't support that radical candidate. They just don't.
To say that it's all organic, though, I just disagree with you. I mean, I wasn't close to that, but I know what happened with like Ron Paul. Now, did he have a chance to actually win? No. But was there a concerted effort to suppress the vote and delegitimize everything he said? 100%.
How do
Who
you
the fuck
suppress?
is Ron Paul?
How do you suppress?
You're
the
just
vote?
too young.
You don't know
How
Ron
do you-
Paul? Ron
how
Paul
do-
is a mythic figure.
Jesus
Come on.
fucking Christ!
Isn't it?
How do you
Rand
suppress the
Paul?
vote? How do you suppress the vote in a caucus?
Hold on.
Well, media.
Don't tell me to
influence.
hold on.
Media influence. That's how.
In a
If the media
caucus,
repeats it,
In
if
a
the media
caucus?
repeats a lie enough, then people take it as fact. That's just how things work.
what media are you talking about?
Well, I mean, back then, you didn't have TikTok. You didn't have like.
Back then,
Back then.
in 2015.
Yeah, I don't think there was like TikTok. There weren't like open discussions like this, and yeah,
Are you
It was Facebook, Cheetah.
yeah. Well, yeah. There you go. And look at that cesspool now. Now it's grandmothers. I mean,
You guys have made up these stories and you just keep running with them and you don't understand that you're just fucking lying about shit. I
Why
don't
am I
understand
lying
this.
about?
Now, I'm going to tell you, GW, in this last election, 2024, the people that won Donald Trump the election were the boomers. The boomers and Gen Xers. It was not the millennials or the Gen Zers. So when you talk about working class people, those are going to be your millennials and Gen Zers. And those millennials and Gen Zers largely voted for Harris. So it was not the workers. The workers didn't turn away from the Democratic Party. It was the old fuckers that turned away from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. Obviously, boomers voted more for Trump. There's no doubt about that.
You
but
can't disagree. You
I'm
can't
saying
disagree with me. These are the numbers.
But to say, well, sure, but it didn't break down into like double digit swings in other age groups to the same way. I mean, there's
it did.
No, I don't. Let's look at that.
You got to look up the numbers, W. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now.
Yeah, I don't think that that's all that what it was, but
well, prove it then. Take some time, do some fucking research before you say stupid shit.
But Mojo, wouldn't you agree that Trump dominated the young male working class in the electorate?
No.
What do you mean?
No, he lost the young male working class vote.
Well, I mean, relative to what we usually get.
Sure, he got more than the last president did, than Joe Biden did. Sure, but that was
young
because
people
it was
are naturally liberal. I mean, you're working kind of against the grain there. But the point is that among those we could win, we won those, and far more than anyone expected.
Yeah, I think a lot
and
of
that's
Democrats,
why they lost. I mean, that's why the liberals lost.
I think a lot of Democrats stayed home because of Palestine. I think a lot of Democrats didn't want to take the time and energy to vote since Republicans were able to make it so much harder to vote from 2020 to 2024. I don't think the Democrats wanted to stand in 10-hour lines where there were snipers pointed at their friggin' heads and bomb threats being called into polling locations. I just think Democrats chose not to vote.
So I just looked up, and it was there was no split. I just looked up men voting and it said percentages, and young men, it was like almost split, favorable towards Trump. So when you're saying it's like, oh, it's just because of the
young, you looked up young men voting?
No. What I asked was, and I can't go back, and you're the one on the fucking computer, but you're the one like you're a dumb fucking idiot and all these other stupid things. I'm saying that I don't think the split was. Now, if you look at like Thomas Massey, he won by double-digit points in every bracket other than the boomers. If your contention is if you took the boomers out, well, okay, let's take the biggest age or the biggest group of an age population that we have. Well, yeah, okay, they're going to vote more for Trump. And to say that, well, I could say like, well, if you took out this group of people, then Trump would have won overwhelmingly. That's not the point. It's not this major inconsistency. If you have just men in America, and if it was like mostly evenly split, there's not that much of a wide swing between different age groups. Look it up. I'm the fucking idiot, as you say, but look it up and you present it. You're the one on a computer. I just did. And it's not like 70% of men voted for Kamala. And if it wasn't for the boomers, then she would have won. That's just not the way it works. But I'm not the ones calling you fucking names and shit, you know? And that's not me being sensitive. It's just like, act your fucking age, dude, seriously.
He's like Walter Matthau. It's his charm.
We're having like another semantical debate here. I think
did you say that about me? Are you serious?
Exit poll,
yeah, we're having another Matthau. That was a compliment.
We're
about
having
to
another
boot you from a panel for saying that. That's
terrible.
He's charming.
We're having another semantical.
Are you talking about W?
Oh no, you, Walter Matthau.
I'm like Walter Matthau? That's gross.
Yeah,
Why would you say that ridiculous thing?
Men aged 18 to 28, and maybe because it says exit polling, but
non-college educated men 18 to 28.
No, I just put no. It doesn't say anything about educated.
Why does that?
Yes, okay, usually you're going to get usually you're going to get your numbers from exit polls, right? But
okay, but it's an even split. It's an even split.
This is another semantical argument we're having because I think you and me and Mojo, probably everyone on the panel, hopefully, can recognize that polling numbers, especially in exit polls, are unreliable. Yeah. You're never going to get a concrete or cemented answer.
I was just going to say the same
thing.
People
voted one way or another.
Yeah.
But do you think more people would be lying? Which way do you think people would be lying in an exit poll?
that's not the problem. The problem isn't that people are intentionally or maliciously lying. The problem is that the numbers are just always going to be inconsistent. So you may have Gallup, which is reporting like 56%, and then you're going to have some other poll that's reporting 46%. That's the problem.
Well, you have a margin of error, right? But generally speaking, like if you pulled something, it wouldn't be if you had statistical significance of what this is. I mean, I'm just saying, show me where everybody in every other demographic overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. It was just the boomers. That's just not a factual statement. And so to call someone a fucking dumbass idiot for stating the fucking obvious is something that's ridiculous.
I think if I called you a dumbass idiot, which I don't think I would say, but I might have called you a dumbass. I might have called you a dumbass at one point and then called you an idiot at another point. But you were talking about Bernie Sanders, not about the youth vote.
Did you just smoke or something? What's going on here? This short-term memory is.
Every time I talk to you, GW, I feel like I need to smoke.
I will say that exit polls, by virtue of the fact that we're not trying to predict future behavior, but we're trying to measure past behavior, probably is a little bit more accurate than the predictive polls, right? So, I mean, we got to give them a little credit there, right? Because they're not trying to do something that's really hard, which is to predict the future.
All right.
Do you like speculation, GW? How much do you like it?
Speculating on whether you know the word semantic, what that means or not. I'm speculating on that in my head, or at least I was about a minute ago. Yeah, I speculate on things once in a while.
You know, I gotta say, like, do you think the Democrats are going to run another woman? Because, like, you all keep losing with the women, and there's no doubt that a bunch of these young men, the only reason they voted against Kamala was because she was a woman, right?
That's
not. I wonder if the Democrats are going to realize that
rage beat hour where America.
Stop.
Hey, Amen. Can I ask you just one thing? Please don't chew on the microphone.
I'm like 6 inches away, but I'll get further away.
It's probably
well, apparently your microphone is that good.
Probably more like 3, honestly.
Okay, what I was saying is that this idea of running a woman for president, you're always going to have a significant portion of the population that simply does not want the woman as the chief, commander in chief, right? We're never gonna be okay with it. So, like,
you think that's true?
I agree with America, actually. Not that we never be okay with it, but the misogyny part, yeah.
Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. What are you talking about?
It's just funny because you keep doing it, even though you keep losing. So it's like a little baffling.
There's been 2, though. That's like, I mean, it's statistically insignificant. That's my point.
Throughout the last 3.
So the right is never going to be okay with a woman. Let me clarify.
Maybe certain people on the right, but I don't think that's a big, overwhelming population. I think it's to compare.
I don't think so either. With the last election, I think it's mostly Palestine that tilted this.
I mean, people on the left won't admit it, but Kamala Harris was like the worst freaking political candidate like ever. Like
that's also an idiotic thing. That's also an idiotic thing to say. But I do want to point to the fact that Hillary Clinton did get 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. So to say that a woman can't win the presidency is also idiotic.
Yeah, but a woman can't win.
You know that we don't use the popular vote to select the president, though, right?
Who was president? What a stupid question that was. God, what is wrong with you idiots?
We have a federalist
seriously, what is wrong with you idiots? Do you honestly think America, amen? Shut up. Stop it. America, amen. Do you honestly think we don't understand what the Electoral College is? Do you honestly think anybody on this panel doesn't know what the fuck it is? Why are you sitting here saying stupid shit about the Electoral College? I didn't say she won the election. I said she got 3 million more votes. There's no reason to say anything stupid after that.
Of course we all know what the Electoral College is. I didn't mean that we don't know what the Electoral College is.
I don't think the right would ever vote for a woman.
What I'm saying is that the popular vote is irrelevant. It's a red herring. What matters is, can you win the Electoral College? And for you've tried it 2 out of the last 3 times, gotten clobbered, and still seem to think
you didn't get clobbered.
Still seem to think
the
that
margins
that
were narrow.
You're
what are
correct.
you talking about?
You're correct. You pointed out a truism argument. Good job, America. Amen. We're 0 for 2 on women. Congrats. Okay, but we are 1-0 on black men. As soon as you guys get rid of the 22nd Amendment, we're running Obama again. We're fucking retaking everything, and we're weaponizing the system that you guys love so much.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You
guys seem to be missing the important point here. You shouldn't vote for someone simply because of immutable characteristics.
Exactly.
The fact that someone is simply a woman or simply a man or simply white or simply black should not enter into your calculations for who should be president. And you guys do it right out in the open. Like it's not a ridiculous thing to do.
We literally had two panelists the other night on here that said women should not ever be president. Who was it? Rosa and
the moron.
Did anybody on this panel said they voted for Harris or Clinton simply because they were a woman? Did anybody ever say that?
They have to.
You have to come out and say it, Mojo. Do you think that's how this works?
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna make that idiotic claim, if you're gonna make that idiotic claim, then yeah, somebody should probably have said it first.
Okay. Yeah. In your comments, and I hear from the left all the time where they're like, she was the most qualified candidate. The fact that the left says that she was the most qualified candidate in light of the fact that someone who had already been president she was running against is, again, ridiculous on its face. We need to have a good candidate for president. You guys handed us, and when I say us, I mean the American people, when you guys handed us Kamala Harris, come on. What the hell are we supposed to do? Of course we're going to put Donald Trump back in.
Is there anyone on this panel who is a Republican that is pro-legalization of cannabis at a federal level?
Yes.
Removing it from the controlled substance. Okay, Donovan. Did you know that Kamala ran on this thing? That she was the only presidential ticket in modern U.S. history to run on this exact thing to make sure that at a federal level, cannabis was legal and it was removed from the Controlled Substances Act?
Honestly, if I'm voting because of cannabis, like my life isn't like consumed with like fish tours. I don't really give a shit about that, to be honest with you.
It's most certainly a topic to talk about because it's why so many people are in fucking jail right now.
Well, I do believe in decriminalization, if that makes sense. But so that
I do too, which is why I say she's a qualified candidate.
Yeah, but okay, that's one position, but no, listen. I think the Democrat or the Republican Party, as it is currently constructed, needs to be just blown up and like or taken behind the barn and unalived. So I'm not in any way, a lot of the people in the Republicans like America, amen. No offense, bro, but I'll just bring you up. Like, you want to kick me out? Like, I'm fine. I'm not voting for that party. Like, I'm done.
Big Tent, man. Big Tent. We'll keep you. We'll keep you.
No, I don't.
How do you not? You didn't hear what he just said. He just said he's not voting for the party. Amen.
Oh, he's done.
What is wrong? What is wrong with you?
Well, they told me that I was too close to my phone, and it's kind of hard to hear you now.
No, and it's nothing personal. I'm saying that I don't believe with. There's nothing that the Republicans are doing right now that I'm on board with, really. So. To me, like, whatever. I'll either not vote or I will tell you, like, in my congressional district, which has been a stronghold for Republicans, I've talked to the Democratic challenger and have personally, like, outside of my anonymity here on TikTok, like, I'm posting for him. I talked to him a couple times. I don't agree with this guy much, but what he represents is better. I mean, so... I don't like my congressman, who's a long-standing Republican one, who's just another fucking simp for whatever the fuck Trump wants to do. So yeah. So it does matter. There is a swing. I've never been a swing voter, but with what the Republican Party has done lately, fuck them. I'm done with it.
We're so glad you're coming out.
Amen. I want to.
It's not long-standing. I want to destroy the Republican Party. I want them to burn to the ground to where something else can take over. That's what I'm saying.
You're still salty about Massey getting primaried, aren't you, DW?
Well, no, I'm salty. No, I mean, I don't want to sound like it's not purely a knee-jerk reaction. I do think it is nuts for anybody to not look at what happened there and to be like, you don't know that you're a fucking slave. Like seriously, like you. I mean, so if you want to be the slave and you're happy with that, go for it. But like, you're not on my side.
There are very few
people. The primary, not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
There are very few.
I'm not taking it hard.
there are very few people who simp for Trump so hard that they actually congratulate Trump for endorsing any other candidate but Thomas Massey. That's crazy to me.
Yeah,
Donovan,
it's
you're
crazy
one
to
of
me
these
too.
people, and that's crazy to me. Thomas Massey, for as much criticism as you want to give him anywhere else, which is fine, I don't give a fuck about him anyways because I'm a liberal, is probably one of the only few people who is working towards your benefit to making sure that the billionaires who are touching little kids don't touch little kids anymore.
And this is how I know Massey is a bad dude. And liberals are advocating that Republicans should vote for him. Thank you for clarifying
What
that
is
he's
that
not a
supposed to mean?
Republican. He's not MAGA. He's in it for himself. He might as well be a Democrat because the liberals all are vouching for him. Thank you.
Wait, but if I'm somebody that is a lifelong voter of Republicans, and I see what's happening to the party, and maybe we just operate on different frequencies, or we care about different things, I guess, whatever. I'm not like. Do you think that I'm taking my decisions or what people on the left that I disagree with are factoring into my motivations to vote?
No,
Of course
no.
not.
I mean, you have some principles that you feel have been violated by Trump and the Republican Party, and that's understandable. And I would just ask you, though, you seem like a virtuous person, and when it comes time in 26 or 28, and you have to make a decision, and you know politics is about practicality and not idealism, I think you'll make the virtuous choice for the lesser evil in your own mind.
I think a lot of the problem that we have and I'll land it here because we don't want to get too philosophical here, but part of the problem we have is this illusion of like power, and the reason that even stands is because we give our consent through voting. I mean, the Soviet Union, when it was winding down, it really ended up falling in 3 or 4 days. There was a military coup attempted. It was just when nobody gave a fuck and said, yeah, we're not listening to you anymore. That was the final. If you looked at like the writings in 1987, 88, 89 about like they knew that there was going to be an imminent economic collapse and political collapse at some point, but there would be something that would take it over that would be something similar to what happened, or something similar to what they had pre-existing. Okay. And it was that failed military coup where people were like, fuck you. I mean, I don't think we're voting our way out of the issues I have with our government. And so to me, delegitimization and nullification is the best course through, like, so it's nonviolence. It's not that, but it's just like, no, I don't consent to this anymore. I'm in this pretend fucking election and both sides really do the same fucking thing.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. To that end, I know that the Democrats really were stoked about Eric Swalwell being, he wanted to be on the J6 committee and all that. You guys still digging Eric Swalwell?
You get that he got consequences and got removed from the election, right? That's Democrats, right? We hold ours accountable.
Yeah, and I'm consistently wondering if the Democrats knew about it and held it over his head, and that's why they got him to flip.
Well, that's a wonderful thing for you to imagine, but there's no evidence, so it doesn't really matter.
Maybe because he was getting too close to the governor's mansion. And
once again, in your imagination, that's cute,
Jonathan,
but
why
you need to
are you
have
bringing
evidence.
up this irrelevant talking point? Like, who gives a
because
fuck about Eric
Because
Swalwell?
he's dog whistling like he always does.
Oh, I'm dog whistling. I don't even know what that is. Am I going to be gaslighting next?
For dogs.
It's not a thing. You're crazy. That's not.
No one's talking about Eric Swalwell.
The reason I brought it up is because GW.
There's no reason to bring him up.
Okay.
Well, GW, when you start talking about a vote, it's sort of a protest vote, right? Is sort of what I'm hearing you say.
Well, no, not voting at all would just be withdrawing consent.
You really got under his skin, W. What the fuck?
Well, no, I'm just curious because I feel like this thought is going to occur in about 10 to 20% of Republicans who voted for Trump. And so I'm interested in this segment of the population, right, that's not MAGA, but still voted for Trump.
Right.
And trying to formulate a good answer for them.
So all of the things, and if you believe that there's a ceasefire now, I mean, okay. I mean, we'll see what happens, I guess, but I don't. But a lot of what we see, like everybody knows, like fuel costs are high, whatever. And listen, I'm just going to say this: I am not a paycheck to paycheck or hand to mouth person. Yeah. So it's not like if it costs me $100 to fill up my truck, where it was, a year ago it was $60. It's something to me, like, I don't change my lifestyle. I'm not worried about it. But for many people, they do. And the thing is that with what has happened there, like especially when it comes to like the lack of fertilizer, which is going to increase the cost with food, when things come to where we are just seeing the iceberg of what's going to happen. These things work in like best way I can put it is like, I don't know what your house is, but like amen. If I told you I'll buy your house 6 months from now for $500,000, I can't tell you what the value of your house is right now, but I can tell you what the value of it is 6 months from now because we have a contract on it. And if you look at futures markets and what is happening, all of this shit, because petroleum equals fertilizer, a lack of other sort of energy sources, it's like a waterbed. Like everything is impacted by it. So if petroleum costs go up, it takes a while. It's a lagging indicator. But after what, like all of these things are related. We have not seen the people's lifestyles are going to dramatically change in the next 6 to 12 months. Okay. And there will be one party that's in power with 3 branches of government that are solely responsible for this. And then you're not going to be able to just blame it. And I'm just wondering how many of these people that are still on this fucking Titanic life raft, hanging onto the Trump train, are going to finally see it. Now, I understand if you're getting, I understand if you're a Millie or an OM, you're getting paid to be a fucking idiot. I get that.
Hey, slop. Let's go, GW. I want more slop. Yes.
I don't have any respect for those people. They're actually getting paid to mislead people. What is happening right now? What we have done under the Trump administration from a foreign affairs perspective has not been in the interest of American people.
So G-Dub, I feel like most of your answer was predicting the future. Am I wrong about that?
So the futures market does predict the future. So I can tell you that, like, barring some crazy Beverly Hillbillies times 1 million exponentially, that we just find like some sort of free energy source, that these things are going to happen in the future. You just haven't seen them yet. And they're already starting to be priced into the market. But Iran was...
I realize that... Yeah. Well, I realize that much of political discussion is an attempt to predict the future. But it seemed like in this particular instance, you just see a bunch of bad things headed our way because of the Iran excursion.
What I am saying is I don't know how anybody can say that Iran was an existential threat to America. They clearly were not. If you say that they were, you're just full of shit. I'm sorry. I've not. And if you want to try, tell me. Go ahead. There was no reason to do this.
An immediate existential threat? No, of course.
But GW, they were developing ICBMs. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
Yeah, exactly. They almost had Diego Garcia.
If we're up to me,
it's okay. But it's okay. We're helping out our great friends from the north. It's all good.
But look, we even in an existential threat, that's like the max, right? It can be a little less than an existential threat. So if we have blackmail, nuclear blackmail, hey, we're going to take out Berlin. We're going to take out Rome. We're going to take out London. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. We're going to take out Tel Aviv.
But do you understand though? So here's one of the other things, and again, I'm not going to try to hog this. I'm sorry. I know I'm talking more than Mojo would probably like on the panel. One of the things when you're king of the hill, like you get to choose your battles. If you're the number one, whatever. So when you pick wars, honestly, I feel like if America won the wars, a lot of people, and this isn't me, but a lot of people wouldn't have a problem with it. Oh, you won. We've been involved in so many wars where we didn't really win. I mean, maybe on like a kinetic statistical basis, sure, but we have a much lower tolerance for loss of life, and I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way. But when you go and you try to change a regime with the Air Force, like name me one time in history that's ever happened. The answer is that it hasn't. And so to actually do something, you need to put boots on the ground. And so for people to say, oh, I'm willing to sacrifice our younger people, to me, that's like, I can't get on board with that. I think that war should be, there are such things as just wars and unjust wars. And there's nothing about this that is a just war. There was no, any sort of provocation was clearly from our side, including what they're doing from Lebanon.
Well, and so what odd. I mean, G-Dub, we've already won the war.
No,
what
we have
have
not.
right
They
now
destroyed every military base we have in the Middle East. You just don't know it yet because the media is controlled by people that don't want you to know what the fucking truth is.
Is this a Jewish thing? Okay. Anyways.
What? I didn't say that. You did.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So tell me.
Wait,
all right. When's the last time you saw a
guys-
video of the bases over
Aren't
there?
you guys both anti-Israel?
No, he's very pro-Israel.
Are you? Amen.
America's a Zion.
Yeah, I'm a Zionist. Yeah. In fact,
Hey,
I'd say
American
greater Israel is a
revival
good idea.
is
Okay.
anti-Israel. So I
I
know
did
it
not
can
know
be
that.
confusing.
I'm just anti any country that bears undue influence over us and has way too many tentacles of control. You can call it whatever you want; it doesn't offend me. But like, I don't. When it's like, oh, well, it's anti-Semitic or it's Nazi, it's like this is the dumbest thing in the world. Because when I see it, I look at us bending over backwards for the only. Let me ask you this: like, America, do you think that Israel's a democracy, or do you think that they're anything other than a racialized ethno-state?
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with non-democracies as long as they're part of Western civilization, which Israel certainly is.
Okay, so don't you think? And again, I'm somebody that says it's not just about Israel. This isn't about Benjamin Netanyahu. This isn't like, oh, well, once the Likud party loses power, problem solved. It's not. It's a lot of folks that are loaded like billionaire class that are Israel, I'll just say sympathizers or Israel first people that have way too much power in our elections. And to me, anybody that lives in our country, especially someone that's going to either run for office or have sway, monetarily, whatever else, over our political system, if their heart is in another country, they should live there. The problem is that they don't want to live in Israel. Israelis want to live in America. They don't want to fucking live there. The place is a shithole. I mean, no offense to Israelis, but like, there's not that much going on there. If you're an Israeli, you want to live in America.
Have you ever been to Israel? It's pretty nice.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I was in Tel Aviv about 6-7 months ago. I worked for Israeli tech startup, and they're great people. And they're very smart, they're very ambitious, and they're part of Western civilization. They're our brothers, and they're surrounded by enemies.
But for every problem that our younger generation is facing from an economic perspective, they're facing it, and even worse. The real estate prices are out of control. It's very small. There's a lot of kids living with their parents, or adults, young adults living with their parents. Like, it's not some like. I mean, so to me, like, why doesn't Les Wexner or like a lot of these people, why doesn't Bill Ackman go, if Israel is, so they'll put all their money into protecting Israel, but they don't want to live there. So to me, if you're I don't care if you're Indian, if you're Canadian, if you're from, it doesn't matter
you could
where you're
leave
from.
that portion out.
What portion?
You could cut your diatribes in half by just leaving the irrelevant shit out of your diatribe.
Well, no, it's relevant because
it's not. It doesn't matter where they came from. You didn't have to say you could come from here. I do. No, you don't have to say that.
What? Because why? Because then you can call me a J hater like you always do. I'm saying it is important that I say this because I would apply this standard.
I'm just telling you, it would be easier if you didn't have such long diatribes.
If there were people from the UK that all of they're funneling money into having us fight wars on their behalf, I would have a problem with them too. And there's just not a term that gets you fired or blacklisted from everything to hate English people, I guess.
Hey, Gino, can I blow your mind for a second though? I think that the Jewish people are largely responsible for the anti-Western civilization sentiment within America.
That's the
far left. I believe a large portion of them that have co-opted education and entertainment and all kinds of stuff, they are at the tip of the spear that's pointed right at us.
That
right.
I was going to ask you.
Two things can be true. Two things can be true. One is Israel's our friend, they're Western civilization, and also, man, there's a lot of Jewish people that need to get their heads on straight.
I was going to ask you before because it's a revelation to me. This is the first time you said that you are a Zionist on a scale from 1 to 10 where you're at with Zionism. You just made it clear you're at like West Bank levels of radical Zionism where they're doing price tag attacks on both the Israeli forces and the Palestinians.
Did you? America, are you part of like a Protestant church, like or evangelical type of thing?
I'm no longer Christian in terms of following the rites, but I used to be a Catholic worker, which is like a pacifist anarchist sect of Catholicism.
Oh, I've never heard of this in my life. I'm very curious now. But okay.
Dorothy Day.
Yeah, we're not getting into amen's fucking Christianity or not lack thereof. No.
Well, my I know. My point is that I do think a lot of people are conditioned. I think a lot. I mean, a lot of the reason that we're in the position we are is because the certain flavors of quote unquote Christianity have been in bed with the Israel situation for a very long time, and I think people at the leaders of those churches have long been secularized to the point where they're preaching stuff that has nothing to do with Christianity at this point.
That's fair. Yeah, sure. But that doesn't change the fact that they're our friends, man. You don't bail on friends. They're like us. The Syrians, the Egyptians, they're not like us. The Saudi Arabians, not like us. You know, Iraq, Iran, not like us.
Not like us.
Propaganda shit out of here, man.
Israel's the type of friend.
This is slop.
Israel's the type of friend that starts fights with people and expects you to finish it for them.
Wait, I think the average American has much more in common with the average Lebanese than they do with the average Israeli. That's my opinion.
Amen. Would you say that the Kurds are allies?
I mean, we'll use them. Sure, why not?
Were the Afghanis not our allies?
Hey, we'll take allies wherever we can get them. That's fine. But some people are our friends. The Israelis are our friends.
Yeah.
So in other words, they're okay.
Now you're sounding like Bruce the Shark.
You're establishing that they're not our friends, but they're just like a tool, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, gotcha.
What? Okay, I want to know what makes them our friends. Is just only what
they're
JD
part of
said?
Western civilization. Yeah.
So every country that's part of Western civilization is Ukraine and Russia. Are they part of Western civilization?
Yep.
Yeah. So we're friends with Russia too.
We are. That's why we're trying to stop that war. Absolutely.
Define Western civilization.
White.
Started in Roman Greece. Co-opted Christianity for its own purposes, and explored and exploited the rest of the world to the benefit of the world.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, listen, I don't. It's hard because you're like zooming out, like the West versus whatever else. I think historically, if you were to say, like, I don't know. I got to be careful with my words here, but how do I put this? I think most people that are self-identifying, especially Americans that are identifying as whether they're Christian or they're Jews or even like Muslim or whatever, probably less so with that group because it's more recent immigrants. But there are so many people that are their Christianity is very like inch deep, and same thing with Jewish people. Like a lot of them. I'm not speaking for everyone, but I'm saying like the amount of people that say, "Oh, I'm Christian," it's like, well, when's the last time you've been to church or done this or read about, or do you know one phrase or passage? Nope, I don't know. I just, went to church once a year when I was a kid, haven't for 20, and we put up a Christmas tree every year, and we like to shop a lot during December. Like that's not an actual Christian. The same way I think a lot of Jewish people, like they don't go to synagogue or actually like believe a lot of that.
It would be
type of
so
stuff.
nice if you could be less verbose.
All right, sorry. Okay.
I agree.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. My bad.
Not forever. Just stop meandering.
Yeah, you do. You meander a lot. You like to tell stories and use analogies and shit like that.
Sorry. Yeah. What can I say? Get Grumble up here. He'll talk shit to me.
I actually, I mean, I don't disagree.
appreciate G-Dub.
I don't disagree with a lot of what you were saying. I just think you were just saying a lot of it.
I think it's really weird how we often posit our relationship with Middle Eastern countries is like they are tools. They are essentially useful idiots. When we rely on them heavily, we essentially need them in order to combat most of the proxies that we hate from a fundamental moral value, such as the Assad regime. That's why I asked you, America, like, are the Kurds our friends? Because, yeah, we were dependent on them even in 2014 to make sure, that the Assad regime isn't doing fuck shit.
Well, we also cut them loose, I believe, at some point, right?
Yeah, the Trump administration decided to pull out in 2017. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, well, like I said,
if you are
our friends.
If you are in the room and you are conservative and or an asshole, please request up on the panel.
Do you remember what happened when Trump pulled out of Syria in 2017?
It's beneath us to remember something like that.
No.
Well, since you don't, just to help you out here, once we pulled out and abandoned our own allies, our friends, the exact regime which we hated so much,
I didn't want you up here, Grumble.
rose back the fuck up.
I want conservatives. And I don't want somebody that's going to tell me to unalive myself.
Who did that?
Grumble.
He told you to do that?
Well, he told the whole panel.
Oh, really?
All the liberals on the panel. Well, specifically
he told me I
all
had
the
Down
liberals.
syndrome once. That was probably a long time ago, though.
Do you?
No, I don't.
Oh, just checking.
I'd be much more jovial if I did, I assume.
That's funny. So W is going to vote for Democrats. Amen. What do we need to do to you? Tie you up and make you vote for Democrats?
You'd probably have to waterboard me.
Would that work?
Times.
Would that work?
I'm in.
Actually,
yeah, I'll do it. Shit. That sounds like fun.
Think.
That sounds like a good Friday night, actually.
You know, I don't know what you could do. I'll have to think on that. You know, we had a fascinating discussion last night about whether negative reinforcement can change someone's belief structure. Negative reinforcement being something as slight as shame and as extreme as waterboarding. It's an interesting question.
I don't.
Well, and by the way, just to be clear,
I think only logic. Logic or logical propaganda, something that hits close to home, would be something that could change a person's philosophy.
Well, that's so optimistic of you. I think we're amiable.
We're
so,
what?
Just to be
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I'm only voting Democrat for the congressional district. And the guy that is my congressman has been there for a very long time. He's definitely like a Trump sympathizer or whatever. But I actually got called into a couple of town halls where, because they know that if you, I don't know, whatever. It's like, hey, this call into this number, and there's a lot of people on there. And I got pre-screened with questions, and it was about the Iran war and supporting Israel. And I talked to a screener, and said, okay, we'll get you up. And both times they ended these town hall calls. This guy won't show up and do things live. But it was like, oh, we've ran out of questions. Thanks, everybody. And like, I'm sitting on the line for 2 fucking hours listening to this shit, and he doesn't want to deal with any of that stuff. So to me, if somebody's like a Democrat who, again, I've talked to the person running, I probably won't win. I don't know. I don't even know what the polling numbers are, but he's not some crazy radical left winger. So I'll vote for him. I mean, and then maybe you'll get, I just want to kick these people out that are representing stuff I don't like. It's pretty clear. That's all.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a bad strategy.
I'm okay with half the Republican Party not voting at all.
Yeah, sure.
I'm okay with that. You guys don't vote.
I think we should, this time around, not just run any woman for the Democratic Party. We should run Cardi B, okay? WAP was a great song.
Oh, God.
Yeah, right.
That hit real good, JD. That was almost as good as my jokes.
It's weird when it's an allusion to you.
Well, at least you admit you're never funny.
I'm generally not very funny. I
tried.
Very
foreign to you, JD. Someday you'll get there, though.
Is that the invincible guy, JD? The Viltrum dad?
Come on, that was a virgin joke. Was that not funny? Come on. All right, never mind.
Your jokes.
Nobody laughed at my joke. I know. I laughed.
That was a joke. You just told it.
Why do I always laugh at my
Your jokes land just as good as Mojo's.
His jokes land unlike his planes.
I like to think that people are just laughing silently.
Well, his planes don't
Actually, no, wait. They land just like his planes. I thought, wrong.
Hey, listen, I thought it was funny. That's all that matters for me.
Just make sure you avoid the Twin Towers when you're landing your plane.
All right, we can have another asshole up on the panel. Another
Dun
dipshit.
Dun dun.
What's up, man?
What's up?
We have at
Did you
least
see Trump wants to paint another thing?
Another one of what?
The World War II memorial fountain. But he's going to do a
paint?
lighter shade of blue than American flag blue. What's wrong with this
wow.
man? He's
a
trying to
good
turn it
idea.
into this like super sweet 16.
Interesting. I didn't hear
What's
that
wrong
story.
with me?
He said it today.
You don't
Okay.
you don't like the beautification of our national monuments?
I don't like wasting money for your own
How's it a waste of money? Monuments are very important.
No, he's right.
Because that monument's already
but he's
closed and
right.
under construction. They're already
Yeah.
improving it.
But-
He's
but I-
painting a reflecting pool blue.
You know-
I don't even think he understands what a reflecting pool is.
You know, it's funny. I actually agree with her. We need to spend that money on 15 more George Floyd monuments. That's exactly what we need to spend that money, or a monument of a woman. Maybe we can do some fat women
Wow.
who did
I mean,
things in
personally
life. that were good.
Hilarious.
I'm saying maybe
Personally
we could spend that
speaking,
money on that.
I would rather spend the money, because I agree with you. I'd rather spend the money on a gold-plated fleet of 55 aircraft carriers and a gold statue of fucking Donald Trump.
and
I
and
agree, we
here
should-
I am.
Yes.
Here I am
Amen.
We
thinking
could
that
build
I would
rainbow
rather.
flags.
Here I am thinking that I would want to spend the money on feeding people. I don't know.
No,
Kinda
that's
weird.
a socialist take, man. You can't have that.
We already solved the food problem. There's an
Definitely.
unlimited supply of food in this country. Come on.
Well,
You
we
ever
have
been to
food
a
deserts.
food bank? Come on.
Well, they say we have food deserts. You know what I mean? I don't know
No,
if you
man,
heard
we got
about those.
food banks, we got SNAP. I mean, come on, we got WIC. I mean, there's
There's
so
like
much.
yeah,
Well, we
20,
do have food
25,
deserts, so.
25 to 30% of the children in this country live in food insecurity. Have to go without at least a meal every single day. We need to solve this issue. We have a whole
Fasting
bunch
is
of
not
homeless.
Well, maybe
We have a
Have you
whole
seen all
bunch.
the
We have a whole
kids,
bunch of.
Mojo?
We have a whole bunch of homeless people that we need to take care of as well. We have a lot of people that are dying because of lack of health insurance too. So we've got a lot of things to take care of rather than just fucking painting a goddamn statue.
Yeah, the food insecurity. Yeah, if their parents weren't stealing stuff from the stores when they were teenagers, they wouldn't worry about that.
We created a
It's a-
situation where we need to have a large population that is very poor. That is our economic reality. Whether you like it or not, you have to take care of those people.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are poor, I guess you could say. I mean, homelessness is a choice, though.
What
It
is
is
wrong
not
with
a
you?
choice. That is insane.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
So,
How so?
I'm just
Can you
I
waiting
didn't
on-
think it
some
was
evidence
possible to be
or
somebody.
facts?
I didn't think it was possible, done for somebody to be this stupid.
You
What
know
happened to you?
Well,
Did you
guys
get hit
should
on the head?
Well, you guys should
Get
be.
it, Mojo?
You should analyze why people are homeless. though.
It's simple.
So can you
Usually has
give
a
us
lot
your
to do with
metrics for how people are choosing the most miserable existence?
Yeah, it's their
on purpose?
lifestyle. There are some people that have a certain lifestyle where they are dependent on substances, and usually most times those people are homeless.
So monolithically, all homeless people are drug abusers?
I didn't say all. I said there is a big population of those people that are drug users.
I'm going to become one if I have to talk to you anymore.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
do
you-
think there's a.
you-
I think
you
there's a
don't have-
big population of.
Yeah, I mean, it's you have a choice in America, right? Some people want to be homeless. Some people want to cruise the streets
Nobody
all night.
wants to be
Oh, really?
homeless.
Really? So you don't think there are people out there who want to do crack?
Those are different things that you're arguing. Addiction
me
is
count-
real.
Okay.
You're
And there's a
like,
lot of people out there
conflating
who
the
go
two as one.
homelessness. There are a lot of
Sure.
people out there who are homeless who have substance abuse
I
issues.
understand your claim
True,
is homelessness
but
is a
that does
choice.
not-
I want to counter this claim real quick. So when the government decides to do eminent choice on you as a private citizen, okay, and they do this, thousands of people faced eminent domain within a year. Am I allowed to say that you becoming homeless was a choice?
Yes.
That's, that's actually insane.
So people are going homeless from eminent domain.
What do you,
more people-
wait, I'm
are
sorry.
more
'cause,
people- are-
this
are
is what
more
I'm talking
people going
about. Hey,
homeless-
Humble, if you're still here, you don't understand. Understand
Wait,
the
Dun-
analogy.
wait,
okay?
wait,
This is
wait,
how you
I have to-
own people
Wait, I have to
in
ask this
debates,
question.
Humble.
Dun, I have to ask this
What
question
does
first.
eminent
You-
domain mean?
Yeah, that's
More
that's the
people
question I
go-
wanted to ask.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's when the
stop.
government-
Answer. Wait, stop. Chill. I would like for you to answer JD's question.
It's when the government.
God damn it! I didn't mean to do that. I apologize, Dun. That was my
It's
bad.
when the government takes your property.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
You
and
have
I'm
property
asking.
after that?
Yeah, you can buy property after that. What's
With
funny is
what
this.
money?
What's funny is this. Are more people homeless from eminent domain or drug use?
Do you think the person who's making
He doesn't.
$60,000 a year on an average daily or
want to
yearly
answer.
basis
He doesn't want
is
to
going to
answer
be able to
because
just
he knows
afford a
that's
new
substance
home?
abuse.
Hey, Dun.
It's
I know
substance
you're
abuse.
emotional.
What
right
are the
now,
top
okay?
three causes
The
of
feelings
homelessness?
are
Down
rising.
here?
The blood pressure is going through the roof.
No, you're
So
both
do you
wrong.
think that the
You're
average
wrong.
person who's making, let's say, 60 to 70,000 a year, just
Mhm.
yearly, they're going to be able to, after eminent domain is practiced on them as a private citizen, they're just going to be able to up and afford a new fucking home?
Yes.
Okay.
Dun,
I have
what
no
are the
further
top
questions.
three
I
causes of
conclude my case.
homelessness?
Your Honor, this man is guilty.
They can get exactly what they had before. Next question.
Can I be heard? Am
Oh,
I
it's a
real?
woman. My mistake. It's a woman. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
You are a mistake, and I am a woman. Those are both separate ideas.
I know we have to make room
What
for you.
are the top three causes of homelessness?
Let me chat GPT it right now. Hold on.
So you don't know, but you're claiming substance abuse is the top of the list.
No, I'm claiming that there's a big population of people who
Obviously,
are
everybody
homeless.
knows that, but you're
Do
arguing that
they know it?
homelessness
But you,
is a
hold on a second,
choice.
but you said it didn't exist.
I mean,
I didn't
mental
say,
illness
no, I
has to
never
be
said those words.
mental
Ask anyone
illness.
else with ears.
Mental illness has to be high up there.
I think we all
Lack
have
of
some.
affordable housing, because
I think we all.
homelessness.
I think we all. I
Income
think we
loss or
all.
extreme financial
Holy fuck.
instability.
Yeah, drug use does that.
And then
I think-
mental health
hello?
crises.
Drug use
after.
causes all three of those things.
Drug use doesn't cause mental health crises.
Oh yeah, it does.
Oftentimes, people with
It
mental illness that can afford
but
treatment,
mental health
they'll turn to
crises can
street drugs.
exist separate from drug addiction entirely.
Yeah. Are you mentally ill? Because we
Yep,
don't know that
you're-
that stuff is
so you're-
fake. We all
that's
know
an
mental.
L take,
We all
and
know
I'm not
mental
gonna
health.
pivot to
We
that.
all know mental health is fake, right? So the
No,
thing is
it
this.
isn't.
Oh yeah, it is. So all of those things can be caused by drug use, right?
Yes,
You
but all
cannot
of them
afford-
can exist separate from drug use.
That's true, but I'm just saying that those seem like effects and not like causes.
You think affordable
You will
housing
lose-
is an effect of drug abuse?
Yeah, you will not be able to afford your house
Could
if
it
you're
be the other
blowing
way
your money
around?
on drugs.
Is it possible that it might be the other way around? That becoming homeless comes before the drug use?
Right?
It could.
It could.
That people without resources and nothing else to lose might turn to that?
You can lose your
and also
resources by
once-
getting addicted.
Right, but
and you
this
can
is
also
a
become
circular,
addicted because you lose
nonsensical
your resources.
experience.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it could go both ways. I think it's. I'm not sure that you could pin down which way is more, or which way is less. Either way, both exist. Why am I listening to a baseball game or a softball game?
Mojo hates sports ball, you guys. You should know that by now.
I hate background noise too.
Well, Mojo knows what my job is.
Sports announcer?
You know, I'm an athletic trainer.
Oh, same. I mean, similar
Mojo's
sounds.
sending you to the gulag when he gets the chance.
She's an athletic trainer. That's cool.
She's a mod. She can send you to the gulag.
Mojo doesn't believe in athletics.
What's funny is I rarely see, I know homelessness is a choice. I rarely see athletic homeless people.
That's the dumbest take. I didn't know you could get dumber, and then you said that.
But think about it. It is a choice because think about it. How
But
many
because
people?
the homeless aren't athletic, they are choosing homelessness.
Yeah, because being athletic it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle decision.
Do you know how many professional athletes have ended up homeless and
Yeah,
bankrupt?
Name them.
Give me a second.
No, there's not like the Delonte West is one.
Yeah, but he was
do you-
no longer. He
do
got
you
addicted
think-
to drugs.
Do you think
Proving my
this-
point?
Do
Proving
you
my
think?
point.
Do you think that this is an issue we can solve?
Absolutely, 110%. I feel like I do feel like we could solve it, but it won't be in a liberal way. I feel like if we execute drug dealers, this will be solved. Like they solve these problems worldwide.
Well, you also have to
somehow,
drug dealers, yeah.
somehow I
also
feel
have
like
to
dropping
listen-
you. I'm not sure why, but I feel like fucking dropping you for saying such
Why?
stupid shit.
Why?
His mom already did.
Well,
Because
Mojo,
you're an
before
idiot.
you do
Look
that-
at the Asian countries.
You're
Look at the
an
Asian
idiot.
countries.
Mojo, before you do that, can you put me on the big screen?
You know, one thing that Milton Friedman said. I think it was Milton Friedman, who's well, never mind, but economist, whatever, was that you can't have, I think it was Milton Friedman, but you can't have a welfare state and open borders. I don't believe in either one of those, so it's not really a paradox for me. But I will say that I do think we can do a much better job of solving like mental health and drug addiction. But you can't do that when you're offering people from countries that are not your own and treating them better than you are your lowest population. So to me, part of this goes hand in hand. I think we, so I'm not agreeing with Dun here. No offense, but I'm just saying like, I think that the majority of people that are not transitory, is it transitory the right word, but like that aren't temporarily homeless. I think a lot of that is mental health, substance abuse issues, a combination of both, or just being in the wrong circumstances. We could do a lot better of a job of solving this. The problem is when it's attempted to do so, like California, it's just a bunch of NGOs that are people fleecing the whole thing, where it's a very low return on investment from what actually gets to those people. It's just a bunch of fucking people pretending they care and they enrich themselves. That's what happens, unfortunately.
I don't like using AI overview, but I also love confirmation bias, and I'm going to use confirmation bias here to add on to like the eminent domain shit that you and me were talking about. Done. So oftentimes,
I've got my 3
if you're
counterpoints.
looking
I
at
put
this
it in
picture,
AI. I got my
oftentimes
3
lower income
counterpoints.
homeowners are going to be paid a fair market value that is technically accurate for their neighborhood, but completely insufficient for buying a house in the broader, higher cost local market. Interesting. You've already been debunked. But let's keep reading.
They can go rent an
Fractured
apartment.
community networks, multi-generational households, and local support systems. This financial strain increases long-term economic stability, leaving displaced families far more vulnerable to a future housing crisis or eviction down the road. In other words, just to make it a little bit more simpler for you, this is not the truth's eminent domain, which results in homelessness, eviction, or even vulnerability in the future, is not a choice.
100%. You can take that money that you're paid and go rent an apartment. Homelessness is a choice.
Dun, I also have
that's fine.
for you.
Go ahead, Sammy. I'm sorry.
So it is Kevin West, Delonte West.
Yeah, he got
Kevin
addicted
Johnson.
to drugs. Another one addicted to drugs. Go ahead.
Have you known anybody that's been addicted to drugs? I'm just curious, Dun. Have you known anybody in your like friends or family circle that has? Have you witnessed that before? Because I don't think if you have, you'd really give it the right appreciation. And I don't mean someone that smokes weed like JD.
No. I've seen people get addicted to drugs. Absolutely.
But don't you think that like some people they lose if somebody that was otherwise a good person and they're willing to sell out their family or steal from their own kids or parents or whatever else.
Yeah.
But don't you think that's something that there should be some sort of like instead of like laissez-faire, well fuck them, like there should be some.
I really do believe in the Singapore model. I really believe that they should be executed.
Are you serious?
Look at how it works for their country. It works for their country.
Hey. One person at a time. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Read Lee Kyung-won and why they decided to do.
Now that
make them a productive country.
You have actual companies though that like through litigation and through the discovery process where they were shown to purposefully hook people to things to where, hey, if somebody gets a knee surgery or back surgery, if we give them this drug, even though this other one would have been effective in pain management, if we do this, they'll be much more likely to buy more product from us. This is like it's like white collar drug dealing, to where they received fines that was really just a fraction of their profits giving back. Instead of those are the people that should be unalived, not the people that are on the receiving end of the corruption.
I don't care about Singapore. I don't care about Singapore.
Yeah, well, you don't care about success.
Done. I don't think you care about success. I think the success we've seen in this country has been housing first programs. So they create housing developments, apartment buildings, apartment complexes that have
turn into ghettos.
Hello, hey, dipshit. They create housing developments that have mental health built into it. They also have drug treatment facilities built into it. They also have job placement and job training facilities built into it, and continuing mental health and and access to transportation built into it as well. So if you create a community like that and you offer people a place there for a certain period of time, or maybe even an extended period of time, depending on what kind of needs they have, you can help them get back on their feet. You can help them get off of drugs. You can help them with the mental health issues that they have. You can give them job training, and they will end up with a job and housing in the future, and they will be productive members of society. This is the way you deal with it. You don't just start killing people.
I think
Singapore is more productive in dealing with this than people. That you're the problem.
Sure.
No.
Sure. I just want to. I just really want to.
I'm trying to respond to him.
Okay.
If I look at
my voice too.
But I'm trying to respond. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off though.
We're all gonna get dumb from there.
See you guys later.
You and your tolerance are killing America. America's worst problem is their
the guy who wants
tolerance
to
for
execute
nonsense.
people.
Yes, it works.
Sure.
It does work.
Stop.
It's productive.
I'm going to start booting everybody. Jesus fucking Christ. Let somebody finish a goddamn statement.
I want to return to the point that we were making previously to you, Dun, which you just like completely pivoted to a new area of expertise. When you said that they could just rent a home, that's true. If you want to make sure that they're more vulnerable and subject to predatory lenders, leasers, and slumlords, it's fine. But that wasn't your original claim. Your original claim
rented an
was
apartment before.
Hey, let him finish his fucking statement.
Your original claim was that these people, whenever they is HR? No, HR is not back. Is she? What the fuck? I'm sorry. Side tangent. Your original claim was that these people, when eminent domain happens on these people, simply just have the means to go forward and buy a new house, not rent, buy a new house, which I already told you that was wrong. You also said that instance would be a choice. That's not a choice, my friend. There's nothing in there whenever we use basic etymology to break down the fucking word choice. Nothing about that
like Daffy
is
Duck
choice.
when you talk. You spit when you talk.
Well, I'm definitely not going to spit on your cock because it's nasty and full of crap.
You guys not do that. Can you not do that?
That's so stupid.
The thing is this: what I'm telling you is that if you're not making enough you can rent an apartment temporarily, right, and then go buy a home. If you're making less money the next year than you did the year before, that's your fault.
I want to have so you're on the conservative side, Dun. I think I'm just curious. I want to poke at this a little bit. Are you agnostic, atheist, Christian, whatever? I won't get it. I promise I won't get into religion, Mojo. I'm just curious.
I'm Christian.
Okay, that's weird.
Christianity's weird.
No. To think that if somebody is overcome by addiction, that your solution is to unalive them and take their life away.
100%.
So do you have children?
Maybe we can stone them like they did in the Bible. That'd be better.
In the Old Testament. So maybe you're Jewish.
I don't have children.
I want to get stoned so bad.
So I just can't believe it. So
you want me to be caring for people? Is that like we've already had enough of this? Like we've already had too much tolerance and sympathy in America.
That's a Christian. Sir.
You're not a Christian.
But in America, there's a time. Yeah. What Bible are you reading? The Bible's full of killing people. Like,
I think
you're
you're reading the Old Testament.
No, the New Testament. Have you read Revelation? Have you read the book of Acts? It's full of striking people down. What are you talking about?
For drug addiction, for something that they would have otherwise been.
For something even more petty than that.
You should bring up some scripture. Let's read them together.
Do you read? Are you Christian?
Yeah.
I thought we weren't doing the religion thing.
Yeah, we don't want to do this. Yeah. But that's a really weird take, though, for somebody like if you know somebody who has been in addiction, like, and I've lost more friends than I want to admit, to where they were a different person when they weren't struggling with it, to where they become a different person. Like really, like in my opinion, demonically possessed. We'll leave it there. But that is like to say that instead of helping somebody to come out of that you would advocate for throwing their life away. Like that's something I would never be able to square with someone like you. I think that's just like disgusting, honestly.
Addiction is a choice. Listen, they're not going to get clean unless they want to get clean. You can't help someone get clean.
So the thing is,
you can absolutely have an infrastructure that helps people.
Infrastructure, yeah. So the thing is, I look at what's effective. You should look up why Lee Kyun-won which started this, why they did this in the Adrian country. It doesn't just affect the one person that it's addicted. It destroys the whole family. It destroys an entire family.
As someone who is, granted on business travel, but as someone that's been to Singapore half a dozen times, have you actually been to this place that you are citing as this utopia? Like, do you understand what the population is there and their economic circumstances where nobody really has to work? They all just get a bunch of money. Like,
no, you
also in Singapore, I think, like get lashings for
chewing gum.
Yeah. Like, okay, so do you want to ban chewing gum in the United States too?
No, I pick and choose. I didn't say everything, but I think the executing drug dealers is a good policy.
All right, drug dealers is a different. Now you're moving.
That's what I said. That's what I said originally. Was drug dealers.
All right, I'm just gonna stop.
Okay.
Yeah,
think about it. You'll get it tomorrow.
I'm gonna head out myself.
You gonna go spit on somebody?
A little bit more. Well, again, I'm not gonna spit on your cock. It's nasty, smelly, full of cheese and crabs. It's disgusting. You should probably get it washed.
Other men shouldn't be doing that to other men.
Use a loofah, okay?
Men should like
a disgusting
women.
Little fuck.
JD,
anyways, I'm gonna head out.
JD,
take care.
JD, hold on. Okay, don't hold on.
Yeah, I'm about to dip out too.
Are you sure?
But I appreciate you talking to me. I think that your panel is pretty good. But it's just this is just my perspectives. This is just what I believe.
Yeah, you've got some pretty strange beliefs.
Okay.
Has anybody ever told you that?
As somebody who just recently came back out of rehab, I think your beliefs are pretty shit.
Okay, how many blowjobs did you give for your rehab?
Oh my God. Seriously? One, I'm a PhD at an Ivy League university. That doesn't mean that I can't have problems.
Were you addicted to weed?
No.
Was something more than that?
No. I don't have to explain myself to you. What I'm trying to explain to you is that there are many people who are upstanding citizens, who are doctors, lawyers, business owners, artists, athletes who all struggle with a substance use disorder. It is one of the things that does not discriminate from rich to poor, from black to white, brown. It does not matter. Substance use affects almost every single class, creed, and person. And the thing is you're talking out of your ass because you don't actually know what solves the problem.
I didn't do drugs.
You don't know how. You don't know how any of because you don't know how any of all of it works.
Yeah, I don't. I shouldn't have to know how it works because you shouldn't do it because it's wrong.
I'm not telling you that you don't know how drugs work. I'm telling you don't understand how the system works. How the system ends up hurting people.
Paying a drug dealer to do.
Okay.
You're telling me I don't know? I shouldn't. No one should know because you shouldn't do it. It's wrong.
What are you talking? No, you're not.
Nobody should know. No, you're not understanding what you did with your lifestyle was wrong.
In fucking ignorance, don't you, bro?
Yeah. No.
You don't want to know anything about anything. You just
so I should start doing fentanyl or smoking crack?
So
Absolutely, I'm going to judge you. That's what we need. We need shame. We need judgment, so people won't do these things.
You need shame and you need judgment because you're a fucking dipshit.
That's exactly what you need. It's wrong. What you're doing is wrong. Yes, you should judge these people, shame them. So they don't do this stuff anymore. Bully them. Bully them off of drugs. Bully them off of drugs.
People, though, just to be clear.
Do that too.
Yeah, shaming or taking it out of the culture is totally different than something that's saying like I want to unalive somebody.
But tolerance is having tolerance and understanding is how they thrive.
The way to actually solve this problem is by creating a better environment that people grow up in. It's by helping to fix affordability.
Did you grow up in the ghetto?
I grew up in a third world country.
Oh, okay. So that's why you got addicted to drugs.
Oh, okay. Done.
Okay.
Listen, there's nothing that you can say to me that is going to hurt my feelings. There's nothing that you can say to me.
Well, the drugs already did that.
To make me think that I am not an accomplished person who has the ability to walk.
You weren't accomplished when you were getting high.
The friends that I had that I lost were from very upper class families, and there wasn't anything wrong with their parents or anything. It's like or people that literally had a surgery to where like, listen, I had a couple surgeries when I was in the military, a hernia and a knee surgery, and I purposefully was like, I'm going to do Tylenol 3s instead of Vicodins and whatever else, just because I had already seen what happens if somebody gets hooked to it, and
A lot of athletes end up with those problems from injuries. Like, it's not a matter of like it's some sort of choice, right? Like, it is classified as a disease for a reason. Dun is gonna.
Here we go. Like alcoholism, right?
Yeah. Hello.
Alcoholism is a disease.
No, stop. Yeah. It's not a disease. It's not a disease.
This is what I'm talking about.
You're crazy with that one.
It's defined as a disease by scientific evidence.
A man can be a woman per scientific evidence.
Guys, we need to go one at a time. Okay, one at a time. Don't overtalk each other.
There's predispositions to addiction.
Hello.
There's predispositions to addiction, and even without those predispositions, if you have companies that are actively marketing to where they want to sell a product as much as they possibly can, if you're talking about unaliving people, the people that should be reserved for, in my opinion, are the white collar D-rug pushers, to where instead of taking a 10-15% of their many billions of profits away, they don't even serve any jail time. To me, and I wouldn't even say unaliving them necessarily, but like the Sackler family and like the ones that created OxyContin, which in the discovery process of those lawsuits, they were clearly, it wasn't about pain management or doing what's best for the patient. It was about maximizing profits and getting as many people.
Yeah.
And when those people couldn't afford those prescriptions that were already very detrimental to their lives, they went and they bought a $10 or $20 tin sack of H on the street. And so to say that the people that were hoodwinked or steered into that direction that would otherwise have, if they had responsible care and all of that, like that otherwise would have never been in that position, to say that they're the evil ones, they're the ones that deserve to be punished, to me, I can't square that in my head. It's crazy to me. Those people that were sitting in those boardrooms on those PowerPoints saying, well, we could do the right thing, but we wouldn't make this many billions anymore. Those are the people that should at least be sitting in a fucking jail cell, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry.
You know, G-Dub, for a guy who knows so much about airplanes, you certainly have a hard time landing one. But thank you.
Sorry.
Initially, Purdue was pushing the oxys as non-addictive, which is crazy.
Crashes.
They knew damn well what they were doing.
GW crashes instead of landing.
I'm just giving him a hard time. You know I like you, G-Dub.
Mm-hmm. Hey guys, how is everyone?
Sorry, I had to drive home.
We are fantastic. We are fantastic. It's good to see you.
It's still a fucking shit show up in this place.
How are you?
Fucking hell. I'm good. I'm doing really good, actually. Like, I can't be on TikTok all the time, but I'm doing really good, actually. I'm going to be defending in the fall. So, trying to get done with my PhD as fast as possible so I can get out of my contract with my company as fast as possible.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I've just, just trying to keep myself, busy, but like I'm also on like a very strict schedule right now. So like going to bed on time, waking up early, all that kind of stuff, just to keep my head on straight.
I don't know who does that. Nobody does that.
I do that now. I have to do that.
That's good. I don't.
But it does not keep me from fucking reeling over politics and having nobody to yell at about it.
That's a good release.
An outlet is important.
No, for real. We are converging on like
Welcome back. You were missed.
We're converging on like 4 major economic historical things all at the same time. All at the same time. Smoot-Hawley Act was, where economists largely believe that was, it really hurt the Great Depression. We had the Trump tariffs, and then we have the 1970s oil embargo now with the Iran war, which is way fucking worse. And then the dot-com bubble bursting in the 90s because of overvalued companies, which is what's going on with AI and the massive deregulation with data centers. And then finally, we have like an enormous amount of debt like leveraged debt with private loans, credit cards, and student loans instead of homes this time. And each of those things happened like almost, years after each other, and they all took a really long time to recover. And all four of those things are converging at the same time, and it's all because of policy. None of it is like a pandemic. None of it is like anything that's like outside the unknown, not corporate malfeasance. No, it's all been brought on by policy. Like we are on, like it's not good, guys. It's not good. Sorry, I'm just here to give you guys bad news, I guess.
Thanks for that.
How you been?
You just wanted to come up. You wanted to come up and yell at Dun Dun. That's what you wanted.
I did. He was also ragging on drug addicts, and I was just in rehab in Long Island with like women who lived in $75 million mansions who were smoking crack. So like I don't want to hear it. Oh my God, you guys, I was in rehab. It's okay. Please don't be silent. I didn't die. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, we're very happy for your recovery, definitely. I mean, we've talked, so I know the story.
Might be shocking.
This place is better with you in it, so welcome back, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate all the love. You guys are the best.
Well, you have been asked about a lot. People have been wanting to know how you're doing, so I'm
doing good. I'm just
sure you will get plastered with love everywhere you go.
I was going to get up here and agree with Dun Dun, actually. I think some people are just too far gone. And like, if you think that we should take approaches like that in society, I think that's a perfect example of an unreachable person, and we should just move on to government-assisted unalignment for those people.
Oh Jesus, another one. All right.
No, not for people who are like on drugs. I'm talking about people that think like him. I don't think that's fixable.
You don't think Dun Dun's fixable?
No, and I think it's an excellent example of just mental incapacity that he himself would in his own ideology just support all of us getting behind, just taking him out of the picture and equation.
I don't know. Can you shame somebody enough, beat them around enough, philosophically speaking, to get them to change their mind, or at least to be embarrassed to say the shit out loud?
I mean, not virtually.
No,
I don't think. No, I don't think so.
You're never going to change Dun Dun and America's life or minds.
Yeah, I don't think words sway anything like Dun Dun. I think it takes more than words to sway him.
It's pretty
You're
deep.
saying he has like a punchable face?
Experience.
Pretty much.
I mean, I don't know. I've been like peeping a little bit in the lives, and it just doesn't seem like anybody's talking about like how fucked we are economically. Like it's not going to be easy to come back from this. It's genuinely going to take and I don't know if there is coming back from this in a way that we like remember a before and after. Like this is literally going to be one of those things, because if we don't start with corrective measures now, because all four of those things that have happened, like we have corrective measures for them, but to have them all happening at the same time, I don't know what exactly the corrective measures would be, but we could start taking them, and it would be really painful now, but at least in the long run, we would be better off. But like, I don't see that happening. I also think that like it's all falling apart around Trump as well. Like there's just no keeping this administration cohesive at all, or even pointing in the same direction. Like people are falling like flies, and it hasn't even been 2 years. Like, I don't know. When I try to think about policy, or when I try to think about ways that this could actually be resolved, even from a number standpoint, it's just like this oil thing is a big deal. Like oil tankers move at the speed of a bicycle. So even if it was to be open today, we are already facing shortages. Europe is already having problems with refineries, because the actual cost of oil, not the paper price, like the physical price, is easily in the 120s, 140 range. And so it's costing them more to refine it than it can be like because of how little there is. And there's a lot of soot and materials at the bottom of the barrels of oil. So, and the pumps can't work to get all of the oil from the bottom. So even what we have measured is less than what we think. So, like, we're not looking at just high prices. We're going to be looking at actual shortages that are already happening in other parts of the global south. We're talking about mass famine. And not just like higher prices, but like empty shelves. And that's in months.
So why is the speculation? Why is the speculation so off on American stock market, on the American stock market?
Because we're pumping billions and billions and billions of dollars into the speculative market. The U.S. Treasury is.
We're gonna add something, Crosstabs.
So all of the.
I was gonna ask. Well, so what do we do about it? Not the speculation thing, because I think you're talking mostly about AI-based companies largely, but the thing you said before.
Talking about like the difference between paper oil, like the what we trade oil at and what the actual price per barrel is. There's the two different numbers. There's the paper number and the physical number. The physical number is much higher than the paper number because for the paper number, we're pumping money into that speculative market. We're pumping barrels of our own reserves, and other countries are doing this too. And the thing is like, don't forget, like Iran has a border with the Caspian Sea, so it can continue to get oil and weapons and all of that from Russia in a very easy way of getting it to and fro. Because we don't have any access to the Caspian Sea, nor do we have any allies who have access to the Caspian Sea. So there's all these other things going on, and of course Russia and China are probably working together to some degree as well. And like there was this whole thing about how there are some ships getting through the Strait of Hormuz using like Chinese transponders because like they're allowing some tankers of oil to go out to China, and China is buying up lots and lots of oil too. So like we're going to be facing shortage. There isn't an answer. I don't know if there is an answer. We are just going to be facing shortages, and like this thing has to get sorted out, but there's a bunch of clowns who are working on it. So there's no real answer. I don't have an answer. I'm just trying to like warn people because like the conversations that I've been like listening to are still really not addressing like what's really going on. And I've been looking at tons and tons of data as much as I can. And I mean, Chevron in one of my financial briefings, like Chevron even talked about like they're saying the word shortage. Like CEOs of oil companies don't fucking use that word, especially not on an official call.
So it sounds like it wasn't a great idea for the conservatives to spend the last 15 years bashing EVs and removing the EV subsidies and making sure we're all still reliant on gas just for our own personal transportation. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, it wasn't a good idea to randomly go to war with Iran with no real basis for doing it, because we always knew that was their leverage. That was always going to be the case.
Yeah, I think Trump thought he was going to start a new Arab Spring. I think that he thought he was going to do what he did in Venezuela, and the people would rise up, and then it would be a 2-day thing, and he'd be done. He just didn't think through the ramifications of his actions.
No, but Venezuela is going to be the 51st state now, Stabs. Don't you know that?
Right.
Stephen Miller must be so proud.
Well, I, for one, am super happy that we had to go through all of this just to end up with the JCPOA 2.0. Fantastic.
I mean, but Iran can ask for way more than that at this point. In fact, they're talking to China about China being the holder of all of their enriched uranium, which just becomes a token for China to use against the United States to say, okay, if you don't give us the trade deals that we want, then we'll just give Iran back their uranium. Right? Like, I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. If Iran wants to give their enriched uranium to China, fine. Like, we can't do anything about that. But again, like, the clusterfuck is real now. Like, it's very real. There is no real Like, I can't think of a diplomatic or real way out of what's happening now, because even if the strait was open today, right now, getting enough oil out and to where it needs to get to will still take months.
Well, I don't see a deal coming anytime soon either, because I don't think they're going to give up their uranium unless they get everything else that they want. And if they don't give up their uranium, we have to put boots on the ground to get it. I don't think Donald Trump's going to leave without it in some way, shape, or form. So I think we're going to be there for a long time.
I mean, look, he already asked for 1.5 trillion for the Department of Defense budget in 2027, right? And that's an enormous amount of money. And we have already completely drained our munitions. We don't have a solid supply chain to actually get those munitions back. The value of the dollar is going down. The bond markets are screaming. So there's all these there's a whole lot of financial problems happening too. And the markets, I'll tell you what, all of the people who are working in finance right now are delusional. Even at my job, I'm just like, what are you guys doing? How are we still not really pricing in what's going on right now? And the problem with AI and how it's overvalued is that all of their valuable assets, like Azure for Microsoft, they're funding OpenAI, SpaceX is funding XAI. None of it is valuable yet. And Mythos, the fucking Anthropic, the most dangerous cybersecurity software ever that was ever to be made, that they called all of the heads of all of the major hedge funds and banks and the government and everyone to tell them okay, this is such a it's like a scalpel. It's the most incredible tool we've ever created for cybersecurity, and we only rolled it out to 40 companies, and this very slow, very safe rollout was hacked in one day by a small Discord group. It's none of it is secure, none of it makes any sense, and all of it is wrapped up in a very precarious bond market, and in terms of monetary policy and in the equities markets. Completely overvalued. That SpaceX IPO read like a middle school sci-fi writing competition.
So when do we start seeing it?
He's talking about
when does all this start? When does this stuff all start showing up in our markets?
Well, I think we'll start seeing some real problems by mid-July, end of August, when it comes to oil and things like that. And I think that the equities market really could happen at any time, to be honest with you. I don't know when that bubble's gonna pop, but the problem is that the price to earnings ratios are just some of them are 60-1. That's unsustainable. It just is. And Anthropic is going to do their needs to IPO soon. OpenAI is saying they're gonna have theirs soon. And Ronan Farrow did a whole expose on Sam Altman, and it turns out he's just a big fat dirty liar about everything. This guy has been lying to people and lying his way through this entire process. And when Anthropic decides not to do mass surveillance to American citizens, OpenAI steps in to take the lead on that and just do it. These are all huge problems that are going to affect our civil liberties, our ability to build an economy, our ability to have fair elections. In fact, we got downgraded by VDEM from a liberal democracy to an electoral democracy, which is what I said. And remember when I kept bringing up that paper that was market power is political power, and that if you continue to have idiosyncratic market share consolidated, that you have democratic backsliding. This is exactly what that paper predicted.
I feel like you've been wanting to yell this out from the rooftops for a while.
Yeah, I have. Because I still read all the time. I'm still the same person.
Yeah.
I just have to go to bed early.
Well, I I think most of us agree, and I think a lot of Republicans have switched. So TikTok's been a pretty wild place. A lot of conservatives consolidating and not coming into liberal lives. The people that are left are the absolute most batshit crazy of them. So I don't know. Otherwise, they're not talking.
I mean, what do you say?
There's no defense. They say we needed to be in Iran. The people that still support him say we need to be in Iran because of nuclear weapons. They justify the oil market because now we're the number one oil seller in the world. So we're actually he did it for a reason. It was all a chess game or whatever. And the markets are up. So the Dow's up, the S&P's up. So it's got to be good, right? Stuff like that.
Nope. Nope. And China has cracked the code a lot with chips as well. So if they start making their own chips, like they don't need to sell to Nvidia, and Nvidia's market will eventually close up. I mean, the Cerebras IPO was like pretty big. That one was interesting because those are very large chips instead of like so all the chips start out on this disk, and they basically were able to reduce the amount of errors on that one large chip instead of having a bunch of little chips. And I mean, that changes the game too. And like the technology is changing really quickly, and we still don't have a single piece of legislation. The jobs market is also looking really, really bad because part of the problem with the way we get numbers for jobs markets is that if you had a piece of gig work or a piece of contracted work at the time of the survey, you still get counted as being employed. But the problem with that is that you don't have steady work. So a lot of those people might have been employed or had a job for a couple of days or even a few weeks, and then now again they're unemployed. And it also doesn't take account people who have stopped looking for jobs. So the unemployment is probably a lot higher than we think that it is. So the Kevin Warsh has his work cut out for him. He even wants to do things like using like the trim analysis instead of removing volatile goods from looking at inflation. But even that's going up even faster than when you have those volatile goods in. It's not helping. So he can't necessarily completely raise interest rates because the labor market isn't doing well, but he can't completely squash rates either because inflation is a huge risk right now.
Well, he doesn't have a choice about rates. He did name somebody for the Fed, but they
Kevin
can't put it
Warsh.
in. Yeah, he can't.
Kevin
put
Warsh,
it in.
yeah.
He can't force him in there.
I mean, he's already been confirmed.
Sure, but he has to get the other guy fired first, right?
Well, his term ends. His term, Jerome Powell's term ends, and Kevin Warsh has already been confirmed. But Jerome Powell is staying on as a governor because he wants to oversee the completely ridiculous, court cases against the Fed right now. And that's the other thing, this slush fund that's going on. Like, where is this money coming from? It's coming from the judgment fund, which is so the DOJ can give out money when something happens without having to have each one of those things go through Congress. And that's where this money is coming from. And the people like J6ers are going to be the ones who claim this money. But how many J6ers have already been reconvicted of sexually assaulting women or exploiting children? A lot. More than a few.
Yeah. Wow.
And they're going to have rights to this slush fund? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so when I was talking about the Fed chair, for whatever reason, I had it mixed up in my head that he was not gone until 2028. But yeah, he was out in May 16th, I guess.
Yeah. Jerome Powell's thing is ending. So
yeah, nobody really talks about that. We always had you for that.
Yeah, well, Yeah, the economy is not. It's not looking good. And the thing is that like I've been reading some like human interest stories that have been coming up on like Substack and stuff, like people going out and doing like some independent journalism and like talking to people about people who've like lost SNAP benefits, who have, you know, all these kinds of things. Like we're talking people who are two people working full time in a house with an elderly parent and children who are receiving SNAP, who now are receiving either very little SNAP or like not receiving it at all, when all of the costs have gone up. Their gas has gone up, their food has gone up. So like people are literally going to the hospital because these are like 65-year-old people who have lost 30 pounds because they just can't afford to feed themselves anymore and they've lost their SNAP money. Like there are real costs to this. Kids who are experiencing malnourishment who weren't before, right? Who are just getting by while on these programs. Not to mention the entire decimation of EPA and like the really, really ridiculous MAHA stuff that's still going on, right? Like it's a really big, like think about this. We used to use USAID, which costs the taxpayer $32 a year to keep going. And that helped us to make sure we could contain things like the Ebola virus, which is starting to become much, much worse. In fact, Europeans who have gone down there to help solve it have died from the disease, and it's growing. But we used to have USAID, which would pump in, you know, millions of dollars, lots of people in order to really contain a disease like the Ebola virus. And we're about to have the World Cup. So an international people coming here from all over the world, including lots of parts of Africa, to come here. And we sent three people to help contain this. When we don't have the same degree of people here who are looking and checking and tracking disease here because we completely destroyed and slashed all those people through Doge. So you're talking about multiple vectors in society that have been completely stopped because governing is hard. Governing is not running a business. It is not the same thing. And all of it is going to hit all at the same time over the summer.
Yeah.
Trying to get a bidet.
Oh, a bidet? Is that what you said?
Yeah, see on toilet paper.
Huh. I think we're going to need to save on everything. I was reading an article earlier about how the grocery prices rising has just begun. We're going to see huge increases in throughout the summer. We have a lot of crops that are failing. We have a lot of farmers that are having to pay more for fertilizer. We were talking to a farmer from Illinois, I think. They recently started selling their soybeans again to China, but they're going to be cut off the checks that they've been getting from the federal government because of that. So I don't know. Gas is going to continue to be expensive, and so is food. I think it's obviously the midterms are going to turn everything over, but I'm not sure how much they can do and how fast.
And don't forget, in 2008, the percent of consumer spend that went down that took us almost 17 years to recuperate was 2.5%. People are way more in debt, and more people are in debt. So more people this time are going to be hit with having to take more and more of their money to go towards consumer staples, energy, and debt. And I mean, our debt too. Our debt is ballooning like crazy, but that's a whole other like bear of a problem. But like that is going to eventually hit consumer spend. People will stop spending. And the thing is that when you don't correct for the top 10%, where the top 10% is like 50% of consumer spending, once you correct for that, we're already at that 1.6% drop in range of consumer spending. And that's going to get worse as the constraints get tighter. And there's less available, and before that, there was a lots more available, Social Security, net for people, and there's less of that. So consumer spend is going to tank, and that we're probably in a ghost recession as it is, but like we're going to look at a huge drop in consumer spend, and it's not going to be easy for the economy to bounce back from that. It's just not.
Yeah. Jay, since you're the only conservative on the panel, you're teacupped, but do you have any thoughts? You're going to say something, Noel?
Well, while he's teacup, let me just add in median real wages are already down month over month. So, like HR is talking about, remove the 50% of transactions from the top 10%, and then just think about median wages going down at a time when the economy is already in the shitter.
Shabi is currently learning a new language that I don't understand, but he told me to tell you hi if you didn't see it in the comments.
What's up with it, man?
Oh, man. On the panel.
Hi, Donovan. How are you?
I am well. I hope you are well. Heuristic.
I am well. Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know what's going on in the economy right now, from my perspective, at least from what I've been reading and looking at. And again, like from financial briefings and from like a bit of insider knowledge, like things are not good. Things are bad.
Donovan still supports Trump. One of the few. Wait, Donovan, have you noticed that? Have you been seeing less people supporting Trump? Has that been bothering you?
Well, I mean, it's like the steady drip, drip, drip of Chinese water torture. But if you remember, Mojo, I don't really support Trump as so much as I appreciate his utility or the promise of his utility.
Yeah, I know you think people are going to get convicted of crimes, yet that hasn't happened once yet. So, and Congress is about to flip, so I'm not sure how much you're going to get of what you were expecting.
Well, getting rid of tens of thousands of government jobs, I mean, he shrunk the size of government. I think it's about the same.
Right. Do you think getting rid of all of those government jobs is going to be useful when we are about to have like a major international, like the World Cup is coming over here and we can't contain the Ebola virus, and we don't have anyone here who is currently being able to track that very well because we got rid of all of those jobs, or the fact that it only costs us $32 a fucking year from taxpayers to keep USAID going so that we could contain those things before they got out of hand, because hundreds of people have died from this virus. It has a 30 to 50% kill rate. And once it's here, it's going to be really hard to get rid of.
This is why I like why you're on the panel. You're always spicy. Are you making a case for not having the World Cup here, Heuristic? I'm just curious.
I genuinely don't think it's a good idea with the way things are going. I mean, it's going to happen regardless. I'm just saying that like we shouldn't have. That's obviously not the point I'm making. I'm saying that getting rid of those jobs of people who track those things, like same thing with the hantavirus. Like these are things that were happening in the background of government all the time by bureaucrats who didn't care who was in power or not. They were just doing the good work of tracking and making sure that diseases both around the world and here were well monitored, and we aren't doing that anymore, and we're seeing real consequences of that, let alone the millions of people around the world that have died because of the lack of funding for USAID. Still without any evidence that USAID was somehow a big conspiratorial thing. Still, there is no evidence of that. None has been presented.
Yeah, I have a video that I pinned. A doctor from Africa, trying to remember, I think it was Senegal, but he said that we should separate, or they should separate specifically from the World Health Organization. They were clocking because this man was a doctor. They were clocking a conspicuous amount of sterile young people in their country, and he is attributing that specifically to the efforts by the WHO or the WHO. Yeah.
Doctor in Senegal. In Senegal, you're going to use that as evidence for the hundreds and thousands and millions of pages worth of evidence of the good things that USAID was doing and the WHO does. You're going to give me one doctor who may or may not have been paid off by somebody to say something. Like, you have no idea, Donovan. You're just talking out your ass.
Okay. Here, I got a better one. What does the CDC stand for, Heuristic?
The Centers for Disease Control.
And what do they do?
They do. Their mandates are quite broad. They do a lot of things, Donovan. They do research. They track and make sure and control disease. They go through hospitals to make sure that they're following protocols for the way infectious diseases are treated and the way that they're quarantined. I mean, the Centers for Disease Control does a shit ton of stuff.
It's going to be a Fauci thing, Donovan.
No, I'm not going to Fauci. I was just showing her that we do have a very potent organization that handles that kind of thing.
I'm telling you that the CDC is running on bare fucking bones. They don't, most of the really talented people have left. We lost over 1,000 years worth of PhD professionals who all left the CDC, who no longer work there. So we're working with people who are amateurs right now. Amateurs, because everybody has left or they have been fired.
You know, it's interesting that we had all these government cuts and we decreased the size of government, yet we're going to see more than a $2 trillion deficit. I think that's pretty weird.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything to help debt. In fact, now we're pumping more and more money into defense. And we're going to probably pay higher rates for things that we were doing before because we've depleted our ammunitions and we don't have good supply chains for that stuff. So we're going to be paying exponential more amounts for those same things. So we're going to continue to fight with Iran for fuck knows what reason. And like what? We're just going to end up with an oil shortage?
You don't know the reason?
Oh my God.
A lasting and durable
uranium
in the Middle East.
Lasting and durable peace, right? The greater the trauma, the longer the peace, Donovan. Is that your idea?
No, I just think that Iran has provided us with and the rest of the Middle East, for that matter, has presented us with a golden opportunity to relieve the planet of the most caustic Islamo-fascist nation the world has ever seen. You should be thanking Trump.
No. They have actually made it so that the IRGC looks like the fucking good guys. They have been their PR campaign has been so fucking good because they have been painting the United States as a shelter for pedophiles working for companies that are run by pedophiles. And they are fighting against the Western regime of people who do horrific things to children. We have now painted the IRGC as the saviors of what is left of Islam and of the East and of preserving something that is good. That's the PR campaign that's happening behind closed doors, and that's the image that's going around in Europe. Europe is pissed off at Israel because they sexually assaulted a bunch of flotilla members, and then they're the part of the reason we're at war with Iran. So the real thing that's going on is that the IRGC now looks like the fucking good guys because of this.
I know what you've been doing.
I agree with them. I don't think they are the good guys, but that's the fucking PR campaign that's happening, Donovan. All these things that you think are going on are just because you have like a fucking rose-colored glasses about this stuff, and it's just not the reality.
Oh yeah, I always have a sunny disposition. I've been asking all the questions to Heuristic. Hey, who's better for women's rights, MAGA or the IRGC?
That's not the claim that I'm making. Why do you have to go on to that? It's the only thing that you have to go to. That's what I'm trying to say, Donovan. It's just a default for you to wash this all with like, well, they're not good to women, so that must be all that this is about. No, it's not.
Oh, no, there's a lot
Obviously,
more than
it's
that.
so much more nuanced than that, and you're just missing that whole point.
Yeah, and you can flip that
the
question
RGC,
too, because there's a lot of Christian nationalists in this fucking country that would want to take away women's rights. So basically, everything that they project onto Islam is it's just that, a projection. Because there's a lot of people, especially if you spoke to Groypers, that they want to take women, they want to take women's rights away. They basically envy things like Sharia. So it's a disingenuous question.
The Groypers are fringe. They're not part of the overall movement. Couldn't help but notice that you dodged the question though. Is the RGC fascist heuristic?
I wouldn't label them as fascist because they don't have the market capitalist ties that I would think you need for that, nor do they have the kind of understanding of we're bringing in this old time version of the world that we're trying to implement now that never really existed, and they don't have a lot of the those kinds of qualities to them. I would call them authoritarian. I would call them cruel. I do not agree with the IRGC. I am just painting the picture that is being painted by the PR campaigns that are going on behind the scenes of all of this. And Trump just looks like a fucking idiot every time he says, I'm going to do this to Iran, and then he tacos on it or says something about a deal, and then an hour later, it's absolutely oh yeah, well that didn't really happen, because he doesn't have a fucking clue what he's doing. He hasn't given us some sort of golden opportunity. He is just quagmired the whole fucking thing while taking down the entire U.S. economy with him.
True or false? The IRGC Navy is now just bearded grapists on jet skis.
It's the same old lines
Oh my
from
God.
you. I know
It
you haven't
really
heard it, but
is.
he
You don't-
just says the same stupid things over and over again.
No, I haven't seen heuristic in a while, so she hasn't heard these ones.
I
So
know,
figured
but we
I'd
all
get
hear
into
them.
this stuff.
Yeah, he's road tested these, Mojo. He's got his tight 15 down on the road. He is good to go. He's ready.
That's it.
He's locked and loaded.
Trustable. Matter of fact, you were on the panel when I first busted that out. You were right there.
What did you just call me?
What?
Oh my God, cross tabs. I'm so sorry. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you. Thank you.
That was brutal. I was looking around to see if Crustable was in the room. I'm like, shit, wait, I got that guy blocked. What the fuck?
Hey, Donovan, I noticed you snuck out last night when I was talking to those young guys on Mojo's panel last night.
Which ones?
What were those guys' names?
Well, okay. All
That's
right.
me.
Y'all were
Humble?
doing econ. Econ can be so boring.
It's not boring, Donovan. It's real. People are actually affected by the economy in really deep ways. And we're seeing it on the ground. You can't just look at markets and open a textbook and look at the numbers. You have to go outside and talk to people and look at the stores that are closing and see the people that are not able to feed their families. Look at the fact that people are choosing between medicine and food. The elderly people who are wasting away, the kids who are now experiencing malnutrition. This is all happening to Americans here right now because of policies by the Republicans. And I mean, we've always known this because Republican states are constantly at the bottom of health, education, well-being, and all of those things in their states. And Democratic states are always at the top because Democrats will actually govern. They will do the slow and dutiful work of fucking governing, and Republicans don't. All they do is what you're doing, which is trying to signal something, trying to make a complicated thing into a simple answer because you desperately want there to be an answer. And I'm sorry, there aren't simple answers to complicated problems. And if you can't deal with complexity, that's on you. But stop taking everybody down with you.
Yeah, I raised my prices. Thanks, IRGC.
There was a study done.
Also, I will say that
Anyway, I have to go shower and get ready for bed because I have a bedtime now. So
I'm happy to see you.
It was good to see you guys. I love
Yeah,
you
good to hear
guys.
your voice again, HR.
Thanks, HR.
Bye, heuristic.
Have a good night.
Oh, it was nice seeing her up on the panel, Mojo. That was wonderful.
Yeah, what?
She's always so frisky and spirited. I love that.
All right, with the mockery. All right.
Kindness.
I'm not mocking. I'm being sincere.
I've never heard that from you. How would I know what that sounds like?
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
Stargazer, go ahead.
Kindness was on Paula's panel earlier, and there was a study done, a long-term study. They followed these intelligent or high-scoring intelligent young men, and 95% of them grew up to be Democrats, and it's true that smarter, more intelligent men will be more likely to be Democrat than Republican.
That's has to be a provable fact.
Yes, it was. There was a study that kindness talked about it. I can, try to find it, get a hold of her and find out what it is, the study. I thought that was interesting. Donovan, don't you agree?
Wouldn't I agree?
Yeah.
Did you just
I don't know.
take a bong rip or something?
I sure did.
Oh my god.
I mean, look, I've been seeing a lot of polls, and some of the polls go one way, some of the polls go another. I mean, high school kids right now are polling higher.
This wasn't a poll, it was a study.
Okay.
A scientific study.
So it cost $20 million instead of $20,000. Okay.
It didn't say what it cost. It said it was done.
I'm teasing, really, but yeah, polls are pretty effective in that regard too. And I'm seeing a lot of polls that suggest that the generations that are coming of age now are breaking for the red team.
That's because they're mind numbed. Their mind is being numbed by the internet.
Yeah, they're red pilled by Andrew Tate. Donovan, which polls do you choose to believe? What's your preferred methodology? I mean, some are slop and some are good in your opinion, right? Like, where do you draw the line? What do you look for in a poll?
Well, obviously, I aggregate, and I'm aware of the pitfalls of a confirmation bias. I'm not looking to be deluded. I don't want just good news all the time. It's one of the reasons I come up on these fucking panels. Is I want the bad news. I want to be able to counter any argument that I may come across in the wild. Mojo is very effective for that. Thanks again for that, Mojo. Make sure you tap the screen and send your heart me's.
Right.
Don't give us gifts we don't need.
What am I effective for?
You're effective for effective opposition and good rule keeping. You run a tight ship there, Captain.
I try.
True.
Well, it's ADD. It's not my fault. I was born this way. I can't stand having a bunch of people yell over each other. It drives me crazy. I am not watching the Womblands. What the fuck what's wrong with you?
Womblands, what's that?
Rabbit has been trying to get me to go down this rabbit hole for a while. Rabbit hole. Anyway, it's some TikTok drama from like fucking 5 years ago or some shit about some dude that was running around like impregnating women all over TikTok, like meeting up with women and making babies with a bunch of different women.
Really?
Something like that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, but Rabbit's been trying to get me to go down that path, and I refuse. I don't care. I don't want to know. That was all I needed to know. Oh, and STDs. Yes, there were a bunch of STDs involved.
Was Debauchery Drive not available?
As a title?
Yeah, that's wild.
Womblands. It's old. It's an old story. I don't know why anybody goes back to it, but I guess it happened. It is. There's history out there.
Can't they sue for that? Isn't it like, I think a lot of not countries, but states, even California, if you get any type of STD, you can sue.
Can you?
I mean, if you don't make them wear a condom, what rights do you have?
I know a woman in California sued because she got herpes or whatever, and she won. So.
Yeah, it would be humiliating any way you slice it, because you would have to prove that person was the one that did that, and then that would call your entire, what do you call it, roster into question. I mean, it could get really ugly if you have to do that.
Did you just say roster?
He did.
That's kind of a cliche with girls.
He did. Donovan, I just feel like you're jealous. Do you want a roster stir? Have you just been craving a roster for the longest time? Is that why you keep on harping on HR? Are you like, is this like a quiet plead?
Harped on HR? I didn't harp on
You
HR.
you go after her on the
exchange
weirdest
was
thing.
very warm. What?
Okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
You started to say something, and I noticed you checked yourself because I was going to jump all over your shit if you did.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What is happening right now? I have no idea what you're talking about. I thought
you
that
started to say, "I know you've been," and then you stopped yourself.
He's just misogynistic. It's just very. Yes, it's just so quick.
And if he senses a vulnerability, he will attack it.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
yeah, that's what? It's politics. It's a contact sport. Get a helmet. I mean, I don't even use curse words, for goodness sakes. What?
Sometimes you do. Wait, you were going to right there. You were going to.
I
You
was
had to
going
stop
to. I tried
yourself.
not to.
Good catch, Moj.
For crying out
That's
loud.
funny.
Right?
For crying out loud. As he takes another bong rip and drops into the microphone.
My God, no, that wasn't the funniest, Mojo, and I hope you clip this. Last night, Mojo had a guy cross tabs. This is so funny. Mojo had this guy on, and I thought he was a Mexican. I wasn't paying attention. I was cooking at the time, and he was an immigrant, right? And he went through the entire process of immigrating to the country. So Mojo objects, and he says, "Why is it always you ladder pullers that talk about this stuff all the time?" So I run across the room and I unmute, and I say, "Hey, I just want to say," I looked at his name. I hadn't looked. It was like cross. It was like Patel or something. And I was like, "Hey, I just want to say, welcome home, hermano." And everybody's like, "What? What did you say?" I said, "Hermano, it's fucking Spanish for brother." The entire fucking gulag bust out laughing. They were like,
"What was that again? You never cussed, Donovan?"
Donovan thought an Indian guy was Mexican just because he's brown. I was like, "Oh shit."
Well, here, I got good news for you. At least one other person did the same thing shortly after you did it. So after you left, somebody else did the same thing. Are you from Mexico, or where in South America are you from? I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe
The
this.
bigotry is just so raw.
It's not
last
bigotry,
name
it's
is
just a
Patel.
misunderstanding. For God's sakes.
Bigotry, baby.
I told him welcome to the country, and I called him my brother for going through the process properly. How is that bigotry? I just got his fucking where he came from wrong. That's all. And was it because he's brown? Yeah, it was. But there was no, there was no hate. Like I didn't
So you're
intend
like,
to.
hey, no tacos, just tiki masala.
No, he actually
like
said
both.
he actually said when he said hermano, he said namaste. Is what he said.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he said, "Don't say hermano, say namaste." Yeah. I didn't know. I apologize. I didn't know. Like I said, I was cooking
pretty
at the
funny,
time.
though.
I heard what Mojo said. Ran across the room. I didn't know.
There's a lot of things you don't know, Donovan. So that's par.
Oh yeah, nice job. The vast majority of people that have immigrated here, whether legal or illegal, are from Latin and Central America. So it was a safe bet for me to make that assumption.
Do you think ICE would have been as lenient as you were, or as apologetic? I mean,
heuristic?
No.
ICE.
Would ICE have been apologetic as you were?
No. I wanted to ask you though, Mojo. That reminds me. Thank you, Stargazer. Did you see the video coming out of there's like ICE protests going on right now? I think it's Los Angeles.
No, but is that the one where there's a hunger strike going on too, or something like that, or there's a strike, like there's a riot or something going on? Yeah, because of the conditions.
Tom Holman said he doesn't even care because he'll get a court order to force feed him, which is really gross. I don't know if you've ever seen that done. Mos Def did that one time. It was shocking. Like to bring attention to Guantanamo Bay and the kind of stuff that they do. He actually showed people, did a viral video of what it's like to be force fed. Anyhow, that's not why I brought it up. I brought it up because the protesters outside earlier today, 2 Hispanic gentlemen came outside and they cheered for him. They were like, yeah, because they thought they were getting released. Turns out they work there. And the guards are like, what the fuck? They work here. Why? You're assuming because they're brown that they're here illegally and being released? It was hilarious.
That would be pretty funny, actually.
They officially closed Alligator Alcatraz.
They closed there, or they just underground?
Huh?
Closing and putting it underground are very different things.
Oh no, I think they did. No, I think they did close it. I
You think so?
I do, because there was the Human Rights Watch report on Alligator Alcatraz and Chrome, and I think they were talking about closing both of them after that because the human rights abuses were out in the public. So they were talking about closing both of them, but I'm not. I would tend to think that it's probably close. And they're buying a whole bunch of places all over the country to make these new detention centers. So.
And eventually they'll become, after they get all the immigrants, they're going to start with the blacks and then the unintelligent.
You can't say that. It's 2026. You can't say
black. That. Yeah, black people. Start with the black people.
What did I say?
You said the. I'm not saying it.
I'm not saying it.
What are you doing to me?
African American.
It's a trap.
That was totally a trap. What
Wait.
the hell? Somebody was
Wait,
totally
what
going to
is
clip
that
me if I said
Donovan
that.
won't say? That's crazy.
Wait a
Damn.
minute. What did I say? African American? That's wrong.
No, you did
No,
not.
but
And I'm
Black
a brown
people?
belt in woke fu. I'm not an expert, but I get by.
I said black people. What's wrong with black people?
You
you
didn't
said
say
the
You said.
and then the and the S.
What?
You say, okay,
You
Stargazer.
clarified the word black. You clarified black. That's what you did.
but
Can't do
instead of
that.
that before it. So
Oh.
I mean, I get it. We know you. We know you. We love you, Stargazer.
I'm old. I'm old. I guess I just don't get the nuance.
I mean, my mom still calls people who are Asian the O word, and it makes me cringe and die inside every single time.
Yeah.
The black
Do you-
magic is potent. It
Do you
burns
correct?
sometimes.
Well, okay, so there is some wokeness to this, but it's common courtesy to be a nice
I do
person, I would
correct
think.
it.
And I correct people all the time on that. I can't stand when people say Oriental. That's so stupid. They're not a rug. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's icky as hell. I
Yeah.
always correct her. Like I take her to get her nails done. She has dementia, so I mean that's an element, right? But like even before, but I take her to get her nails done, and like most of like our nail techs that I go to, they're all Vietnamese in this one shop, and she like tries to speak Spanish with them, and I was like, Mom, no.
Donovan's
And
gonna
then
do
at
that
the
to
same
Jay
time,
next
she
time he
uses
sees
the O
him.
word. I know. I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And then I'm like, this means I gotta literally tip my whole wallet. Like, calm down, woman.
There is a rare honorific that was used back in the day that a lot of Asian folks appreciate and like. Tell me if you've ever heard it before, or if you know what I'm about to say. go ahead
Don't
and
do
say
it. Just
What?
don't do it. Don't do it.
What?
Don't.
It's not a bad word.
I want to know.
Celestial. You ever heard that before? No. Yeah, it used to be, and they use it as well.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
That means like the stars, right? Like
Yeah,
out in
it's
space.
stargazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why they use it. Again, it's an honorific, but it's not something that people hear very often. But it's an old word from back in the day.
Yeah, I would take it as a compliment if somebody said I was celestial.
What about an indigo child?
I don't know what that means either, but I'll be
know what
okay
indigo
with being but I'd be okay with being called an indigo child.
Look it up. It's very interesting.
I know the Indigo Girls. Does that count?
Yeah, totally. Love it. Love it. So Mojo, you'd be mad at me today because before Bill Gates gives me alpha gal, I just wanted to get in all the red meat that I can before that happens.
Before alpha
You guys hear about
gal?
this? The tick dropping. I usually don't prescribe to the conspiracy theories, but this one has a little bit of merit to it. So what they're like these, I don't know if you guys, I'm a big outdoor person. Mojo, you need to know this too, especially being in Colorado and whatnot. Apparently there's a massive tick outbreak earlier in the year, and it's usually like dog ticks, but this one's overwhelmingly deer ticks and overwhelmingly Lone Star ticks, which are the main carriers of Lyme and something called alpha gal, which you'll love this, Moj, because it takes away people's ability to have mammalian consumption of meat, but it can also attack their own tissues. So it's
I've heard of that. Yeah, I'm good with that. Spread that shit around.
It's really 60 Minutes had a segment. It's really bad out on Long Island.
Yeah, and so what their theory is, because Bill is trying to push this artificial meat thing into the cycle, people are coming out and they're like, yes, like every year I get paid to drop these boxes, and they think we don't know what it is, but we know they're ticks. And there's video evidence of these farmers coming out and these people who live in the middle of nowhere, especially in the Midwest and like north towards like Canada, Detroit, Toronto, that are saying like we're being overrun. Like usually I can let my dog in and maybe I find 1, 2, or 3, but we're finding like dozens.
You think it's because Trump won that the globalists are hitting the gas?
I don't know, but I think it's definitely like I think it's a viable conspiracy theory. The same thing with the gas, right? That ended up being true.
Yeah,
and
that's why I gave you a rose, because I can't talk about stuff like that without Mojo browbeating me.
Shut up. That is not true. You are allowed to run wild and free on this panel.
There is literally a guy on this app called Donovan's tinfoil hat. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
On the way to my doctor's, the gas at the get-go was 401. On the way home from the doctor's, it was 411. And then I went to my sister's-in-law. This was all in about a half an hour. It was 409. I'm like, what? Why?
I don't know. We're doing it with ethanol. Like more ethanol. It's like 15. Like we used to be, you couldn't go below 90. It was like 95, 90, maybe in a few cases 85, but now 85 can be the standard.
Yeah.
I just paid 67 today.
Yeah. I have a little beater and I paid 80 and I'm dying.
I fill it up when it gets halfway. That way it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah. Smart.
It's a lot. $100 to fill up my tank.
Yikes.
You voted for this, babe. Sorry, I can't say babe. You voted for this, Donovan. You got what you voted for.
Yep. I bet you're happy about that.
Yeah. Rejoice. Give thanks.
I would only be happy if he effectively toppled the regime. That's the only way I'll be happy.
Why do you care so much about what's happening in another country versus what's happening to your own people?
Oh yeah.
Why was they're Islamo-fascists and they unalived
have you
my
like
family.
have you ever heard like feed your like it's like actually Bible verse like feed your own family before you go out feeding other people, like take care of your home stuff. You did Isn't that why you voted for him? America first.
Did you hear what I said?
Thank you.
Why does Trump want to bomb Oman over the Strait of Hormuz? Make that make sense.
Wait, when did he announce that?
It was a clip from Spectrum News or Samsung News. I didn't read the article, I just swiped away. But he's mad at Oman over the Strait of Hormuz. He wants to bomb them. That's what he said. That's what it said.
Wait, Oman controls the other side, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't know why he'd be mad at him.
Yeah.
Because he's the art of the deal. Of course, he's got to bomb the negotiator. That's who was trying to negotiate the deal in the first place.
Got to show him strength so you come to the. Got to show him strength so you can come to the table with a position of power.
Yeah. And he says Iran is trying to outweigh him till we get to the midterm elections in November.
Yes. Amazing, isn't it? That these people stay in power through the tip of a sword, and all they have to do, they know that we have rules. Remember this fascist country allegedly? We have rules that we live by. They don't. If people stand up and protest to their rule, what do they do, Stargazer?
We're literally unaliving people, American citizens in the streets. We're totally bypassing constitutional norms. This president has literally taken over everything without congressional approval. What rules?
Incorrect. What they do is they chamber a belt-fed pew-pew, and they mow them down like grass. That's what they do.
That doesn't sound like rules to me. And we do the same thing in the United States. So again, what rules?
That is what we are fighting.
Why? Why should we be concerned with Iran? Why? When we literally have people unaliving in the streets and suffering here.
Okay, guys, you got to go. First of all, you got to go one at a time. Second, we need a break. Hold on 1 second. We're going to introduce neo-Israeli Marxist.
Yeah, no, that's the only reason I brought him up is because of the name.
Exactly. Nice to meet everyone.
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 21 and I don't live in America, but I plan on moving there in a few years. I want to know as much as I can about American politics.
Okay, I want to know what the fuck a neo-Israeli Marxist is.
So do you know what repressive desublimation is from the Frankfurt School?
No, I don't.
So we use public choice theory in order to analyze why institutions under capitalism fundamentally choose to prevent people from achieving class consciousness.
That sounds cool. I love it. And what have you found?
What have we found? That the institutions of capitalism will prevent you from seeing the internal contradictions within the system.
Okay, so so the new Marxist I'm okay with, but Israeli, does that mean you live in Israel right now?
No, I'm Italian.
So what's the Israeli for?
It's just a grabber in order to get people to realize the account. I was trying to get followers in order to go live when I created the account.
That makes you a huckster, sir.
I don't know, just a rage baiter or something like that. But
like a carnival barker.
Are you a Zionist? Are you pro-Israel right now?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I got no more questions.
Trying to grow his brand.
Oh my God!
No,
It's
just
a weird
world of
Mojo. All it is he's doing the neo-libertarian phalangism with like neo-Israeli Marxism.
He just pops in and just starts saying shit.
Easy. You don't know anything about neo-Israeli Marxism.
Okay, sure.
Who wrote the main doctrine?
Might have been like Hitler.
No.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, he doesn't know something.
So, what reasons and what means have capitalist societies prevented them from understanding class consciousness in your quote-unquote study?
Class consciousness, social antagonisms.
So one of the main things that we've discovered is that the institutions such as Gucci, Louis Vuitton, all of those prevent class consciousness because they make people feel like they're living in luxury when they're ignoring material conditions.
But again, there's a flaw in that
100%.
system. Because how many Americans actually own any luxury brand good? Not many.
I don't know about that one. Everybody owns a LV bag.
The vast majority of American,
Did you just say everybody owns an LV bag?
That's all I see these days. Bam, LV bag.
I assume you mean Louis Vuitton.
What else is LV?
Those are fake, bro.
Okay, I've never actually seen one in real life, so obviously I don't know one.
You could say it's fake, but if they're like getting made from the same factory, whatever,
My sister
same quality, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's not the name that gives you the class. It's how much you spend on it, right?
Well, he's talking about material conditions,
in New York
right?
City.
Yeah, but he's talking about material conditions.
About it.
So, all right. So material conditions they don't matter anymore.
Again, my point is, majority of Americans do not own these luxury goods that you claim they do. Yeah.
Oh, they own them.
They don't.
I'm going to say that the capitalist system that we have right now is so good at concealing class consciousness and making people not look at it, because we all strive to be millionaires and billionaires, and we believe, we are told every day by people like Easy here that anybody can be wealthy. All you have to do is work hard. All you have to do is start a business. Everybody can be wealthy. That's what's so wonderful about the United States of America, is that everybody can own their own business and everybody can become a billionaire. Yeah, so we're all just striving billionaires, and so class consciousness doesn't exist because everybody just has to work a little harder.
Yeah,
I didn't say
Easy.
everybody.
Unlike your
name.
W Mojo.
Unlike your name, Easy.
I don't
Becoming
say
a billionaire is not easy. Unlike your
okay,
name.
no problem. Well, I never said that it's easy or that everybody can. I say that the best can, and that's just what competition does. I mean, it brings the best out of people, one, and two, this is not fucking Marxism. This would be like material conditions. This guy and the host now has caught on to his like fake LARPing and got you to say some bullshit. You guys don't even believe that ideas can impact and restrict people. It's all based off of their material conditions.
So you think the
So you've just made up some bullshit and you're going on because of this guy LARPing.
Hold on, Easy. I just gave you an idea as to why class consciousness exists. Ideas don't exist? Are you fucking crazy?
Not to the dialectical materialist.
What is a thesis?
What is a thesis?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're going to bring up Fichte. You know that thesis, and I already told you this
what is
last
a thesis?
week, over
this
the weekend,
was never
right?
actually mentioned by
Thesis,
Marx.
antithesis, synthesis is not Marxian at all.
Dude,
it's not Hegelian either.
Conflict of
it's also
opposites.
No,
qualitative into quantitative change, and the negation.
It's going to. There's the sublation, negation, yes. Then you have the new sublation, which necessarily in its own creates its own negation within it. This is not what the fuck Mojo said. Mojo, you're just conflating with fictive.
No, Easy,
bro.
you're Phil
Common
bro.
L.
Phil bro. Like,
No, I'm not Phil broing.
Yeah,
You can understand the words that I'm saying.
So again,
How
a
is
thesis.
this Phil
So
broing?
again,
This is
so
basic
again,
Marxism 101.
So again, a thesis is an idea. And it's
But
an idea
it
that
doesn't
has
mean
an
this is an
opposite.
idea?
It's an idea.
What?
It's an idea. It's an idea that has an idea that is opposite of it, and you work out those ideas to come to some sort of a compromise in order to move forward.
That's Hegelian. It's not Marxian. Marx would say, right, in the dialectical materialist realm, that all idealists don't come up in a vacuum. They are a product of your material conditions. So your idea, it's not real. It was only made by your material conditions in the first place.
Right.
Hello?
Ideas are not real. They're
Marx
thoughts.
was not a
They're
dualist.
thoughts. They're thoughts.
You think thoughts
It's
aren't
not
real?
like you can touch thoughts.
Thoughts are not real?
Well, they're not living in the real world. They're not existing in
Wait,
the real
thoughts,
world.
what's the real world?
They're stuck in somebody's heads or somebody's words.
That's okay. So somebody's head, what they think, that's not real.
You know, feelings
It
aren't
is real,
facts.
but it's not.
They are
it's
real.
Not, it's not.
Oh, so it
tangible.
is the real world.
Hello.
All right, listen.
Hello.
You're
Shut
just
up.
using the wrong
Shut
words.
up. I'm going to boot you again.
Marx was not a dualist. This is something that we should all know.
I just need you to not.
Just the host doesn't know this.
I need you to not interrupt all the time.
Well, that's fine. I won't interrupt. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, he's gonna interrupt all the time. I promise you. I'll bet you $10.
He's going to get booted if he continues to do that.
Okay. Merely the words that you said, right? They weren't clear. It's still real. You meant the tangible world. So I don't want us to like try to do this whole. See, look, the whole. All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You boot me.
No, I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah, it's no problem. We can like move past this, right?
We don't have to because I did say tangible, but you were busy talking over the top of me when I said it.
You said it afterwards, after I pointed out multiple times that our ideas not in the real world, are they not real? And then you said not the real world, okay, which implies that the tangible world, which you clarified later, is like the real world, and that's all you think that is real. Things in the mind are not real. Therefore, this was a blunder.
No, it was not a blunder. It was me. Easy? It was me clarifying a definition because obviously you misunderstood the definition or the actual term that I was using. So you needed clarification, which is why I added tangible to it. And then somehow you think you got to win because you said it's tangible. After
well, yeah, if you use like the real world idiosyncratically, all right, and nobody thinks that the real world is synonymous with like tangible. This is like ridiculous. It's not within the definition.
Yeah, actually,
the other thing about Donovan is the idea of Santa Claus is real, not Santa Claus himself. Okay, we're not talking about the object permanence. Like, bro, you're low tier. Shut the fuck up.
This is like a vocabulary exercise for him.
Yeah,
this is like, he's like, I'm throwing out everything.
Tangible would be part of the definition of real, just so you know.
Okay, could it be real, like absent of the sense? Like the sensory data or anything like that? If you couldn't sense it, would it still be real?
Time?
Easy is so good at getting Mojo worked up on some fucking Philbro shit.
Yo,
I said we could just move past.
You mean like time?
Mojo.
No, sense data. He's saying it's tangible. This implies like senses.
Civic said it's a Philbro dance off.
It literally is. Instead of dance off, it's something even more vulgar.
If it was Philbro, you guys wouldn't understand a word.
Do you want me to like write a letter of recommendation to your professor? Good job.
Can you just go back to arguing with Donovan about nothing?
Good job. Proud of you.
Yeah, I like Donovan's takes way more than yours, and that says a lot.
Literally same.
Okay. All right, well, that's because you're bald.
Question for Easy.
I don't know how to feel
Easy,
about that.
do you have a hard time? Hold on. Easy, do you have a hard time sleeping at night?
No, I don't.
Can you shut your brain off to sleep?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Everybody's always using a portion of their brain, even when they're asleep.
I understood what she meant.
Yeah.
I don't want to be pedantic.
Thank you for not talking down to me, Easy. I appreciate it.
Easy can shut his brain down. He just can't shut his mouth down.
He might be a sleep talker.
Ash, you really wanted to say that, right? That's why I said it. You wanted to.
No, he said it because he didn't want to say it, so that's why he said it, because he didn't want to say it, and he wanted to prove to himself that he could say it, even though he didn't want to say it. So he did prove to himself that he could say it.
Well, the follow-up question is, do you think that you feel good now that you said that?
Do you?
I feel fantastic. Okay.
Don't steal my lines. That's my intellectual property, Easy. I want my credit.
I don't believe in IP.
Intellectual property is bourgeois myth.
It doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Dreams.
And it's not even about existence.
In America, and it does. So
it
give me my coin.
But like capitalism is not real.
Listen,
Run me
property.
my coin.
Intellectual property, okay, ought not be property because it's not a scarce resource.
And that's why you libertarians are naive, because what would happen if we did what you said, if we thought the way you thought? Was that
what would happen is that we have like
there wouldn't be nearly as much incentive
I thought he was asking me a question.
To innovate. There wouldn't be nearly as much incentive to have genius. Everyone would just be normal and mediocre, because even if you have this flash of genius, even if you're inspired, even if you hear the voice of angels and you do your best to put it to paper, there's no incentive for that anymore.
I wonder why AI is so successful.
There should be a way that we can reward that genius.
Quiet. Civics is here.
I wonder why open source like contradicts every fucking thing that you just said.
That was great. Quiet. Civics is here. Civics.
Wait. Easy, are you advocating for open source?
I don't believe in IP. You already know this. You're just being weird. What's up, Larper?
Well, hold on. You're a socialist, so it's fine. So why don't we find common ground with the neo-Marxist that's on the panel? Because Easy cosplays as an ANCAP libertarian, but once you start digging in, he's just a fucking commie.
Can you prove it? Demonstrate it? What is your argument? Give me the syllogism. Like, what makes a communist and how I'm a communist, please?
I'll use Galt's version of communism.
Give me a P1 though.
Yeah, you want authoritarianism and take away people's freedom.
Okay, that's P1.
P1 is you want to take people's freedoms away.
Okay, what's P2?
P2 would be you achieve this through authoritarianism.
Okay, and the conclusion?
How did I already get live restriction? Jesus Christ.
Maybe because you don't know how to do a syllogism.
Don't worry about it. Unless you want to come back on your second, I don't really care.
Sorry, I let that out.
I literally
I'm probably
haven't
gonna
said
get
any
too.
words that would violate terms of service. But okay.
All right, I'm gonna drop. Maybe I'll come back. I said something. I'll probably get.
I'll come back on my other account.
I feel like Donovan reported you because he's teacupped and he likes to do that.
Easy didn't even get a fucking restriction. What the fuck?
That guy is kind of annoying.
You think so? God,
yeah.
You've only known him for a couple minutes. We've been dealing with him for a fucking year. Jesus
Christ. I've known him for like a week.
Oh, okay. He's very annoying. He's one of the most annoying people on TikTok.
And yet, you would rather have him on the panel than me.
Yeah. Yeah, because he argues about the things that I like to argue about.
Like what?
Ethics are kind of pointless.
Like philosophy.
You don't even engage with me in anything. You just are like, stop.
Oh no, because you only ever want to talk about feminism and shit.
I got it all covered. Okay, let's go.
Leftism is essentially the feminization of the human mind.
That's one of the 15. That's number 8 on the list.
Thank you for dropping Easy, Donovan. I appreciate that.
I didn't drop him. He dropped himself. I think he thought he got a violation or something.
No, I was talking to Donovan.
No.
The tinfoil hat is here, Donovan.
Yeah, I know.
Is that just your wife or what?
No, she doesn't want to be on TikTok. She's heard some of the horrible things. That
we
leftists
should
have said
do. We should
on these
do
panels.
Brendan Bigo. We should do Brendan Bigo. We need some Bigo cards with Brendan's sayings on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That would be so amazing.
No. It's Brendan. He's the one who always reports people. That makes a lot
He
more sense.
doesn't. He doesn't report. He doesn't report anybody. Don't fucking pass that shit along.
No, he wouldn't do that.
What's a Brendan word? Cudgel. That's one that you use a lot.
And
that's a good one. You have to remember why I'm up here. It is my, and this should be on the card.
There it is.
It is my.
Here, somebody write this down.
It is my civic duty to relieve the left of their illusions.
Yep,
so
that's his famous one.
My thoughts are ordered in such a way as to complete that mission.
And how about when he says something and he ends it with a, like he accentuates the final consonant in the word.
No, my favorite thing. I just have to say this. I've actually wanted to say this before, and I didn't get a chance. But my favorite thing about Donovan is when someone cuts him off, and you hear him go, "Okay."
I love that too. That is
another
awesome.
Donovan word. That is really good. I like that a lot.
He does that. I don't blame him. I don't blame him though, because everybody cuts him off, so I don't blame him. But
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Appleplexy. That's another one they use.
All right, Dwightberg, can I get your age and who you voted for?
21, and I voted for Trump.
Yeah.
Did you hear that like opening of the can? Like right before he's like 21.
I think he was just trying to. I think he was trying to prove he's 21.
Meanwhile, it's like Coke Zero.
Is there what?
Huh?
Haven't you ever heard of Bush beer?
Wait, did you?
You're talking about Bush Light, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it's not Bush Light. They didn't have any Bush apples, so I got Coors Banquet.
Bush apple.
Hell yeah! Thank
Would you do that to yourself?
This guy
Mojo,
sounds
did you?
hella juvenile.
Sorry.
Like,
I'm 21, bud. You want to see my ID?
No, don't dox yourself. Mojo, did you kick the Italian Marxists?
No, he had to go too.
No. I wanted to.
Have to follow him.
I wanted to see what you had to say about the incident. What is that?
Sorry, somebody said Bush Light.
Am I the only one who thinks that kind of sounded like Adolf Hitler?
I thought it was a Mussolini speech.
I thought that was
somebody
Uncle
yelling
H
Bush
for a
Light.
second,
It was
dude.
just somebody yelling Bush Light.
I heard Uncle H, dude.
Uncle.
There was a
H.
lot of venom in there.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what he sounds like. I don't listen to him on a regular basis.
Check.
You've never listened to his speeches in English?
I have not.
You should. They're actually pretty good. Like he doesn't talk about how much he hates the Jays at all. Like he literally just points out the things that they were doing and that they currently still do, and says that there is a problem within his nation that he wants to solve. He wants to help his people, not.
Wait, what's the thing? What's the current thing you're talking about?
The what?
The current thing. You said a thing they used to do and still do currently. What do you mean by that?
The things they currently still do? I mean, look at all the things that they control, they own, the amount of corruption that they cause. Like,
you can't show
Germany?
that. What is wrong with you? You can't show that, Stryker. Trying to get me banned? What the fuck?
Let's see what it was.
so you think like a way to combat G-side is to inflict G-side? Is that your point, Wang?
I mean, the G-side's a legend. First off, there's
Okay, I don't want to hear about the G side. I want to hear. First of all, I want to know what kind of government you want.
I want the Fourth Reich.
So you want authoritarian government?
There it is.
So you want an authoritarian government?
To an extent, I'd like a little bit of more constitutional approach there too, but I'd also like it to be a little bit authoritarian, in the way where degeneracy is not as tolerated as much.
So you want a constitutional?
I want constitutional national socialism.
You don't have to share. You're talking about.
Okay, you said specifically nationalists, so you just want white people too, then, right?
No, not just white people. We can tolerate non-whites, but if people don't act civilly, they got to get.
Mm-hmm. We don't tolerate you.
And would everybody in the government, civil servants and such, have to be white?
Majority.
Yeah. How would you get rid of the experts that aren't white right now?
How would you get rid of them? Force them to resign.
So if somebody's like an expert at urban planning and they're part of, if they're part of HUD and they've been working there for, I don't know, the last 30 years, and they know a lot about urban development and the relationship between the federal government and the states, you want to get rid of them because they happen to not be white?
Millennial, I don't understand what you're saying. I assume you're talking about Eugene Carroll. Breaking what? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I apologize. But go ahead. I was just talking to somebody in the comments. I apologize.
I don't know. The National Socialist thing sounds a little familiar. I don't know why.
He said that he's a supporter of Hitler. He likes him. He calls himself a fascist. He wants to create the. When I asked him what his government, the government that he wants is, he said the Fourth Reich.
No, I haven't. Oh, to be honest, I haven't been on here in like 3 or 4 months, and like being off of it and like reading on my own, I'm starting to realize that either side, all roads lead to fascism, one way or another. The farther you go to either side, it comes back to fascism.
Fascism's based and it's effective. Why wouldn't we use it?
Oh, yeah, it's fucking based, bro.
It's effective, but like
it gets shit done. Unlike democracy, democracy doesn't get anything done.
I would like, I don't know. I also like a society where millions don't die. You know what I mean?
Allegedly, millions die.
So, Intellectual, can I ask you a question?
Motherfucker.
Do you think, if you're saying that both extremes lead to fascism, who were
the only correct one is the right leading?
Who were the ones that defeated? I wouldn't say defeated. Who played a major role in defeating the National Socialists in Germany?
The United States of America.
Right. So the Soviets, right?
And what was their ideology? United States.
It was not the United States.
Tyconism.
But you're going off.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, you're going off circular reasoning. So like, Soviets contributed to the success of World War II. So
yes, their ideology was Tyconism. I'm aware.
No. My issue is the dishonesty. Like in like a lot of the conversations, I don't know about here, but I know about Instagram and recent conversations. A lot of it is talking about smaller government. I know maybe not necessarily far right, but conservative is about smaller government, which is like I can understand the need for that because there's a lot of issues that big government invokes, especially now in this current time. So, but again, there's just like the dishonesty. If we're going off smaller government because there's stuff the government isn't telling us, this honesty on either side is an issue, right? There was stuff that Mustache Man was doing that was an issue. There was stuff that there was things that he was hiding from the public, a lot of the stuff that he was doing, like the Germans were not even fully aware of during that time. Like there were even testimonies saying that. And the same thing with Russia. Like there was a time in the 90s where the Soviet Union just stopped counting deaths. They just stopped counting.
It stopped existing in the 90s, so it wasn't the Soviet Union. It would have been Russia.
Okay, it was the 80s. It was sometime during the USSR. They just stopped counting casualties. They they had journalists from the UK and America were over there. There's literally a dialogue, you can read it. It's they literally stopped and they literally would not disclose the actual numbers because they just stopped counting.
Stop counting in what way? In their prisons, in an active conflict in Afghanistan? What are you talking about?
No. In the USSR, we're talking about the USSR. Why are you bringing up Afghanistan?
Hey, what was the USSR doing in Afghanistan in the 1980s?
I'm not aware of what they were doing in Afghanistan. Why are you bringing out left field? I'm talking specifically about the USSR.
How is it out of left field? If you want to have an intellectual conversation about the USSR, but you are not aware, you're not aware of their involvement in Afghanistan, then what conversation could we possibly have?
They were involved in the Middle East, but you're talking about something that had nothing to do with the embodiment of what USSR in that specific situation.
Okay.
I'm talking about
when you said that they stopped counting people that were being unalived, and I bring up Afghanistan, do you think that's out of left field?
Honestly, quite frankly, yeah. When we're talking about like a specific country, we're talking about the USSR. We're talking about the country, not talking about that's the same thing. I talk about like a lot of this, like a lack of disclosure that Trump is doing, and talk about what we're doing over in Gaza.
I don't.
The same thing. It's like it feels like you're shifting. Like I bring up a genuine concern where like a government was not disclosing actual problems that was going on in their country. You want to shift to a totally different place. Like they were occupying.
Okay. Now you're just going on intellectual. Now you're just going on. I'd like to have it back and forth, but please stop interrupting each other. And intellectual, you don't have to talk for so long.
Right. So when you're talking about a government or a state stopping counting unalivements, and then I bring up Afghanistan where they had soldiers, and if they were being unalived, then they stopped counting. Again, why would me bringing up their involvement in Afghanistan come out of left field?
Are we talking about occupation, or are we talking about the actual like institution and the actual government? Because what that specific situation was occupation.
Huh?
If we want to talk about occupation,
it was an invasion. What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah.
Did y'all forget there's a Schnazi on the panel? Just curious.
That is kind of weird, huh?
I'm just trying to figure out how left-wing ideology leads to fascism.
Okay, then explain to me.
Because it doesn't.
Left-wing ideology leads to something even worse, which is communism.
Okay, so how are you going to sustain socialism? How are you going to sustain a socialist society? Because a lot of the things that you have now and you benefit for under socialism, like how are you going to sustain it?
Okay,
like,
I will get through that. Jesus Christ, dude, you gotta be more succinct, man. I'm not going to use the Soviet Union as an example of what I would want to implement as a socialist. That's not what I'm advocating for. But to sit here and say that all socialism leads to fascism is just woefully ignorant, because the Soviet Union lasted for nearly 80 years, and its downfall wasn't fascism. So they existed and ended without any kind of influence from fascism. So you're already off.
No. How are
Cuba
you?
The majority of their people starved.
Not fascist.
They existed. That's great.
How are you going to maintain the ownership of the means of production for the general public when it starts to get smaller and smaller?
When what starts to get smaller and smaller?
Smaller and smaller, because if you're doing it, let's like
when what starts to get smaller and smaller?
The supply as far as we're getting the distribution, as far as the supplies, as far as the goods, it's coming from inside the country, because we're not doing globalization. We're doing specific.
Why can't you do globalization?
I mean, you can, but like I don't see a lot.
So how does the supply decrease then?
I mean, the supply decrease. If you have globalization, I think you're good. If you don't have globalization, that changes entirely.
Globalism is Jew propaganda. That's why.
See, and that's why y'all should have been fucking chewing on the Schnazi instead of fighting amongst yourselves. See what happens when you don't pay attention and have priorities? You end up hanging out with Schnazi.
First off, I'm an intoxicated Schnazi.
We know.
Oh boy.
And I think you're an underage one as well.
Yep.
He also forgot about micro penis as well, but I wouldn't say intellectuals on our side, Donovan.
You wouldn't say what?
I wouldn't say intellectuals on our side if he's saying that the left and the right both end up in fascism.
And here's the thing, Jonathan, you voted for a Schnazi regime, so you have less of a dog in this fight, truly.
Dramatic much. Did anyone see the 9-0 decision from the Supreme Court? Hey, easy. Did anyone see the 9-0 Supreme Court decision? Denmark K. Margolin, Director of Executive Office of Immigration Review versus the National Association of Immigration Judges. Anybody pick that up?
Okay,
no.
quick.
I saw something about judges. But.
Quick question: who is the Democratic candidate for these midterms? I hear people talk about the midterms this, midterms that. Who are the candidates? Because
there are candidates in every single state. What do you know?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not a presidential election, so there's not one. There's multiple.
They're literally all getting elected.
Are you from Canada, intellectual? Like, where are you from? Because it doesn't feel like you understand American politics very well.
I know I understand American politics. It's just there are certain things.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from the Northeast.
Like in the United States?
Yes.
Obviously, when I say Northeast, I mean in the United States.
That could be
Can you give me like a city or?
All right, maybe he doesn't want to say
New
it.
York. New York.
Sure. New York is a state, but if you want to go with New York City, fine. You want to know your candidates?
I mean, I know for me personally, I'm not too sure because like I'm by New York. I'm actually in Jersey. I know for Jersey it's a Cory Booker, but Booker is like I don't think Booker has opposition. I know that there's one for like individual counties. I have the ballot. I got the ballot in the mail because that was the confusion. Like I was like, is this just for local elections or is this like local and
That's your senator. Okay, you're gonna have to vote in all your reps. House reps.
Civics.
After yeah,
District
I'll just
judges.
yeah.
Civics. Sorry.
I mean yeah.
Real quick.
I mean I'll definitely look into it. I'm more
Holy
of a STEM
fuck!
Sorry.
Stargazer, go ahead.
Civics. Did you know B Guy is in my district? He's running in my district.
Well, there you go. We can get you out on the streets to vote against him.
Okay.
No, vote for him.
That was real. I thought he was totally joking.
Oh no, he's in my district.
What I want to know is why he's waiting for 2030.
Because it's going to be an open primary in 2030. Because it's going to be an open election. Because the seat's going to open up. Because the person that's in there right now is going to retire. They have groomed somebody else to take over the Republican Party candidate position. They already named that person, so they know exactly who's going to be running on the Republican ticket in 2030. That's why he wants to run then, because he wants to run as an independent, and he wants to be in an open seat, run for an open seat.
I mean, like, aren't there some? I mean, he's abusing it, but I prefer open primaries, truly, because again, you have.
That's not what I mean. I mean that there's no. I just mean that there's no incumbent.
Yeah.
There will be no incumbent in 2030.
But why does he think that he has a chance? That's what's weird to me.
I don't think he thinks he has a chance. I think he just wants to spend some money and try and get his viewpoint out there and, I don't know, get chicks. I don't know what he's doing, honestly.
It's honestly probably 90% getting chicks. Let's be honest.
Get a T-top Camaro, then, my guy, and just
parade
through the street.
He's got a McLaren. He's got a McLaren.
Oh, Jesus.
He doesn't need a fucking Camaro. He's got a fucking McLaren. He's got a $250,000 car already.
Last night he thought he had Ebola. It was so funny.
Well, you know, there is a God.
It's very dramatic.
So Todd Blanche tweeted out, DOJ Supreme Court win. The Supreme Court yet again reversed the Fourth Circuit, this time with a unanimous 9-0 decision. As the Department of Justice argued, the Fourth Circuit Court was wrong to try to rewrite a statute about the process for resolving government employee complaints. The unanimous result reflects a key principle that we fight for. Judges should be judges, resolving the case before them, and should never try to seize Congress's role. This opinion sends a clear message that the lower courts must accept that the law is the law, no matter the, quote, political controversies of the day, the Supreme Court rightly emphasized. So is this the left being obstructionist with regards to...
That's ironic.
What?
That's ironic because in the ruling against Colorado that the Supreme Court gave, which was, I think, 6-3, or maybe, no, it was probably 9-0, actually. That was also another 9-0 ruling. In that ruling against Colorado trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot, they ruled that they couldn't take him off the ballot because it would cause chaos. They didn't give it any constitutional issue as to why we couldn't take him off the ballot. They just said it would cause chaos. So here, the Supreme Court in that case was specifically taking up the role of Congress.
Got him.
The Supreme Court was?
This has to do with immigration judges.
I understand, but it's hypocritical for the Supreme Court to talk about them taking up the role of justice or of Congress when they've done so themselves in this fucking term.
No, this simply affirms that the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, underneath the Department of Homeland Security, should be allowed to do their jobs, regardless of the feelings of the radical left and the judges that they employ.
The ruling said, wait, did the ruling say radical left? It did not say radical left.
Activist judges.
There is no way that the ruling said activist judges or the activist left or whatever the fuck you just said. There's no way the ruling said that.
This opinion sends a clear message. Lower courts must accept that the law is the law, no matter the, quote, political controversies of the day. The Supreme Court rightly emphasized.
Is that from Fox News? What you're reading right now? Yeah, it didn't say what the Supreme Court said. You were reading
Todd Blanche's tweet.
Yeah, so you're reading an opinion about what the Supreme Court said. That's not actually what
the
the Supreme
opinion of
Court
the
said.
acting attorney general.
Is this Fox News that you're reading this from?
No.
Well, he did say that this was
a fucking tweet.
But when he started, he said this was from Todd Blanche or Blanche or whatever.
Okay, I apologize. I missed that, but that's obviously a fucking biased interpretation.
Okay, well, he prefaced it. He prefaced it, so.
No one has a problem with ICE necessarily. We have a problem with how they are procedurally going about their jobs, like pew-pewing people, detaining people, harassing, mutilating, abusing people. Not okay.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, because in the vein of, Antifa have to be good because they're anti-fascist.
There's no such thing as Antifa. It is an ideal, not a
I think what we
group.
should do
stop cutting him off.
We should just add national to National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. This way the organization will be called NICE. And this way leftists could never object to anything that they do.
Oh, somebody write this shit down too. I've heard that before as well.
Funny.
This is new for me. Honestly, I'm enlightened, Donovan. Your stupor never seems to diminish. I'm actually quite impressed.
Aw.
Aw. That's another one. Add that to the bingo card.
Are you in Discord, Peg?
I am not. I can't emotionally handle it.
Oh, well,
it gets wild on there.
You gotta listen.
I love it.
The other thing is Republicans will name them like the radical left, and it's just liberals. Like always, I don't know. This always tickles me.
We're like the radical left. I mean, if we're talking about radical left, that would have been like what the left was in the 60s. Like, if anything, we're more like the moderate right now.
Yeah. There's the radical left.
I mean,
what is the radical left? Can somebody please define that for me?
Yeah, we're gonna see that this is best represented in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, where the guy had like Antifa, like whatever tagged on the bullets and all this.
Wait, hold on. There's nobody been convicted of that crime yet.
Okay.
So.
All right, whatever. I'm just describing.
Well, I'm sorry, you can't call that the radical left because it's probably the radical right. So,
right.
can you give me? Yeah, I know. I understand because nobody says anti-fascist. Nobody fucking writes that. Nobody says it.
He's referencing
only Antifa writes that.
And anyway, can you give me a definition? Wait, hold on. I want to know what the definition is. Your example was stupid, but I want to know what the definition is.
He was referencing the Helldiver meme.
If I could be succinct, it'd be the Red-Green Alliance.
You're going to have to explain that stupid shit again.
Okay. The Red-Green Alliance is the alliance between the right, or radical Islam, and the left, communists in this country that are attempting to bring down the United States from within. That would be the radical left.
So how do you start? Would you get elected? You think
you have to first start.
You think there's a large contingent of a coalition of Muslims and leftists that are forming some kind of party or taking over the Democratic Party?
It'd be better to say communist. That's why I use the colors. Red would be communist and green would be Islam.
Okay, so I'm going to have a problem with this. I'm going to have a problem with this in the first place because radical Islam, if you want to term it as such a thing, would be an organization that's based on a religion that wants women to cover up and wants to, stone women to death if they get raped or something like that. I'm sorry, that's more akin to the right, to the right-wing Christians, not to the left. I'm sorry. That's more akin to the right, not the left. So radical Islam has nothing to do with the left at all. They have nothing in common.
You understand that most of the left doesn't believe that. When I go on these lives and I say what you just said about Islam, they say I'm a racist and that I'm a liar.
You said radical Islam because there are millions of Islamic Muslims. I'm sorry, Muslims would be the best term to use here. There are millions of Muslims in this country that live in a democratic fashion and do not do things like this and don't believe in things like that. Muslim or Islam does not preach that in general. If you're going to talk about Islam that does preach that kind of stuff, that would be radical Islam. And since you said radical Islam, your Red-Green Alliance doesn't exist.
It does.
At this point, I'm surprised you're not digging up Joseph McCarthy.
Right.
Sounds like
I'm surprised by your ignorance, Donovan. I mean, I've worked with Muslim women, and they are the kindest, sweetest women. I don't get what you're talking about. And there's Muslim men in my town, and they're respectful. You know,
they understand how our system works.
So they're infiltrating. I see. Well,
yeah, I mean, we've been talking about an invasion for a long time, and there's a reason that the left does what they do. There's a reason that when they are out of power, they attempt to clothe themselves in the Constitution and the flag, but when they're in power, they do their best to undermine our institutions and destroy the country.
So we don't realize what they're doing, or we're working with them?
I'll have to admit to it because so when I was working at my job, like my old job a decade ago, so a Muslim family came in, they purchased the product that they wanted, they said thank you, and then they left. Very, very suspicious.
Yeah, you see, the Nazis did the same thing with the socialists in Germany, right? They used them. They were useful.
They didn't use them. They fucking threw them in jail and killed them. What are you talking about? They sent them to work.
Once they got into power, that's exactly what it is. It's the same thing that the communists did to the intellectuals in China. They were a vehicle. That populism, they used them and rode them to power. And the minute they were in power, the caustic individuals behind the movements, which in this case will be the Greens, unalived all the useful idiots.
The right is a co-op leftist politics.
You understand that's like what the Republicans are doing with MAGA. You guys are like the idiots.
Yeah, whatever.
And they're writing you in.
You have to address what I said a moment ago, Mojo. When I go up on lives and I say the exact same thing that you just said about all those nasty, caustic, disgusting
I explained that already.
When I say that stuff, they say I'm a liar and that I'm a racist.
I already explained that. Because they are talking about the Muslims that live in the U.S. They're not talking about the radical Muslims that you're talking about, because they are two different things. And the Muslims that live in the U.S. are a hell of a lot less radical than the radical Christians in this fucking country.
Amen.
I just want to say you said that very clearly the first time.
Right. Yeah. Again, the other thing I said that's important is the term useful idiot. And it's not my word. When you talk to a lot of people on the left, they don't. When you bring up all of these things, like perfect example, LGBTQ for Palestine, right? If these individuals in here, and they're doing it because they're altruistic, they're doing it because they have a misplaced sense of empathy and emotion, and they feel for the plight of the Palestinians, but none of them could ever go there. Just like all this,
because it's fucking prison, dude.
All this encouragement for the IRGC, and this is why I asked this question on these panels, because I will ask the leftists, who's better for women's rights, the IRGC or MAGA? And reflex, they're like, oh, well, clearly the IRGC is better for women's rights than MAGA. I don't
think I've ever heard a leftist say that. I would say that MAGA views the IRGC with envy because they want to subjugate women. Also, I want to say this when we talk about when we mention for example, the LGBT community for advocating for Palestine. Also, I'll say this as someone who's not white. If there's a town where that was basically ruled by, say, the Triple K or whatever, I would not advocate to blow up that town because there's still innocent women and children there that I don't want to unalive. You understand? So I don't believe in collective punishment.
I gave you 7 liberals, Donovan.
It's ridiculous.
This takes me back to, remember when I said the faux pas? I was talking about the detention centers that they're buying all over the United States. Is when they're done with the immigrants, they're going to go against the African Americans, and then they're going to go after the uneducated and the poor, and then it's going to be all you white teen men left.
There's plenty of poor, uneducated white teen men, so they're going to have struggles there. But Donovan, that's a false equivalency. You can't say who's better for women because the proximity to power is MAGA. And if you're talking about American women, MAGA is more dangerous for American women, right? No one from the IRGC works in the or is even close to forming government in the U.S. or being elected in the U.S. So there's no point in bringing up that comparison.
It's a ridiculous hypothetical. You're objecting to it because it's ridiculous. I bring it up to check the temperature of some leftists because they will say, without skipping a beat, obviously the IRGC is better for women, not knowing any of the policies of the IRGC.
That's ridiculous because no one's advocating for the IRGC, you moron.
Whoever
We're not here in America
trying to point out the hypocrisy of both sides. Now let him be.
He's a moron, and I stick on that.
Control yourself, feminist.
I am controlled, you bigot.
Bigot.
You know what really pisses me off about those new fucking camps, though? I heard that they are like, this is another part of their corrupt schemes, and they're paying like 100 times more. I can't remember the exact number, but like multiplications more than they should be for these facilities, which by chance is like owned by people that are their friends. And like, it's like out in the middle of nowhere, this plot may be like, $12 million and they spend $100 million on it. And people are asking, why are they spending so much money on it? And no one seems to get an answer. And we just moved on from that.
Right. And for each person housed, they're paying $169 a day per person. So who's paying that? Where's that money coming from?
Can we talk about the fact that some judges filed a lawsuit today before the judge that Donald Trump brought his lawsuit in Miami regarding his tax returns, and that they had the scuttled settlement and the slush fund for people? Can we talk about that? Is anybody interested in that? I think it's the biggest fucking fraud, the biggest fucking fraud I've ever seen in my life.
Well, the first in line was the Mike Lindell and the leader of the Proud Boys. They were the first ones to get in line to write letters or plead there.
Why would Donovan, why would you call it a war chest?
Oh, you heard that, did you? Well, that's essentially what it is, isn't it?
No.
He's okay. He's attempting to reward individuals and possibly organizations that suffered under what's the best way to describe it? Authoritarianism with a smile.
Authoritarian with a smile. Okay, so yeah. The Jan 6ers who were going to be making claim to this fund, right, were granted a windfall when they were pardoned. Okay. They should have never been pardoned. They were prosecuted. They pled guilty for their crimes. So they're walking around the streets and they're committing crimes, having been freed from prison, right? They've been...
Right.
Right. Yeah. And now, right, so Trump scuttles a settlement with his AG, his acting AG, who's never been approved by the Senate. And by the way, I don't think he'll ever be, he'll name somebody in his stead, right? Do you think he's ever going to do that in the remaining time he has in office? Probably not, because Todd Blanche is doing his work. So anyway, so now we've got this slush fund, right? And there's an addendum, right, that says he nor his family members can never be prosecuted for any claims for tax fraud, right? That's basically
that's not weird or anything.
That's not weird, right? You don't think that's weird?
Well, not that they can never be, but not that they can. Sarcastic. He's being sarcastic, but not that they can never be, but that anything that happened before that particular settlement was put in place, they couldn't be charged or investigated for.
Right, which is
I'm sure you guys would be up in arms if he pardons his kids, right?
Well, here's the thing: is that this is complete fraud, right? Because he filed a lawsuit, and the judge was very skeptical of the lawsuit to begin with, right? So she had both sides of the lawsuit had them do submissions on their case, the prosecution and the defense. And before those papers were submitted, Donald Trump withdrew his lawsuit. And then literally, like soon thereafter, the settlement was put into place with the slush fund.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Congratulations on being the only person to say it correctly.
Right, that's what's going to happen with this. I mean, this is going to get sued out of court too, or out of existence. There's no way that you can serve on both sides of a lawsuit. That's just not something we can allow to happen. And that's exactly what happened here. So I can't imagine that this is going to stick in any way, shape, or form. However, war chest, Donovan, would indicate a savings of money that's utilized to promote war, not to defend against war.
No. Republican and Democrat parties both keep war chests in order to run campaigns.
Yeah, that's promotion.
A campaign is not just promotion. A military maneuver. It is also.
Hey, Donovan.
Yeah, but that's promotion.
Donovan.
Wait, that's promotion. That's not defense. The way you utilize the term would be in a defensive structure or a defensive stance, but that's not what a war chest is. So you got to come up with a better term, man.
Yeah, that's a total misnomer. What you're saying, it's a complete misnomer. No.
Hey, Donovan, do you agree that
you
some
see
of
the
the people
corruption,
from the January
Donovan?
6th were... sorry about that. I just wanted to ask, do you agree that there are some people who were convicted correctly in prosecution of that situation?
There were some that should have been prosecuted and that should not have been pardoned. But the vast majority of people that were at that, I'm going to say it real slow, mostly peaceful protest, were essentially political prisoners who were abused while they were in custody. And the reason that they did it is they did it to score political points and get political capital, to create these narratives that you are now so well practiced at offering up on these.
So if you're so confident, Donovan, then how about you bet me $100 that one of the people who you would agree with was correctly imprisoned and then released, that they get some of that money. How much you want to bet? $100?
I'm not sure I understand the parameters of your wager, and on top of that, I don't know that I know you well enough to wager.
Okay, let's say hypothetically then. We don't have to make it real.
All right, so restate your question.
I would wager that at least one, if not more, of the people who you would agree with was wrongly released from prison based on the fact that they had prior charges and did aggravated things at the Capitol, receives at least some of that money.
Like Stuart Rhodes.
That was more tortured the second time than it was the first time.
No.
So I'm just going to restate
You
this.
should have listened the
I swear to
first
God, ladies, you can jump right on me. There are people who should have been prosecuted and should not have been pardoned. So I'm hoping that they don't get any money. There you go.
But here's the thing, Donovan. If I were to break into your house, right, beat up your wife, kick your dog, sleep in your bed, defame the things in there, would that be considered peaceful as long as I didn't unalive you and I eventually left?
Mostly.
No, it wouldn't. It would be aggravated break-in. It would be all the things, right? So again, how is it different for a bunch of Donald Trump's lackeys to break in during a certification of an election that was fair and free? How is that?
Yeah. These are patriotic Americans that came from all over the country who were concerned that their country that their election, their hot dog eating contest, whatever you want to call it.
They were gassed up. They were gassed up more
of a global pandemic.
Please let him finish.
They were pissed off small business tyrants that came in and private jets.
Hey. Can we please let Donovan finish a fucking statement?
These are people that came from all over the country, patriotic Americans who came to protest, who believed, whether they were wrong or not, they believed it, that because of C-19 era irregularities, that their country was in danger. Let's put it that way. That way I'm not going to hit TikTok TOS.
And why would they think that, Donovan?
And the vast majority of them, I'll land right here, I swear to God. The vast majority of them, because there were some that should have been arrested and should not have been pardoned, because we have a lot of shit on tape. The vast majority of them were political prisoners. And when asked about it, Christopher Wray declined to answer. Turns out there's other circumstances that we can't talk about in this fucking app because I don't want to get Mojo's app pulled down or his live pulled down. And all of these are salient details in this very complicated tapestry of what the fuck happened. So don't pretend I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Done.
Okay,
Are you done?
real quick.
No.
I just want to point out. I'm not going to talk. I'll get in line, but I just want to point out. Looks like Sammy has her paw up.
Her paw.
That's so cute.
Sammy?
I mean, Donovan, do you think that those J6ers that were convicted and then pardoned should get money? The ones that are now currently being imprisoned again for
No.
essays against women and children?
No.
How do you know that the vast majority of the people who stormed the thing on that day? I'm trying to be cryptic here, but you know what I'm talking about. How do you know that the quote unquote vast majority of them were abused and that they were wrongfully arrested? They weren't granted their rights. What proof do you have that that's true?
Let's see. I thought it was really funny for months and months. A lot of the red team was calling it the insurrection between velvet ropes. And the reason they were is because even the thumbnails from CBS, ABC, NBC, and CNN, the thumbnails for all the videos, you could see them, all of them milling in between the velvet ropes. There's even video that came out recently where Capitol Police was like, on the floor of the house, was like, all right, time to go. And after the shaman did his prayers, it was respectful for the most part. They were like, okay, they all shuffled out. I mean, there were some shenanigans in certain parts, but some of the compelling questions that surround this are things like, who was Ray Epps? Why does Christopher Wray, why was he cagey when asked about informants and individuals in the crowd? There's other questions here that should be asked, and I suspect that's going on behind the scenes because Trump is bricked up for that election.
So which part? Which part when they were trying to unalive, when they were trying to unalive Pence, saying string him up, or what part when they broke in, they actually got two, and literally you had Congress people running down the stairs fearing for their lives.
Why you guys want to relitigate
which part,
this
Donovan? And then was it Antifa? Because I remember very clearly that Fox News really harped. These weren't Trump people. This was Antifa. This was Antifa. And now all of a sudden, you guys are claiming it because you want the money? Oh.
When I asked you about the proof, you talked about videos that were put on media, right?
Yeah.
And thumbnails and things like that. That's not proof of anything. And I would point out that, by the way, and I don't know if anybody caught on to this in a couple, I read about this. Apparently, they have the Department of Justice has erased the
files
about the prosecutions, so that now
the J6 Commission. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about all these cases. Wait, let me just really finish quickly here. Okay. Where all these prosecutions that happened, right? There were hundreds of people prosecuted, and some of them were pled out and some of them were tried to a verdict, etc. But all these cases have a file, right, within the Department of Justice. And guess what? We can't even search for those files to prove what you're claiming happened, that the vast majority were mistreated.
When were they deleted? Because I know of two
I actually just read about this. Somebody wants to quickly look
in
it
Washington, D.C., and said that they were being kept in inhumane conditions. If I remember correctly, I think it was Elizabeth Warren, and I don't think it was Bernie Sanders.
Did all those people have lawyers? Did they have lawyers? They did. Because, by the way, you have a right to counsel, right? So if you're being charged with a crime under the Sixth Amendment, you have a right to counsel.
I'm so glad you brought this up, Counselor, because we were just talking about the Supreme Court. We were just talking about the Supreme Court decision where the judiciary, a lot of the leftist prosecutors seem to be more concerned about the issue du jour than they care about the law. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No,
We're talking
what
about the
I'm
people.
talking
We're
about.
talking about the
Wait, let me
the
just
public defenders that
redirect your
live in
attention
Washington
to my
D.C.
question.
Okay.
Let me just
Yours, another
redirect.
Donovan.
Okay, so what I was saying was that all those people that you claim, right, the vast majority you claim were mistreated and abused and held and
That's why they got pardons.
May I finish? Yeah, they were just pardoned because Trump is trying to seek retribution for
They were pardoned
everything.
because they were
So
abused.
let me just finish. You still won't let me finish. All right, I'll be quick. So all these vast majority of people you say were mistreated, right? They had a lawyer, right? And they defended their case. And many of them pled out. Many of them pled guilty, right? And there was a file on all of these cases. So it'll be interesting to see what the proofs are that you're saying that the vast majority were mistreated. Because by the way, if you're held, you can only be held so long before you're tried, right? You have a right to a speedy trial.
That
right?
was
So
part of
I
their
think this is
objections.
all a bunch of guff.
That was part of their objections. Some of them were held for years without trial, without bail.
But you have no
because they were a
proof of
flight
that.
risk.
I'd love to
because
see
they
the
came
proof
from
of
places
that.
like Iowa and Indiana and Idaho.
Yeah, well, when you
Montana
when you
and
commit
California
a crime,
and
when you commit a crime in a
and New Mexico
jurisdiction,
and Texas.
hello,
They came
when
from
you
everywhere.
excuse me, when you commit a crime in a
That's
particular
amazing that you can
jurisdiction,
talk over me and then
well,
think you can claim
you were the one
and then
talking
think
over
you
me.
can claim the heckler's veto. That's not how it works. Tennis, I've been watching you here and there. You go into echo chambers a lot and it shows.
Whatever that means. But I would point out that when you commit a crime in a particular jurisdiction, you're tried in that jurisdiction. Okay, so speaking to the fact that they were from all these various states says nothing.
Are you sure? Because if
Yes.
if you come from all over the country and then you happen to find yourself in Washington D.C. and all of a sudden because you went to a protest because you're a patriotic American, went to a pretty important protest too, as a matter of fact, and the entire weight of the government was falling in you saying, oh, you better plead guilty because this way you won't end up in jail for 20 years. And by the way, these are public defenders that live in the same city and possibly know the judges that are actually trying these cases. Yeah. If I were a defendant, I would probably be pleaded out too. But again, this is one of the reasons, Tennis, I'm going to say it, Mojo. This is one of the reasons why your profession kind of comes across as tawdry from time to time.
They didn't
because
protest.
we're talking
They
about
broke into a
political
governmental building.
and political prisoners.
Peg. You guys have to let him finish. He's the only
He
conservative
just
on the panel.
monologues.
I'm done.
He is the
No,
only.
no, I don't monologue. I'm
I
succinct.
want to say something here.
He is the only
So-
conservative. He is the only conservative on the panel. There are 7 people, or right now 6 people that can talk to him. So he's probably going to get a little bit more talk time than each individual person does.
Sure. So Donovan, I would understand the argument that you're making for the people that were standing outside of the Capitol on the lawn, on the that would be the east side, right? Like I would understand that the people that didn't enter the building, if any of them were arrested and held without due process, I would understand that argument. But that's not what's happened here. Most of those people that were pardoned did face due process, were convicted by a jury, and like Tennis said, had a defense, right? They didn't get sent to Gitmo and be held without any due process, right? Like that's not what happened here, right?
Well,
so
gonna...
like to make that argument that they weren't there, right, breaking the law, they broke into a federal building, not just any federal building, like the People's House, when it was in session. You're not allowed to go there, right? Like you've been to DC. You need tickets. You can't just go into the Capitol. It's not just open to the public. I'll land there. Go ahead.
I just find it interesting that you let Civic say his piece, but every time I was talking to you, you just kept clipping me and clipping me and clipping me. Just pointing that out. You just kept clipping me and clipping me and clipping me.
What the hell, objective?
That was me.
I don't know. Yeah, that was pretty funny, actually. It was a funny thing to echo. I'm going to agree with Donovan on one particular thing, though. I think she mentioned Bernie Sanders and I don't know, somebody else. The treatment that the prisoners did get in D.C. was pretty bad. So I think that that's something that needs to be settled. They put a lot of people in solitary confinement that shouldn't have been in solitary confinement, and the conditions in the jail were way overcrowded at that particular, the D.C. jail specifically, I guess. It was kind of gross.
During the end of COVID. where they were emptying the jails.
I want to
Make room for those
into
pesky J6ers. And keep in mind, it fed into the narrative that you guys had that MAGA was violent. So of course there was a political capital to be had there. And look at individuals like Owen Schroyer. You know, Owen Schroyer, sure, he worked for InfoWars. He worked directly with InfoWars. So of course he's an unsavory character when it comes to the left. He never even entered the building and they arrested him and jailed him. And you guys want to complain that Don Lemon, who freaking busted into a church, you know, and harassed these people, you know, that's fine, right? That's fine.
Were they part of the
He didn't
fake
harass
elector
anyone, he
thing?
was just
Were they involved
documenting.
in some other way?
We'll see in court. What's that?
Were the
Was
people
Owen
who
Schroyer?
didn't even?
Owen Schroyer never
Okay,
entered the building.
I was
Owen Schroyer
asking
never
a
entered the
question.
Capitol. He was arrested anyway.
Okay,
But he was arrested
understood. But what my
he
question
was
is,
arrested because he was a journalist. He was and I'll call it an alt-right journalist. InfoWars is pretty out there. But to say that Owen Schroyer's arrest was not politically motivated is ridiculous.
was there probable cause maybe to think that he was involved in some other part of the conspiracy, like the fake electors thing?
Counselor,
I just asked a question. I think it's a fair question.
That the law can
Does
be
anybody not think
weaponized
that was a
against
fair
people?
question? I'm sorry.
Do you think the law could be weaponized against people, especially for political purposes? Go and answer that question for me, please. Yes or no?
That's a very general question. I don't know why you're asking it. It doesn't
an
make
easy
any sense.
yes.
No,
It's an easy yes. Given the 1960s, you'd think you could answer it, but you can't
ask it
because
again. Okay,
your political
relax.
dogma
Okay,
will not
don't
allow
press.
you to answer it at this time.
A political dogma. Okay, and you don't possess political dogma. Okay,
Of course
so
I do.
Go ahead and
it's
ask
just
your
more
question.
balanced than yours.
Have you guys noticed the recent InfoWars things
All right.
coming out?
Hold on. I'm going to talk about Owen Schroyer here real quick because there's a specific reason that he ended up serving 60 days in jail. That specific reason is that he had previously signed a deferred prosecution agreement after he interrupted a congressional hearing in 2019 and had agreed as a part of the case to not utter loud, threatening, or abusive language or to engage in any disorderly or disruptive conduct at any place upon the U.S. Capitol grounds. So because he was there, he was violating the agreement for the deferred prosecution. That's why he ended up serving 60 days.
Thank you.
Journalist.
No, it's because he had a fucking deferred sentence and he broke it.
He had a record, babe.
No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. I was using journalist on you as a pejorative.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Just telling the truth. Just giving you the facts.
So, do you want to address what I said, Donovan?
I was fixing my thing. Say again.
Do you want to address what I said about the people that were prosecuted were the ones that entered the building illegally when Congress was in session, right? And there was varying degrees of what their sentences were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
have you ever been in a large protest?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever been a part of a protest that the state considered a mob?
Absolutely.
Have you ever been in a protest that the state considered a mob illegally and arrested people illegally?
Arrested people? Yeah, absolutely.
You have?
Yeah.
Were you ever part of a protest or a mob that the state considered unlawful, arrested people, and then got paid after the fact for being arrested?
No one got fucking paid out.
I have.
No one got paid out.
Okay, I did.
During the anti-war protests, many people were arrested and simply driven to either Maryland or Virginia and then just let go. Most of the time, without their
that
fucking
happens
shoes.
a lot too. You're absolutely
without
right.
their fucking shoes, which is really fucking weird. They're just like, here, you're out of DC jurisdiction. Off you go.
Truth is stranger than fiction. So yeah, the law can be weaponized. It has been weaponized. We have a long fucking storied history of weaponization. But to say that it isn't in this case is ridiculous. The J6 commission was a farce, a naked perversion of the justice system against MAGA. And why? Why? Because the left is easily manipulated.
Okay, so you don't think it was a farce You don't think it was a farce? How there was like no one at the Capitol? Have you heard any of the reports or any from the generals and the people involved who had, said they advised that they be prepared, and instead they were not prepared and did not send in the appropriate people to be there?
What was the name of the Hollywood producer they brought in to produce the J6 hearing? I forget.
I don't know. I've not ever heard of that. Would you consider Comey a political prosecution? Either way, I think both apply. How about Fannie Willis? How about Fannie Willis? How about E. Jean Carroll?
No, absolutely not. No, that blew right up in Fannie Willis's face. They should have. If they were. Well, Fannie Willis's prosecution of Donald Trump was also a farce. So, now,
can both be farces though?
Maybe, I don't know. Fannie Willis, yes. Comey, I don't know. I mean, they're gonna have to find something more. I think,
they just started a lawsuit against E. Jean Carroll as well as a lawsuit. What was the lawsuit against the prosecutor or the AG in New York? What's her name?
Letitia James.
That were dropped. What about those? What about Brego Garcia? What about that? Is that a political prosecution?
I think with regards to Brego Garcia, the main contention point is that he was wrongly deported. And I don't know who in ICE or Homeland said that he was wrongly deported, or even better, wrongly deported him. Right? It's not something that we talk about or even have access to that information.
Oh, I'm talking about the case in trafficking, the trafficking case that was just dropped by a district judge.
Not. No, he's clearly a trafficker. No,
that's crazy. It was just dropped by a federal court.
I saw the video, Mojo. Even the state troopers were like, yo, they see this kind of shit all the time. They just didn't have enough evidence.
Donovan, then why didn't the HSI do a formal investigation and arrest him back in 2019?
Who?
Abrego Garcia. Because the HSI was the one that closed the case.
Not enough evidence.
And in case anybody doesn't know, what does HSI stand for again?
Homeland Security Investigations.
Okay. And what do they usually investigate?
Immigration.
And?
Illegal aliens.
And?
You're just gonna let me say words? Is this a game show?
It starts with a T. Ends with trafficking.
No more than then.
Trafficking or terrorism? Which is it?
I just told you. Starts with a T, ends with trafficking.
I think it's both, actually. But okay. Where were you going with this? I think I already mentioned that they dropped it because they didn't have enough evidence. There was some compelling evidence, but, traffickers don't normally give receipts.
Sorry to interrupt, but can I just point out something that Casual Observer just posted? So hilarious. I'm literally laughing still. He goes, if you guys think Donovan sounds smart, now you should hear him in the original German. Hilarious.
That was kind of funny.
That is honestly one of the most brilliant comebacks I've ever. That is, wow, chef's kiss. So good.
Krugel, are you even here?
Let's paint our political opponents as schnazis, even though they're not, because
this way
we can emotionally grab the moral high ground, thereby relieving his argument of any platform, right?
You literally run from the truth like it's fucking dodgeball. Like
where did I do that?
Just now, Mojo was like, "Would you consider this? Would you consider this the same thing?" And you're like, "I don't know." It's like it's the same picture, bro.
Well, no, it's because I have depth of understanding. I understand what happened with regards to Comey and with regards to the 2016 election and what he should have done, what his job was, where he prosecuted, where he didn't. No, it's not selective outrage. It's a
It
wealth
is.
of knowledge about the circumstances. What
It
you
is.
want to do is you want to just pigeonhole every issue, right? You want to break it down to its constituent components rather than look at take an aerial and look at the entire context. That's what you'd like to do. Why? Because that's what your voters do. That's what leftists do.
No, we don't, because the ones who do that the most are the what about Bidens, and that's you.
Right. So essentially what you said is we cannot point out hypocrisy because you have a catchy comeback that sounds vaguely
No,
Southern.
they catch you in hypocrisy every single time, and then literally instead of addressing the point, you always go, what about this? Well, what about this?
Right. That's called pointing out hypocrisy. But you guys have a catchy comeback that you think is clever because all of you giggle like
I don't think you know
heads.
what I don't think you know what hypocrisy. I don't think you know the definition of hypocrisy. If I'm being truly
okay.
honest.
Yeah, that checks out. Okay. Yeah. So if you have an objection, and then we point out an objection that your side did, abutting this administration, you say, "Oh, what about Biden? You can't bring up Biden. Why not? Why not?" I mean,
because instead of addressing the point, it's like saying hey, you stole from me.
Well,
and then you're
pointing
like,
out
well, what about
hypocrisy.
your
That's
mom?
what that
Your
means.
mom stole from me.
Rules
So
for
therefore,
thee and not for me. That would be hypocrisy.
That's literally your party.
Okay,
that's
then.
your party.
Okay.
Because you literally, well, for example, you have ABs that are happening in Texas or not happening in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And then a guy literally poisons his wife to force her into an AB. And instead of getting him, putting him on unalivement penalties like they were doing to women there, it's oh, it's okay, bro. Just, a month of probation. You're okay. And this is your party. Your party lives in the exceptions.
Except
they are the exceptions.
No.
Rule,
that's
always.
funny. That's funny.
And the same thing with your Florida senator. Wait, I'm not done. The same thing with your Florida senator. Voted against AB, and then she needed an AB, and then she had to reach out. I forget what's his name. It's not Abbott. It's the other bigot. What's his name? Santos. Hey, DeSantos. I'm unaliving here in the hospital. Can you please grant my AB? And that she gets it only because he has to write in a special letter. This is literally your party.
Do you say DeSantis on purpose?
And your party's superpower is delusion. I mean, somehow a child in the womb is not a child. Somehow a man in a dress is a woman. You'll forgive me if, we have to point these things out from time to time when you attempt to take yourself seriously.
I think you just have a problem with letting people live. You're always in other people's business when it doesn't concern you. It doesn't affect your life. But the moment you do something to disrupt others people's and impact them in a negative way, oh, you guys are so sensitive.
Do I have to be in a gas chamber to complain that other people are being put in a gas chamber? No, I don't.
In a gas chamber,
so again, miss me. And here's the other funny bit is that you're bringing up all these little catchphrases that are popular on the left. They don't work on people who aren't on the left.
Who is being put in a gas chamber? I could talk about the people being put in detention centers.
You're missing the point.
Let's talk about people putting.
This is the same thing
you
do.
In a detention center to understand that a detention center is wrong.
You guys, please stop yelling over the top of each other, both of you. Thank you. One at a time.
Yeah, it's the same thing you do with the AB debate. You guys say, well, if you don't have a uterus, you don't have an opinion. No, that's not how this works. Okay, so like I was saying before, I don't have to be in a gas chamber in order to object to it being used. Okay?
Hi, Frugal. How are you?
I'm great. Hey, thanks for asking. How is everybody?
You looked like you wanted to say something multiple times.
I've been trying, but I think to what Peg was trying to say down there, I think at the end of the day, nobody really cares what anybody wants to do. It's become an issue when the people that that 1% or the 2% of the world are now trying to be extra special and do things to make it known. Why did it need to become a big deal is all I'm trying to say. If it weren't a big deal, then I think we all just get on with our lives. And
because of repression.
What's that?
Because of repression.
Because we're oppressed?
Because of repression.
Because of repression. Well, here's the deal: is like I just don't understand the. I was having this conversation again. Our liberties, we were founded on liberties, right? And so we all have the liberty to do whatever we want to do. But our liberty only extends so far as until it touches somebody else's liberty. The second that liberty touches somebody else's, we no longer have that liberty anymore. And so why can't we just have the trans people have their liberty to do whatever the hell it is that they want, as long as they're not infringing on somebody else? The second they start to cause that other individual a problem, and a physical problem or a mental problem or whatever it may be, I don't even think mental can count.
Yeah.
Mental can't count. No, it have to be physically or something that is oppressing them. Like, I'm cool with that. But I feel like y'all are the Democrats have made a really big deal out of nothing, and then we've had to fight back against it. It's like common sense. Use the right bathroom. What does that matter? Like, just if you're a male, go to the male bathroom. If you're a female, go to the female bathroom. How hard is that?
Right. We had a fair election in 2020. Let it go. You lost.
I'm down for that.
Didn't. Well, a lot of your cohorts weren't.
Okay, I want to talk about the bathroom thing real quick because I always find this interesting. What do you suggest, Frugal? Do we do genital checks at the doors?
No, again, I don't think anybody's making a freaking big deal about it at the end of the day. It's when you're asking for specific bathrooms. That's when they're starting to make a big deal about it. You have a male bathroom, you have a female bathroom.
Nobody asked. Nobody asked.
What do you mean? I feel like that's what made the big...
No trans person has ever asked to go in the opposite bathroom from the sex that they were born as. Nobody's ever asked to do that. They've just done it.
So then remind me, how did we get to the point of asking for separate bathrooms, and how did the bathroom talk even get brought up?
Because Republicans used it as a way to win the election. Because Elon Musk spent $300 million on fucking commercials to make you all believe something was happening that wasn't happening.
Exactly.
There was no legislation.
Hold on. So you're suggesting that there was not an actual bathroom bill? Because I'm pretty sure that there was.
Well, then let's review it.
The bathroom. If there was a bathroom bill, it was put forth by Republicans saying that they should not be allowed in the opposite bathrooms. It's not something that Democrats ever push. This is something that Republicans have always pushed. All we have to do is defend it. That's it.
No, it started to become, it was always being pushed at the statewide level. And then so since it's being pushed at the statewide level, then it started to, bubble up to the federal level. And so, again, all I'm trying to say is that the conversation never needed to even begin with. We should have never been fighting for bathroom rights. I mean, I feel like they're pretty simple.
I don't disagree.
If you're a male, if you're a female, you're a female.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You like to work off facts, so let's just take 20 seconds now. And let's go over the bills. Let's go over the bills in the previous Congress or the current Congress at the federal level, and let's see what Democrat introduced a bathroom bill. Let's go through it.
Did you not hear me just say it was mostly done at the state level?
But then you said it was going to bubble up to the federal. So by bubbling up, it would mean there would at least be one that was introduced. So let's go over that introduced bill.
Again, I never made that claim, did I?
You literally said it was bubbling up to the federal level. Did you not say that?
It was bubbling up to the federal level to where it became such a widespread phenomenon amongst the states. So, I mean, just like, why do you think the transgender sports, bubbled up to the federal?
You're skipping what you said.
Let me finish. And so why do you think the transgender level bubbled up? It started at the states, did it not, Civics? Now I'm done. You can talk.
All right, cool. All right, fine. Let's go with your own words now. Where's your evidence that it was bubbling up to the federal level?
Okay, even if you take him at face value, the states that have put in bathroom bill laws are Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Utah. Tell me what all those states have in common.
They're smart.
They're red. Every single one of those is a Republican state. And these are Republican bills. Every single one of them.
Poor is also...
Utah is not poor. Point. Utah is one of the richest states. Florida is one of the richest states. Keep going. Name those states again.
Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Utah.
I'll give you Louisiana, Mississippi poor. Utah not.
Yeah, I don't care about poor.
Yeah.
They in K through 12 educational facilities, the states that put those bills up and passed them: Arkansas, Idaho, Iowa, Kentucky, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Tennessee. I'm sorry, these are all Republican states. These are all Republican bills. This is a Republican issue. You guys turned something into an issue that wasn't an issue before because nobody on the left was pushing it. We've only had to defend it every single time. States like California and Colorado have enacted legislation to both legally protect transgender bathroom access and require all gender and single stall restrooms in newly constructed public buildings. So Democrats, by fighting against it, are instituting policies that actually solve the problem.
Scott Smith. Do you know who Scott Smith is?
He's a guy I used to play pool with.
Loudoun County, Virginia, borders Fairfax. He was a dad. His daughter goes to school in Loudoun County. She was in a bathroom. She was assaulted by a T individual. When Scott Smith went to the school board meeting to object to the policy that Loudoun County had, this was in 2021. He was arrested.
Do you think all T people are
know what I'm saying?
violent,
Don't put words in my
harmful?
mouth. That is not.
I'm
that
asking.
is not
That was
the
a
point I'm
question.
making. Obviously, that is not my point. Obviously, that is not my point. My point is, in this particular case, it's not. My point in this particular case is that because of political dogma, because of the left's absolute delusion, that not only did the policy of the left allow this type of thing to happen because of the confusion and lack of decision-making processes, but when someone had a legitimate objection, someone who had a right to be way more angry than he was, how did they react? They acted like authoritarians with a smile. Thank goodness Glenn Youngkin pardoned Scott Smith in 2023, because I'm sure he would have served time if it was a leftist judge, and there seems to be a lot more of them these days. Let's hope Trump does something about it.
So I think you were missing my point earlier, Mojo and Civics. My main point is if it weren't for the left and the transgenders and the advocates over there crying and saying, oh, they have to either have their own rights or have to be able to use the bathroom that they're identifying as, I think that's where the problem went. So as a reactive measure, the Republican Party was like, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. And so it's like the squeakiest wheel got the grease on this one, and it worked in the opposite way.
I'm sorry.
So y'all are
I'm
over
sorry.
here bitching about it, and if people would have just kept their mouths shut,
I just wanna say
operated
one
like
thing.
normal, I
Wait,
think
let
we
him
would all be
finish.
fine. That's it.
Go ahead, Ash, because I got two things to say.
Me too.
Well, objective went right after Donovan, so I wanted to jump in and just to Donovan's point. Shit. Damn it, you went too long. I lost it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Loudoun County, to say that it's a liberal county is just farce. We're both from Virginia. Loudoun County is not a blue county, right? It has in that school. We have no idea how that school board happened, and I'm pretty sure a lot of those school board members got voted out after that happened, right? So there's consequences to them not doing anything about it. And Frugal, again, let's stick to facts. Let's please, for the love of God, you're a smart guy. You're always fucking on point on everything. So why don't you and I take 20 seconds and go over all of the Democratic bills that are pushing this agenda, please?
When did I ever claim that there were these Democratic bills pushing the agendas?
You said that the Republicans were pushing back against Democrats. So the only way that they'd be pushing back against Democrats would obviously be on some kind of bill or some kind of policy that they wanted to pass. So again, because we want to stick to facts, where are the fucking bills or the policy proposals by the Democrats at the federal level that had to do anything with bathrooms? Please. Or else you're just talking about feels, which is fine. If it's just a feeling, you could just say it's just a feeling.
Civics, I objectively, if you want to rewind the tape, said that this began at the state level. And as the states continue to pass it, and then you just heard me, reiterate that this came from advocate groups, it came from the Democrats. It definitely wasn't Republicans fighting for this. And then I proceeded to say that the Republicans went and they did reactive bills, and that's why the states that then Mojo mentioned, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Dakota, Florida, Utah, man, I got a damn good memory.
Sure.
And so, and so that's what all that happened. I mean, did you forget about that conversation?
No. But push back on what?
What do you mean, what?
Push back on, that's what I mean. Push back on what? If your response is that these states had legislation to push back on what? Was there some legislation that the Democrats passed? Was there some policy that a governor signed into law? So let's go over those, Frugal.
States specifically, they were advocating and they were trying to fight for transgenders' rights to be able to identify and use the respective bathrooms to which they identified at that moment. That was.
So let's review those bills.
Yeah. Wait.
We have to go through each state.
That's fine. Go through one. Go through one of the states. That's fine. Go through. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Frugal. Stop. Frugal. Stop. What the fuck? I'm sorry, but the whole Loudoun County thing. So, yes, this guy's daughter was sexually assaulted in a bathroom. The student was transferred to another high school where he sexually assaulted somebody else. He then was later charged and convicted of sexual assault. In both cases, Scott Smith was arrested and charged with obstruction of justice and disorderly conduct for his actions at a school board meeting. So rightfully so. I mean, if you're going to obstruct justice and you're going to go in there and start screaming and yelling and pushing people around, then yeah, you're probably going to get charged. You're probably going to get arrested and charged with those things. One of the charges was dropped on an appeal, and the other was set to go to trial. In about 2 weeks, that's when he was pardoned. So it never actually went to trial. I don't know that this let anything go. The student was identifying as a female. Maybe they mishandled it in that particular school, but this didn't spark any new legislation. So I'm not sure why you would even bring this up.
That kid went on to abuse other people.
I just said that. I just said that.
Oh, did you?
I said he was transferred to another high school and he sexually assaulted another student, and then he was convicted in juvenile court for both of the assaults.
I couldn't help but notice, Mojo, you just misgendered they, them. You said he. I think I think their pronouns are she, as a matter of fact.
Okay, I'm actually not going to gender them as a she or they, them, because it seems to me that this person was just a male. And utilizing that to try as some sort of defense mechanism or some sort of defense in court.
Do they lose their leftist status the minute they commit a crime? Is that how this works?
I didn't say. I don't even know if he was a leftist. The fucking kid was in high school. Stop it.
Well, I'm just saying you took his T
He's
superpowers
a leftist.
away.
He's a
leftist.
It's a
he. Oh, okay. All right.
I just said he was a he because he sexually assaulted two females.
What?
He sexually assaulted two females, and he wasn't getting treated for dysphoria or whatever. I don't. It seems to me that he was trying to use this as some sort of excuse. I agree with that. Then that would be in that case, he should be charged with those crimes. I understand the father being upset. But causing or pushing people around and yelling and screaming at people in a school board meeting is justifiable reason to charge him with disorderly conduct as well.
But Zur could have been pansexual.
Yeah, that doesn't respond to anything I just said, but thank you.
No, it does. I'm illustrating to you how ridiculous
this really didn't lead to any kind of legislation either. So this is one particular case where, I don't know, you might have seen this happen, but I'm not sure how you guys are going to bring this up about legislation. And even if it did,
I'm giving you a glimpse.
Even if it did, it would be Republicans bringing that legislation forth. Like I said, it's always been Republicans that have been pushing this. Women get sexually, Donovan, women get sexually assaulted all the time. Like every fucking day, women get sexually assaulted.
Hey, Donovan.
Yo.
So it was a male student.
Wearing a dress in the girls' restroom?
I don't know if he was wearing a dress.
It literally says.
No, that was
because do you also have the same ire for the female student that attacked his daughter 3 months later in the bathroom?
I don't know about that case. Do you have any names like I provided?
Yeah, so if you look at ABC 13 News, it is an article from January 19th of 2022 that said a Loudoun County high school student.
You're killing me, Smalls.
What?
I said you're killing me, Smalls. You got to be more concise, please.
Loudoun County Schools SA victim was allegedly attacked by a classmate, teen charged. And in the article, it states, Scott Smith says his daughter was attacked by a 15-year-old female student in September, more than 3 months after she was essayed by a male student in a school bathroom.
I don't think you're reading the entire story.
ABC 13. Are you in Houston, Sammy?
What is that?
No.
How are you getting ABC 13?
Answer her question.
You know there's more than one ABC 13, right?
I don't know,
This
I
is
feel like
ABC 13 in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, what Sammy is trying to say is that Scott Smith's daughter was assaulted by a girl, by a female.
Scott Smith says his daughter was attacked by a 15-year-old female student in September, more than 3 months after she was SA'd by a male student in a school bathroom.
Yeah, again, I don't think you're I don't think you're up on this entire story, Sammy. You should probably look deeper into the story.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's crazy to me. It's like you have a lot to say about a 1% situation, but like not the thousands and hundreds of thousands of women who literally get assaulted by people in your government, your president, every single day.
You guys literally are taking intersex 0.001% of the population and using it to change the rules for the entire coury. So here you have an example where you're taking the extreme minority and again changing the way everything works behind that.
Social norms change over time, Donovan. That's how societies work, right?
So you're saying you want to be progressive
in this country.
Well, I guess because essentially what you see as progression, we don't necessarily see as progression. Now, you can't take...
Because you literally want women not to be able to vote.
Can we
that's nonsense.
Can we do a back and forth conversation? Peg, Donovan, you guys do this every time.
This third wave needs to control herself. I shut up for her, even if she talks over me.
You do not shut up for me, for what?
I do.
The only time I've heard you shut up is for civics or Mojo.
Untrue. That's just when the only tool you have is a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. That's
to be clear. I shut up for nobody.
Bingo card.
W Google.
Okay, I mean we can start crying and moaning when you overtalk us if you'd like.
Let's do it, civics. Can we start with you?
Yeah. I mean, once you go on your diatribes, as soon as somebody sneezes, you start fucking freaking out.
Fuck yeah, let's go, bro.
You just have the emotional capacity of a fucking goldfish.
I like goldfish. They're good. The cheddar ones are great.
And Donovan, again, because I delved even more into the case, yes, the boy was wearing a skirt, but he has never been actually
yeah, so he lost.
Wait, hold on, Donovan. Let her finish that statement, please. He's never officially been what?
He has never been officially termed as transgender.
You really don't want to go down this road, Sammy. You really don't.
Does wearing a skirt mean that they're transgender?
Okay. So, do you understand what I say?
The answer is no. The answer is no, Donovan.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Do you understand what I'm trying to say by whenever because this person broke the law, they lost their status?
Wait, I got a question.
You got a phone call. Before you go, Ellis had her hand up in comments.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
What up, Ella?
Hi, Ella.
Hello. Hello, friend.
I think it is wonderful that you found one case that you can discuss while in the last 3 months, 7 trans individuals have been unalived for no good reason.
That's horrible. And they should, the people that did that should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
But can I ask my question now? And I'm being genuine here.
Y'all are just going to gloss over that.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to, Ella. I think it's tragic as well, but I don't know where you were going with it. Yeah, it's a tragic.
Well, how does
event.
that?
Nobody thinks. Yeah.
How doesn't it make sense in the context of the conversation?
I didn't. I mean, what do you want us to talk about? Like if we go look at how many people died yesterday, it's tragic. I mean, then nobody wants anybody to die, and I bet a lot of people died yesterday that didn't deserve to die.
You want to tell me that these are not
today?
You
right
want
now,
to tell me that
right now that doesn't deserve to die?
Hey, yeah, you don't have to add that on there. Go ahead, Ellen.
I'm just saying.
You want to tell me that these are not hate crimes, that it is not an issue, that we should not protect the trans community from these actions?
No, I don't believe in hate crimes. I believe a crime is a crime. If you murder somebody, it's murder. I don't believe it's like, we add it because you were angry about it. I mean, I'm sorry.
No, like these people are literally being unalived by people who just don't like that they're trans. Like they are being unalived for.
Yeah, somebody was unalived because they looked at somebody the wrong way yesterday. I mean, Ella, it happens every day. And you're trying to make it specific about you're doing what exactly I started with. You're trying to make it specific about a category, and this is where the problem.
But it is, and you know where the problem started. It did start on the Republican side. It started with an ad campaign during Trump's run for president. That is the biggest. They created the boogeyman. Trans people in general don't ask for anything other than to just be left alone and be allowed to live their lives the way they choose to. And it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt anyone in your environment. It doesn't do shit to any of you.
But it does, Ella, because it's 1% of the population. I mean, they don't care about that 1% of the population when they're unalive systematically or with accuracy or whatever you want to call it, targets on their back. But they certainly care when that person, that 1% population, wants to use the fucking restroom. God damn it.
Well, again, hold on. So I had a question, so I'm going to ask the question, then I'm going to give you an example of what y'all guys are talking about here. So my question is y'all were talking about the person in the dress, right, and all that kind of great stuff, and then you're like, no, he's not a transgender. Like, when are y'all, when do they get to claim transgender, and when do they don't get to claim transgender?
When they identify as a transgender.
Hold on, I'm not done.
You
I'll say the end when I'm done. How about that, Civics? Like, how about this is a new rule? I will always announce when I'm done, and that way you don't have to worry about if I'm done or not, or if I'm taking a breath.
Frugal. This is why you asked the question.
I don't understand.
This is why you asked the question at the end instead of the beginning. Yeah.
If you're gonna ask 2 questions, then say 2-part question and then say it. Come on, be a professional.
But yeah, it's like the selective.
I told you that petulant fucking child. As soon as somebody started speaking over him, he's just gonna fucking leave. As if he wasn't doing it to Ella, as if he wasn't doing it to Tennis, as if he doesn't do it all the fucking time.
Yeah, but again, Ella was speaking. Go ahead, Ella.
I don't have too much more to say. Like, I'm just, which bathrooms should this person use?
Men's room.
The women's room.
Exactly, but according to the right wing's logic, this person should be using the women's room because
the bathroom argument is silly. The bathroom argument is silly, Ella. I mean, you're going to use the bathroom that you pass for, or unisex bathroom. I mean, that's easy.
You might agree with that now, but most people on the right don't, and that is often the argument that comes up. And they'll speak about people who are transitioning from male to female, but they'll never speak of those who are transitioning from female to male. And this is one of those examples.
It's because they want to glorify the days of when men walked into a bathroom and all peed into the same trough. Like, this is, like, I've been saying this for a long time. It's a solvable problem. I agree with Donovan. The bathroom issue is silly because all we need to do is invest into the infrastructure to make everything just like, if you want to do individual stalls or if you want to just put,
Donovan agrees.
Whatever.
Donovan
Yeah.
agrees. Everybody in the panel is going to agree with that. By the way, those fucking those troughs, goddamn fucking horrible. I can't believe anybody ever fucking did that.
Oh, yeah.
Do the ladies even know what
There was
we're
just
talking
holes
about?
for a while.
Do
Yeah.
the ladies know what we're talking about right now?
Oh yeah, because I break into the men's restroom all the time. If I have to pee, I'm gonna pee.
Yeah, those things are awful.
That's what I was going for.
I've also seen people not be aware of what the troughs are and wash their hands in it because it's always trippy.
Dude, yeah, I've seen that too.
Oh
That's
my
crazy.
God.
Why is the sink so low and
Hey,
huge?
Princess just said, I go into the men's room all the time.
I do. If there's a line in the women's restroom, which there always is, hell yeah. I'm like, cover what you don't want seen, guys, because I'm coming in. I need to pee.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, men are
Men
probably
don't
not
have
going
to
to say
worry about
no,
saying that.
and yeah, men are probably going to not really care much one way or another, but they will probably also protect her in the bathroom too to make sure that nobody's doing anything salacious.
You know, can you guys hear me? Because
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I mean, in New York, I mean, they have, shared bathrooms all over the city now, and it's just not a big deal, right? People just use, men and women, they all use the same bathrooms, and it's not an issue. I don't know why this thing is such a problem.
There's a children's book that's called Everybody Poops. I don't know if you heard of it. It's actually pretty well rated, but everyone pees and poops. So like the fact that like there's different areas for your private time is just silly. We just need to update infrastructure to reflect the values of everyone.
I used to have that as a coffee table book just to upset people when they visit it. It's great.
Love it. Or
Better
maybe
bathroom book, but I like that.
we should just regulate and punish men who abuse women and children. So again, it's like don't be afraid of us. We're your protectors, but at the same time fear us because we're also degenerative. Like maybe we just hold bad actors accountable.
Yeah, I agree. By the way, Donovan, you mentioned something about pansexuality earlier I think it was in reference to the person that you said assaulted someone in a bathroom. That has nothing to do with being transgender. So as the word says, transgender is all about gender, and being pansexual is all about your sexuality. The two are separate.
Yeah, I know. They were trying to say that simply because the locus of his obsession was females, that they were using those pronouns, he instead of they, them.
Actually, that was you, Donovan, because I said he, and you challenged my use of pronouns there.
Yeah, I said
and you
they,
brought that. Yeah, you brought that shit up, not me. And I told you why I used the term he.
And apparently every other news article also did not use the correct pronouns, Mojo, because I did not find a they, them in any of the articles. They were all he.
Well, that's probably why I said it too,
Which elicited my original question. Does he lose his trans superpowers when he's accused of a crime? And yes, I used he. Which is what you're doing.
I don't know what trans superpowers are.
Well, they don't get the protections of the community. That's why it's being downplayed. That this, I mean, do you suppose it was a shtick that this person adopted simply to get access to female restrooms?
I would absolutely protect a transgender person if they were.
The answer is yes.
If they were convicted of armed robbery, I would absolutely protect their identity and their pronouns.
I just don't understand, Donovan, how you don't understand that this was created. This isn't about Democrats or the left pushing an agenda. Like, if you look at the timeline, how things rolled out, it is very clear that it is the Republicans who had created an issue, and Democrats are simply saying, we want people to have equal rights, to feel safe.
No, that's nonsense.
How's that nonsense?
It's nonsense because it wasn't the Republicans that want individuals who have gone through male puberty to be competing in female sports. That's something that the left pushes. They push it because of a political dogma, and
Who's
we
pushing
on
that?
the right don't think it's fair. So we object
Who's
to
pushing
it.
that?
And when we
Specifically.
object to it, which is your objection, right? We created this boogeyman you're talking about. When we object to it, we get called bigots and homophobes and ists and all the nasty
Because you
shit
brought
you
it
guys
up.
come up with.
Yeah, because you brought it up.
You say we speak German. Well, how dare we not comply with a radical leftist agenda? Oh, and then we say it in German.
No, it's the same reason that you have this shit to talk about men, gays and women in the military and everything else. You just want to just complain. You have to point out, like, I don't like this type of person. Comply. That's not about complying. It's about complaining.
It is.
You complain. All you do is fucking complain.
No, this
about
is the whole thing
type
with
of people
tests.
in a certain place in fucking space and time.
Okay. This is exactly why Ketanji Brown Jackson, a nominee to the Supreme Court of the United States, was asked directly, because we're aware of the political games you people play. You delude yourself and then demand that others engage in your delusion. It's disgusting. It's authoritarianism with a smile. They asked Ketanji Brown Jackson directly, what is a woman? And you know what she said? I know you do. Pretend you don't.
So what are the policies that have been? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sammy. You're good.
So they asked Ketanji Brown Jackson that, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't they ask Brett Kavanaugh or Amy Coney Barrett?
They were busy blaming Kavanaugh for grape. That's why they didn't ask him.
Well, why didn't they ask him?
Because we can engage with you in good faith so often.
I mean, if it's that important, why didn't they ask the other two Supreme Court justices?
Because I just answered you. Because you were too busy calling him a rapist and having Code Pink disrupt or insurrect or whatever the hell you guys call it.
You don't believe women now?
Was Amy Coney Barrett also accused of that? I missed that part. Damn.
Right?
No, I'm talking about when Code Pink crashed the confirmation hearings of Brett Kavanaugh. Were any of them charged? With insurrection? By the way.
Do you not believe women, Jonathan?
No, they weren't.
I mean,
you don't think
I think it was horrendous.
No, of course
that you're making such light of that.
Because you guys have double standards. If you didn't have double standards, you'd have no standards at all. Look at what Joe Biden did to Clarence Thomas when he was getting confirmed.
Civics and
because
PEG,
he wasn't on the right side of the political aisle.
Civics and PEG are threatening the president right now.
I had my hand up for a little bit, so I'm just going to chime in. Donovan, do you know that when someone starts transitioning from man to woman, when they start the feminine hormone therapy, that they lose a whole lot of muscle mass, upper body strength, just in general? They, I'm going to use your favorite word, they become feminized. Did you know that?
Okay.
So it's like what, 0.0002% of the population that is trans and tries to be an athlete. And two, when they do as a man, they're no longer a man at that point. Their muscle mass, their muscles, it doesn't fit their strength. So it is pretty much on par with competing with women. So what's the problem?
Do you remember what Lance Armstrong ultimately got hit with and lost his Tour de France title? Do you know what he was doing? It wasn't human growth hormone. It wasn't steroids. All he was doing was adding oxygen to his blood. That's it.
So what?
Because at those levels, it represents an unfair advantage. And you guys would have us take leave of our senses simply so that you can virtue signal and force your political agenda on the rest of the planet. And this is a perfect example, Peg Princess, love that name. This is a perfect example of where you guys take, just like Ella said, 0.0002% of the population and attempt to change everything about Title IX. I mean, it's crazy. You're essentially letting women. You're essentially letting women. You're letting men into women's spaces. You're completely obliterating Title IX, and then here's the funny part. 5 seconds later, you guys complain about men. I mean, you're letting men run all over the sacred spaces that we created for you. And then you let them do that, and then you complain about men. It's the funniest fucking
where
thing.
you guys get to
If it wasn't
us
real,
and not
I would
face
be
any
crying.
consequences, the sacred places where the presidential seat
the
is
women's
taken
dressing
up by a rapist, a child unaliver. I don't think these places that you think are sacred are as sacred as they actually are. And again, I'm controversial as hell. I think trans sports, again, I protect women's sports. That's one thing. There's a lot of nuance in there. I was an athlete. So again, biologically, women and men can be different and that how they express with their bodies. I don't approve necessarily of trans women in cis women's sports. I don't. And I'm working on that myself. However, do they still have a right to exist in the bodies that they want to and be addressed in the way that they want to and be viewed in the way? Yeah, I don't care if they use my restroom.
Let them do that. That's
I don't care if they
fine.
do those things. And the thing is, I don't understand why you're so obsessed with like a 1% of the population when you literally have 1 in 3 women who are getting sexually assaulted on the streets that you have nothing to say about that. In fact, you put them in the highest office. You put those kinds of men. I'm not done, Donovan. I'm not done. You put those kinds of men who assault women and children in the highest office and call it justice and the best thing that happened to America in a century.
Get your bingo card out. Listen, perverting the justice system is not the flex that you think it is. Okay.
A 1% differential is not perverting the justice system. You know what is perverting the justice system? Putting a bunch of pedos in office.
Bringing out E. Jean Carroll to go after Trump. That's perverting the justice system.
We're just trading at homes here. Can we go back to what you said, Donovan?
Yes.
Again, I'm going to do the same treatment that I gave Frugal. Try not to freak out. On the one hand, we want businesses to have the right to do whatever the fuck they want. There is no legislation. You guys are believing the boogeyman as if this is what the Democrats want. If a private business or a school who has rules like a school board or a superintendent or a county to answer to, if they want to change the rules, then focus that energy on that county or that school board or that business. But whatever the fuck they want to do, if they want to create unisex washrooms, that's up to them, right? Or bathrooms, that's up to them. But there is no fucking legislation that is coming from the Democrats that are trying to change these laws. You guys are fucking making a straw man, creating a boogeyman out of it, and then having us react to it. None of that has happened.
Because they are succeeding in their policy aims without having to pass legislation. They're doing this stuff through committee. They're doing this stuff through school boards. They're doing this stuff in board of trustees in colleges that are infiltrated for the most part by radical leftists. We know this. We've known this. What are you even talking about? So we have to pass legislation in order to stop you from doing this crazy stuff, and then you object to the fact that we have to pass legislation? It's bonkers, civics.
No,
I feel like I'm taking
these
crazy
are private
pills.
institutions who make up their own rules. So do we want the state to be involved in these private institutions?
And we have to pass legislation to stop them from perverting Title IX and destroying women's sports.
So then you want more government. So then you want more government and you want more regulation.
Out of the norm. I mean, it's crazy. I hate having to say that, but that's how most of the electorate feels when it comes to this issue.
Republicans are gaslighting Democrats. I'm sorry to interject real quick. I'm going to stop in just a second, but like this shit from Donovan, this is the same talking points. Like you want to create a problem and then blame us for like trying to address it. I'm sick of Democrats playing fucking catch up, playing defense. Like this is our time to be playing offense, and fuck you for like saying that like we are like have this agenda. The only time that anyone's ever said anything is when we've been like, oh yeah, we should probably make sure that these people feel safe and these people are included in part of society. Like the whole reason that there's a movement is because it is bore out of the fact that they feel repressed in some way. That's always how movements have been started and created. So I'm sorry, but no one's going to apologize for, there's no agenda. There's no like fucking leftist agenda for just helping people be a part of fucking society, Donovan.
Do you watch South Park?
Used to when I was a child.
Okay. Do you remember when PC Principal's wife, Strong Independent Woman, do you remember when she went to compete in like an Olympic Games and who she had to compete against? The reason I bring this up is because Trey Parker and Matt Stone have this uncanny ability to cut right through the bullshit and kind of show everyone what is happening or what the future may hold if the policies, the agendas are completed. And I thought that episode was okay. So it doesn't matter how I feel, right? What matters is how the electorate feels, how the majority of the American people feel. Because we're up here on political panels trying to bring people to our way of thinking using logic, reason, grace, and warmth. Ooh, look, I'm hitting all the bingo spots today. And with regards to this issue, I think you should probably think about the things that Trey Parker and Matt Stone said, because we're ultimately talking about fairness. I'm gonna land right here, Civics, because I know you want to say something. I'm gonna land right here. The reason I brought up Lance Armstrong is because that simple bit of oxidation of blood was deemed unfair to competitors. And that is nothing compared to the power of male puberty.
Cool.
Okay, can I say something? I have
Sure.
Just really quick. I just want to point out that what everybody's been talking about here and the agenda that the right had, and specifically Donald Trump, in making this a big issue, and just like he did with immigration, he amplified that issue. It was always an issue, but he made it the boogeyman, and he made the trans issue the boogeyman, right? Trans people have existed throughout history, okay? There was a big case, when Renee Richards competed in women's tennis. She transitioned, and people didn't, before it was gay people, right? They had to make that, they ostracized gay people, right? So now, in the last 10 years or so, or less than, they've made this the boogeyman, right? So this is bullshit. This is trans people, of course, everybody keeps saying it, they constitute such a small percentage of society, but they have existed throughout history. So why is this such a big thing for you people on the right?
Did you not hear anything I said?
Did you hear what I asked you?
Yeah, I did. It's not a boogeyman.
Answer that.
It's not a boogeyman.
This is not a new issue.
What it is the restoration. No, it's the restoration of truth. It's the restoration of fairness. And you guys think that simply because you want to virtue signal and drag us along with your delusion, that if we don't comply with your delusion, that we are somehow bad. When in fact, what is happening is that we are simply setting things right, and you guys hate us for it. Okay.
What do you think now, Donovan? That's exactly what the feminists have been saying. We're talking about fairness. We're talking about truth. We're talking about rightness. And that's it. You finally got it. Congratulations, Donovan. I'm going to send you a pink hat in the mail.
Ella wanted to say something.
No, I don't even care anymore.
Again, Tennis said what I wanted to say, but let's reiterate it. This is a non-issue. You guys made it an issue. You made it a boogeyman. The only thing that the left has been advocating for is that these people are people and they exist and they should have rights just like everybody else. And that's pretty much it. Ella said it. They just simply want to exist. The people on the left just simply want to let them exist. That's it. And God forbid moving forward that we just have unisex washrooms. Like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Every time you've gone to the bathroom in an airport, in an airplane, that's a unisex washroom. The fuck's wrong with building those?
Yeah, I know. We already said that. Civics.
I don't even think. Did you bring this up, Donovan, or was it Frugal? Because I think it was Frugal that brought it up. I think it was Frugal that said that we were the ones who started it, and they have to fight back against it.
I think so.
Yeah. But yet, every talking point that the right-wingers, within the TikTok sphere at the very least, bring up is straight from that ad campaign that I keep mentioning. They have zero original thought.
Yeah.
And honestly, here's my thing about it. There's the easiest way to lie is by putting a little bit of truth in there. And there is a boogeyman in this world, and it is people who do things that are unconscionable, that we as agree in society is unconscionable. And to say that there's any one group of people who don't exhibit the same ratio of good and bad is silly to me. But the vanishingly small percentage, I mean, you're talking about trans people, you're talking about like 0.007 or something. The amount of people who are doing dubious things, whether actually trans or pretending to be, is so vanishingly small, is just absolutely silly to be sitting up here talking for months about with people.
Ash, what is a woman?
I'm gonna go ahead and guess your wife.
I am whatever you say I am. And
Keep going, Mojo.
In the wife's worst of Eminem. I'll leave it there.
It's an adult female there. Go ahead, Donovan. Why does it matter?
I'm sorry, what? What did you say?
An adult female.
No. you missed a really important word.
Human?
There you go. Adult human female. That is a woman.
I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. Trump's supposed to release all the files on the aliens, so I'm waiting for that.
An adult Republican male is a bitch, so I don't know.
Oh.
Accurate.
Sassy.
I'd like to remind people too, when it comes to South Park, they also had Trump fucking Satan, and they also had J.D. Vance portrayed as Tattoo from Fantasy Island, which is fucking hilarious.
That's a good strategy that you took right there. Well done. It was a calculated risk. I didn't know if any were, the episode I brought up is famous, so.
Yeah, I put down in the comments that Donovan must not have watched the past 3 seasons of South Park if he wants to bring it up.
Right? Seriously.
Well, they signed a new contract, so I'm just going to say that. Who did they sign the contract with? Disney. So, yeah.
I thought they signed a big contract with Paramount.
When is Trump going to try to get them taken off the air?
He already did. I think that's why they switched to Disney.
So then, well, wait a second, though. So if they're under the thumb of Disney now, then you're saying that Matt Stone and Trey Parker don't say it like it is.
I'm saying that with regards to Trump,
the one thing that you agreed with that they said is what you're saying that was their actual opinion. Not
there's
all
a lot of there. Yeah. Well, I mean, before they got with Paramount and Disney, yeah, they were when they were specifically with Comedy Central, it was more they were standing up to the powers that be. They're going to say whatever they want to say, but now it's a little more. I mean, come on, there's a lot of there with Trump.
Wait. Are they not standing up to the powers that be now?
Well, of course they are.
When did Disney buy Paramount?
What's the fucking difference?
I don't know. They're saying in the comments it was just Paramount.
Yeah, Disney didn't buy Paramount.
Disney the right's always got to make victims of the marginalized communities, and it's so consistent, and it's so divisive. It's really clear as day to anyone who has any sort of 10,000-foot view of politics and history. And so the right is consistently on the wrong side of history. For those who come up here defending Trump, it's just insanity. It's ridiculous is what it is.
I would say
on August 2nd, 2019, Disney and Paramount merged. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, did they? Shit.
No.
Yeah, in 2019.
Go ahead, Ella.
Thank you. I just want to get a few things out before I need to go because these conversations just take it out of me.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out that 47% of trans youth report some kind of assault, whether it's verbal, physical, sexual, in school. 47%. That's a very high number. And this is from, let me scroll up the National Library of Medicine. So I would assume that these numbers are fairly accurate. With that said, this is a conversation, a discussion, a debate that I think is both silly but also very important. The silly part is the bathroom part, or saying that like somehow we're going to trans all your kids, or whatever the right-wing daily talking points are. The reason why this conversation is important is because they just want to live the way you and I do, unbothered, doing whatever they need to do to get ahead in life. They're not trying to make anyone uncomfortable. They're not trying to force anyone to live life the way they want to. They're just trying to be themselves. And I know that that is an emotional kind of plea, but at this point, there isn't much that we can do. Like, we've shown all the numbers. I say we as in the LGBTQIA community at large, but certainly trans folks, like, we have shown all the numbers. We have shown all the surveys and the studies. Like, there's nothing left for us to do other than to just try and make sure that we protect those who are most vulnerable. And when I look at those names of 7 people in 2.5 months that have been unalived just because they're being trans for no other reason, without any other like prior issues, it's painful to watch. That's why these conversations are difficult for me. And as far as social justice W is in the comments, you made it a point to address me specifically, and so I will give you a very transparent and honest answer, and you can ridicule me all you want. I genuinely do not care. My name is Ella. I identify as a woman. I was born a woman, but I am pansexual. I love anyone, male, female, and all the individuals in between and outside of the usual spectrum. And I am proud of that. And no, I don't identify as a cat, but I will happily identify as a cat lady once I find a home where I can have all the cats that I would like. Next time you want to be mean to someone, pick better. I've seen the likes of you, and you do not impress me.
How are you, Ella?
Literally. Thank you for saying that, Ella. And I just want to say this: how do people not understand how incredibly difficult it is for people in the LGBTQ community to deal with this, and how painful and how awful it is? It's just reprehensible. Their life is hard enough as it is, without all this rhetoric and all this discrimination and all these unalivings. All right, I'm done.
They do know, and that's the thing. It's like, if you can dehumanize somebody, I feel like that's just like a pastime activity for Americans and anybody, any society, honestly. As long as they can dehumanize someone else to make themselves feel more superior, then they can claim, laws and take over authority. That's what it's all about. But again, this is where I'm going to stick with you, Donovan. It's the justice for me and not for thee. That is literally your party.
And I just want to bring up real quick, too, about the Disney Paramount thing. That's not true either. Paramount is owned by Skydance, whose CEO is David Ellison, that in April 2026 hosted the Trump Institute of Peace dinner.
Yeah, I thought Paramount and Viacom were now under the Ellison umbrella.
Yeah, they are. And they're like, David Ellison's an adamant Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Is somebody taking a
And Trey
bath?
Parker and Matt Stone still talk all kinds of shit about Trump.
They
I
do,
think
because
somebody
they
said
had
he
that in the
was
contract.
sleeping with Satan. Okay, so then they are independent, aren't they? They still say what they think. They still say whatever they
No,
want
they
to say,
just
right?
worked that into their contract, number one. And number two, the biggest part that they worked into their contract when they got paid again was that if they got fired, they'd still get the money. So it's in their best interest to at least get the ratings out of them, or if they want to fire them or cancel them or whatever, they're still getting paid.
It's a good move. Disney should probably follow suit, huh?
What? Disney has nothing to do with South Park.
Wait, didn't they merge? Hold on.
No.
I just said Disney merge with Paramount.
No, Skydance and Paramount merged.
August 2nd, 2019, the two companies agreed to remerge back into one entity, which was named Viacom CBS. The deal was closed December 4th, 2019. Viacom CBS agreed to purchase 49% stake in Miramax and was owned by Bein Media Group, BEIN. The Paramount gaining the distribution of the studio's 700 film library as well as future releases.
Look up who owns Paramount now.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah,
Why is this even important? Why am I looking up?
It's not. We're just letting you know that it's not Disney.
Brought it up, Donovan.
I just asked and read to you the answer.
That's not Disney.
No, you did. That's
what the fuck.
Paramount Global is owned and controlled by billionaire David Ellison and his production company Skydance Media.
Headquarters, 555 Melrose Avenue, Hollywood, California. Key people, Dana Goldberg, co-chair of Paramount Pictures and chair of Paramount Television. Josh Greenstein, co-chair of Paramount Pictures and vice chair of platforms. Who did you say owned it? Ellison?
David Ellison.
The divisions are Nickelodeon Movies, Paramount Aviation, Paramount Home Entertainment, Paramount Music, Paramount Players, Skydance Animation.
Is anyone else waiting for Disney?
All right,
I don't see anything about that.
I just typed in, are Disney and Paramount owned by the same company? No, Disney and Paramount are not owned by the same company. They're entirely separate, competing media conglomerates.
Yeah, dude, you might be confusing when Disney bought Fox. And not Fox News or Fox Sports, but just all the entities of 20th Century Fox.
These are mega alternate facts, I think.
Yeah, this was, out of everything I said, this was the important bit, right? Jesus
Why would
Christ.
you have to say it in the first place?
It's all important.
We got to correct you every chance we get, right? Because
No,
you
that's
say
good.
so many
No, I
crazy
appreciate the
things.
correction. It's just such an obscure fucking piece. I mean, it's such an obscure piece of everything that I said. This is what you guys focus on?
You went on a
It's like you
10-minute
get
thing
it,
about
Donovan.
1
Talking
second.
about, I've been sitting here
1
watching
second.
dogfights for 10 minutes, listening to
You went
y'all
on a
bloviate,
10-minute
and this is
rant
what you bring up?
about a South Park episode, talking about how great Matt Stone and Trey Parker
because I
are.
said Trey Parker and Matt Stone
no.
have their pulse
Hold
on the
on,
zeitgeist.
Donovan.
And you guys are
And
now talking
Donovan, hold on.
I said that you hadn't watched the last 3 seasons of South Park. You then said,
and what does that mean?
He's trying to
about
explain
Trump
it.
fucking Satan.
Trump, right? Right.
Okay. Donovan,
Yes.
would
Okay.
you let him
Independent.
explain it? Donovan, would you let him fucking explain it?
Well,
Jesus
he's
Christ.
repeating himself.
No, he's
so
not.
Then you said that, oh, well, Disney owns South Park now, so fucking blah, 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 blah. Disney does not own South Park. You then backtracked on that and said, oh, well, they're still independent. I agreed with you on that. The entire point was that you were saying that fucking South Park, was telling the truth at one point in time, in your opinion, but when they were quote unquote bought by Disney, which they weren't, that they weren't doing that. That's the entire point that I'm making, is that you were just saying some random shit.
No, it's not random shit. I was bringing up the fact that they have.
It's random shit.
Okay. Let me know when you're done. You done? All right, good. What I was bringing up is the fact that they have their pulse on the zeitgeist, and by making an episode like that, it's thoughtful. It sheds light on what the American electorate, I think, are thinking. And specifically with Trump, in addition to the possibility that they were fine with hitting Trump because they were possibly owned by Disney now, because there's no love lost between the two. Okay, fine, I was wrong. But that was the main point, what they were saying about this issue. And not so much who fucking owns Paramount. It just seemed like a strange detail for you to glom onto.
You were the one that brought it up.
Donovan, is, do you think the
No,
majority of
we were
Americans
talking about trans issues. We were talking about the idea that you guys can offer this lie to the American people and then get upset when we call you out as liars.
Do you think the majority of Americans care? about trans.
Well, yeah, I do. That's why Donald Trump got elected. Don't you?
No.
No.
That's
Oh,
what
okay.
that's what Republicans care about. I don't think people
Well,
care.
yeah, more of them voted than Democrats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then,
Because
yeah,
they
they
didn't
care.
like what was
Obviously,
going on.
they
in the
care, or
political
Kamala
field.
Harris would be president, right?
Can you stop cutting her off, please? Because I can't even hear a question.
It's fine. Yeah, it is what it is. This is Donovan. I mean, again, it's a bunch of liberals going after Donovan. I get it. Donovan's getting in his defenses. He's getting in his feels.
No, actually, I'm watching dogfights between 5th gen fighters and F-14s. It's fascinating. Thrust vectoring is an amazing thing.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about that. When you said dogfights, I thought you meant literal dogs. I was going to ask you, are you fucking sick bastard? Are you really doing that? Shit.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I give you more credit than that, Donovan.
I totally inflamed an audience of like 100,000 on John Hancock one day for that issue for Michael Vick.
Jesus
Like I sat back and listened to like 20 angry people call about my phone call to this radio show. It was hilarious.
And you smiled ear to ear
I
the entire
did.
fucking time, didn't you?
I did. Oh, it was so much fun. It got to the point where the producers knew my voice and were like, yeah, what are you going to say? I told them what I was going to say. But yeah, what I said, I reminded the entire audience about Michael Vick because everybody was calling up. Because Americans love their dogs. Everyone was calling up, be like, oh, screw Michael Vick, this and that, all seeing all this horrible stuff. They get bleeded off, all this kind of stuff. So I called up and I said, I want to remind your audience, John, if you've ever been bear hunting before, plot hounds generally, you sit back, you let your plot hounds go and you listen to them bark. And they have different barks when they're looking for a scent, and then when they find a scent, and then when they're chasing the bear, and then when they get him in the tree, and when they bark at a certain frequency, that's when you go out there and get him out of the tree. But from time to time, plot hounds get mauled or even unalived. And this is totally natural. This is a part of our tradition. You know, these dogs fight. It's part of and they don't feel whole unless they're allowed to complete their evolutionary purpose. And it's a brutal thing. And man, his audience was pissed because what it did was it softened Michael Vick. They all wanted to be really mad at Michael Vick for what he did. And now, for the record, what he did was gross. But the way the vitriol that was being applied against him, ultimately and essentially, so these people can virtue signal and feel better about themselves, I thought needed to be pointed out. And they were
but
pissed.
are you not as guilty? Again, we're talking about hypocrites and how you don't understand that word. Are you not as guilty in doing the same? Like, this is what's crazy to me, Jonathan, is like you state the obvious, and I'm like, oh, it's like almost like you can get feminism. Oh, it's almost like you can get bear hunting. Trans rights should be respected too. It's like you harp on these things, and then you're like, well, it's only this small population, right? It's only the small population. So why are you so hand over like fist about the situation itself?
Wait, am I guilty of what?
It's like you dance around the point and the rationale behind everything that you buck against, and you like completely miss it.
Wait, again, it sounds like you're objecting to the fact that I don't comply to your nonsense.
No, it's that you're incendiary for no reason, and then you delight in the fact that you're that way, and then like you complain that everybody else is actually fighting just to simply exist.
Because I offer a different perspective?
No, because you're just doing it to be contrarian, and it's weird, and it's gross.
No,
and you want to talk about being
I'm
gross.
applying logic and reason.
No, you're not.
I'm
You're
not
just
being
being
contrarian.
incendiary and gross.
How
Peg,
is anything... What the fuck?
Hold on real quick. Peg, ironically, this is a pun. I pegged him the other day. It was he either gets in a argument with his liberal wife or his liberal mother, and then he comes on these panels to vent.
I think you're 100% correct.
Hey, Donovan, I heard you got cooked by Parker and Dean.
Negative.
I just wanted to come back up and make a quick statement. As far as I know, because Donovan made the assertion that the majority of the electorate voted for Trump because of the trans issue. I would like to point out that the majority of the electorate actually did not vote. More people did not vote than people who voted for Trump.
The majority of the electorate that voted.
But that does make it so that the actual population in the U.S. that is eligible to vote, the vast majority does not care about those issues, because that would be the people who did not vote for Trump or the people who didn't vote at all.
Can I ask you a question, Ella?
No, I'm going to drop.
Yeah,
Good.
you know what? I'm going to go out there and say that probably most people were voting on economics, and turns out Trump didn't really deliver very well.
No.
Also, immigration, I would say, because he made that he was going to go after all the felons and all the gang people that are immigrants, right?
And he's concerned about trans, but he doesn't care about pedophiles. That really blows my mind.
Yeah, right. That's
I
a
don't
very
think you
good
can
point.
use that word.
Yeah, you should probably say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that his marketing team did a wonderful job, and Project 2025 did a wonderful job. The Heritage Foundation, they made this whole immigration thing a thing. Nobody really cared about it in his first term, but they spent 4 years trying to drum up all the crap surrounding it, and T people and the pandemic and the economy, suggesting the economy was bad. They convinced a whole lot of people in this country of absolute falsities, and I guess you have to give it to them. I don't know.
Nobody used to care about AB either.
Well, no, that's not true. I think there was always a discussion about AB. I remember going to school and having those. They would have organizations set up in the middle of the square of the school, and they would have 30-foot banners with aborted fetuses on them, and they would
What was that? Like in the 80s?
No,
This
this is early 2000s.
Oh, see, I went to school in the 60s and 70s, so it wasn't a thing back then.
Well, I think they fought against it back then too. I mean, Roe passed in '73. There was a
Right.
lot of arguments from in the '70s for it. Maybe the '80s it kind of got set aside a little bit because of all the other crap that was going on. But
Well, it was always a hot button issue. It was always
birth control. It was always about birth control in the 60s and the 70s, right? Like family planning, and then it came directly to AB.
Well, and it's funny because they didn't want them to teach sex education. They didn't want to teach them about birth control. And then they didn't want them to have ABs. It's like, what? Oh, they're supposed to just, be virgins till they get married. And, I mean, it's not going to happen. I mean, there's some that do. But, I don't know. It's goofy.
I tried to be a virgin till I was married, and then I was turned 18 and had sex in a playground in the girls' backyard.
Whoa, stop!
Bro,
Don't don't tell that story any further.
In a tunnel slide.
Oh my God, it's Sterling.
How's your Ebola going?
Those backyard jungle gyms that people put together.
Stop it, dude! Stop! You're gonna get me banned.
I don't think I have Ebola. I definitely think I got some sort of flu-like thing. My armpits were sweating all day. It was really bad. I went to this wellness center and they did some stuff to me, and I feel better.
Sweet. Looks like as of an hour ago, we're trading strikes with Iran again.
Oh no!
Wait, I thought we reached a peace agreement or something.
You believe Trump? That's fucking hilarious.
And Ballot Jack, maybe you could answer the question. Why was Trump so mad at Oman?
I think I have a tick in my head.
Can you please not do that?
I'm sorry, Mojo.
Oman,
recently?
Oman and Iran are in talks about how to do a joint venture with the Strait of Hormuz, and Trump's not happy about that, and so he was shit talking Oman on Truth Social, and that's about as far as it's gone.
Yeah, he was like, "I'm gonna bomb them." I'm like, "What the heck?"
Because they're skirting
the U.S. Do you think this is going to end all peace talks for a while?
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, it may or may not.
There is no peace talks. Iran has been very clear about what they're willing and not willing to accept, and Trump cannot swallow that.
Right.
Yeah, they have not been sending experts on Iran. Like, you need serious negotiators to actually negotiate. You can't send like Jared Kushner and shit.
I think the whole propaganda about peace talks or delay and everything is just propaganda, so the American people just like become okay with this going on, with this war going on. Like, he doesn't want to admit that we're in a full-scale war with Iran just yet. He wants it to keep becoming digestible to us, but eventually, you know, we will all come to the conclusion this is full-scale war that's going to last 10 years.
He declared it as such. Like, the reason why he hasn't officially said it, like, in public, like, well, he has said it in public talks, but the thing is, he can't do it without congressional approval, and so that's why he's kind of dancing around the subject. But
I thought you only have 30 days. I thought you only have 30 days. Is that 30 days consistent?
No,
the 30 days is up, isn't it?
No, it's 60 days, but the because of the ceasefire, quote unquote, it's ended. But the reason that he's doing this is so he can fuck with the market.
So every time he puts in a ceasefire, it delays it?
Yeah, according to the executive branch, it does.
It justifies the military-industrial complex, doesn't it?
Yeah,
but like, what he'll do is, Iran will do some shit. Oil prices will fucking soar. He'll make a post on Truth Social, fucking oil prices will drop. A bunch of fucking rich people who are in the inner circle will then buy futures, and then some more shit will happen, and they're molesting the money supply. That's all they're fucking doing.
Molesting.
Market manipulation.
Did you just say molesting the money supply?
Yes.
Yeah, massaging.
I was just about to say, this is not financial advice, but if anybody wants to make a crap ton of money, put out as long as you can a put option or a call option, whichever one talks about the price going up. Take a contract out as long as you can going out in domestic oil production companies.
Yeah, no, putting out is what you did on that playground.
Wait, why'd you have to bring it back to that? Stop that.
Dude, I was so scared. I just
Stop.
I just
See, I knew he was going to start talking about it again. You can't put cheese
I
in
remember
front of this
thinking
guy.
in my mind, like, what's all the...
Stop talking about it.
Because, I wore a condom, so I was like, what's all the fuss about this? Why is
Civics,
everybody
I blame
doing
you. I blame you, Civics. I fucking blame you.
You're going to have to take action, Mojo, if you want him to stop.
Yeah, it was my fault.
Yeah, guys,
it was teed up there.
if you haven't had sex yet, just wait for marriage. Like, seriously, it could have saved me a lot of problems, a lot of money.
You know what I just thought of? The other day, Donovan, you were talking about oil and why are we so against oil? And I wanted you to, do you know that our human cells have plastics in them? Oh, he dropped. Well, yeah, our human cells have plastic in them.
The average adult human has the amount of plastic of a plastic fork in your brain right now.
Right.
I think it's a myth. I read something that's actually not totally accurate.
I love when Peg talks to us from the bathroom.
Are you taking a bath, Peg?
Me? No, I'm putting together a water tower thing.
Oh.
So that's what the name of a bathtub is now.
I can show you. I hate this fucking thing. This is the second time I've tried to put this shit together, and I'm dying. I'm pretty savvy, but I can't.
Yeah, what's a water tower?
I'll show you.
I can't wait.
I'll show you right now. This.
Show me your water tower.
Put her on the big screen.
This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I'm literally doing this again. Like, last time I literally...
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute. What is a water tower?
Like, it holds water jugs because, again, California, I can't really drink out of the faucet without... And I read, I can't, like...
It's a piece of furniture.
So I'm trying to do stuff.
It's just a rack. I mean, it's like a...
It is harder than
system.
it looks, you guys.
No, it's not. Oh, my God, that'd be so
is.
easy.
Okay, then come over. Come over and do this.
Peg, here's what I do with Chinese directions. I throw away the directions. I look at
Peg.
what it's supposed to look
Peg.
like on the outside of the box, and I construct it without the directions.
Peg.
They make those
I'm not-
directions just to
Wait,
confuse
I want to be
you.
misogynistic. Leave me alone. Peg, you need a man. You need a man.
Yes, exactly. A man just told her how to do it. Throw away the
Honestly,
directions.
in these situations, Mojo, I will concede.
Why don't you just I only get 4 a month or 5 a month. That's doesn't take a lot of room up. How many do you have to get a month?
Okay, you need a man or you need millennial. She'll help you too.
I'll take millennial.
So why are you making this like water tower or whatever?
Yeah, you can't spell millennial without man.
Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ.
You literally, Mojo's panel never fails.
Peg, how many jugs do you have to store?
I had
2,
it originally for
just
4,
2.
and I finally got that together, but now this is for 3.
Okay.
So, yeah.
We were talking about oil being bad and that kind of thing. Did you guys hear about Europe and how the high temperatures they already have? Like in Paris, 91. Like people have been unaliving because of heat because they don't. Yeah.
This is about to be a bad summer, guys. I'm talking BAD bad, and not to mention what your electric bills are about to cost. Like this is people are gonna get their electric bill and they're gonna literally pass out.
We should go after the people that own McLarens.
Hey, I got that McLaren by saving people money.
Oh yeah, is that what you think?
Yeah, our firm saves companies money, and we take a percentage of the savings.
Is that what you're going to tell your potential constituents?
Yeah, because it's the truth. Axe me again.
Axe me again.
Axe. I'm good.
Hey, Ron Bergen, they didn't make the McLaren R2 in 2015. You dupe. That's the best word I got for him.
Thank you for using that word instead of something much worse.
Well, it was going to start with R and end with D.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So what's going on? What's going on with these Iranian strikes again? Are we doing this? Is this going down?
We gotta ask your daddy.
And they were launching some Shahheads out of some places around Bandar Abbas, and the U.S. did some retaliatory strikes, and the Iranians are launching some shit into Kuwait. Kuwaiti air defense sirens went off about 45 minutes ago. Israel's still fucking up Lebanon. I don't know.
Howlett, I heard that the reporting is really sketchy insofar as the American bases over there.
100%.
Like they're really quite obliterated in other where our bases are in the Middle East. What do you know about that?
NSA Bahrain's fucked up. Like our central hub in the Middle East is fucked.
Yeah, I think that
like all of our early reporting radars and stuff like that are fucked up. We're like to the point we're launching most of our, like if we're doing airstrikes or something like that, we're launching them out of Israel now instead of
Tennis. I think the New York Times did a deep report comparing a bunch of American satellite open source imagery was cut off since the war started, but they were comparing images from a couple days before the war started and comparing that with the European Union satellites to show the difference. Right. And they did this huge investigation about what's not being told to the American people.
And I've also heard, speaking along that vein, that we're not getting a lot of the reports that are happening in Ukraine. Like
we're getting very little of the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing just specifically with Iran and the United States is I find it difficult to find the truth because you have two governmental entities that are both really well known for lying. So, like, the Iranian government will, like, say some lambastic shit. The U.S. government does the same thing. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I'm kind of like with heuristic right now, the level of like, and weird illnesses, like what B guy has. I just worked with somebody who had something really similar, and she's like, I thought I was dying. She's a pretty robust person. She was like, I thought I was like gonna unalive. She said it was really bad.
That's how I felt. I thought I had Ebola, but I still came on Mojo's
like
panel.
For 3 weeks, she felt like absolute dog turd, and she still has, you know, ongoing symptoms. So I feel like there's something out there that's not really getting looked at or tested. And again, we're seeing a lot of these like eradicated diseases that are just like popping up again. So
it's because the experimental injection has destroyed everyone's immune systems.
It's because people don't believe in science anymore, and they're refusing to vaccinate and to keep their children vaccinated as well.
No, we didn't have any of
Not to mention Trump gutted the CDC.
There we are.
Guys, I'm trying to tell you what it is. They put an experimental injection in the population, and it destroyed everybody's immune systems.
That's not true at all.
No.
Okay, all right. Here, we'll squash this really quick. Sorry to interrupt, but hey, everyone on the fucking planet took that. So why aren't they getting sick?
Right.
I took like 7.
I have had them all.
Like, I don't get sick except for one time a year. That hasn't changed.
I haven't been sick in years, but I went to the doctors today because I'm having an allergic reaction, a severe allergy reaction. Anyway, my doctor's very concerned because he's seeing people go from an allergic reaction, a severe allergic reaction, into a secondary infection of pneumonia, and then they're getting sepsis, just like that race car driver.
By the way, Star, you sound so much better.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel a lot better. I got a shot of steroids and some other stuff. I feel a lot better. Thanks.
Glad to hear it.
Can you repeat that again, what you just said? About going into it started as an allergy.
A severe allergic reaction. The pollen is really bad this year. I mean, my car's yellow. It's so bad where I'm at. Well, you know where I'm at. Anyway, and there's people that it's turning into a secondary infection because they're not getting it treated because they just feel like it's their allergies. And then it's turning into pneumonia, and then people are getting sepsis, and it's happening. There's been other people that are, I mean, I feel bad for that guy, that race car driver. It was horrible. There were so many extenuating
What happened with the race car driver?
Huh? You don't know?
No, what happened?
Why don't you watch the news once in a while?
Because it's depressing, and they just lie to you.
Well, so are you.
No, I'm not. I'm funny. I make people laugh.
I'm just teasing you, B.I.
Well, tease me harder next time.
Everybody's telling me to run against you.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
We do it 100 or 200 meters.
There's no lying about the fact that a NASCAR driver lost his life. There's no lying about that. That's just what happened.
Right.
Okay, I just don't watch the news. So what happened?
You can read about it. Google it.
You guys are gonna make me. You guys are gonna make me watch the news, aren't you?
No, you can just Google it.
Civics. Kyle Busch was a false flag, dude. You didn't know that?
I just feel like if it's
not really
important
good.
enough, Mojo's going to talk about it.
We already have been. You haven't been here.
Well, now I'm here. What happened to Kyle Busch?
Google it. You could just read it. You don't have to listen to
He got a Brazilian.
Like, well, I mean, to be honest, Starr has said several times a sequence of events of what actually happened to Kyle Busch, because it seems to be happening to a lot of people, just not to the effect of losing their life.
Right.
So I would think if you were paying attention, you'd be able to put A and B together.
Kyle Busch died of allergies.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Busch got a Brazilian butt lift and died.
Untreated sepsis.
What is untreated sepsis?
Sepsis
What if I
is
have that?
When your body, it's like a toxic shock syndrome to your body from untreated bacterial infections like pneumonia.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Well, why didn't he just go to the hospital?
Well, that's between him, his doctor, his wife, and the people that run the company that he works for.
It's like if you're feeling to a point where you go septic, like at some point you go to the emergency room.
Right.
There's only Democrats go to the emergency room. You know what I mean?
I go to the emergency all the time just to use my health insurance. Like if I feel like if I need fluids, I'll just go in there and get an IV.
Well, I didn't think you believed in socialized medicine. Isn't that like?
I never said that.
Okay.
I said I didn't believe in socialism in medicine in medical care. No, I never said that at all. I said that socialism in medicine has made medicine, or it's not even medicine anymore. It's just all drugs. They just give you drugs.
Right. So what's medicine?
Medicine is
not drugs. They have changed. They have manipulated the word of medicine into the pharmaceutical industrial complex when Rockefeller got into medicine and changed the definition of medicine to now where it's just you're taking petroleum-based pills that are drugs.
Yep.
Okay, again, but how does this address?
But government intervention into healthcare, where the insurance companies wrote Obamacare, has made the healthcare system so bad that an entirely new form of healthcare has developed in the private sector.
So was that Obama's fault, or was that the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies' fault? I'm just so confused.
Well, Obama signed it, and we gave our consent for him.
But who manipulated the system to bastardize it today? Was that Obama, or was that the insurance companies that have yet to be checked?
No, Obama made it possible, like by signing Obamacare.
Do you want to check the insurance companies, yes or no? Because if you do, your party's all about free market.
Hey, you cannot take something that's called Obamacare and blame the insurance company. Like, if I have 20 thieves outside my door trying to rob my house, and I go to them and I say, hey, I'm going to give you the keys to this. Don't come in and rob my house. Whose fault is it that they came in and robbed my house?
So there were stipulations around how it was supposed to be conducted, and the Republicans bucked at that because that would interfere with free market capital.
Oh my gosh! Like, can we just call it Ace of Spade?
I would really like to call an ace a spade, because Obamacare is the Republican nickname for what the actual act was called, which was the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
So let's just call it a spade a spade.
What happened to everybody's care?
It
got way more expensive and way less effective.
Where's the concept of a plan? So if Obamacare was so bad, what has Donald Trump done, and what have the Republican Party done?
I mean, this is what
let me ask my question, then you can answer it. Where's the plan? Where's the new plan? Where's the solution?
The new solution to fixing this, and I don't like Trump. I I don't like either of the parties. I feel like they just gaslight both of us and get us all to argue with each other.
No, we don't. Well, there's some truth to that. But
So what the solution is what's, well, I was asking a question, so can I finish my answer?
Hold on a minute.
Why can't I finish my answer?
Because this is going to make your question redundant. The reason.
Then why ask me the first question?
The
I think
reason.
we're getting our first debate of Stargazer versus B-Guy. Let's go.
The reason that all this crap is going on is because the Republicans are telling their constituents, they're saying, look, it's the immigrants, it's the trans, and why they're pointing at all the bad stuff that you should be worried about, they're picking your fucking pockets.
And a lot of people used to unalive before the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare. Like, we had a lot more unalivings for like curable and treatable diseases. So we weren't better then. Yeah, maybe your health insurance premiums were a little lower, but at the same time, people were unaliving more. So sorry you had to pay a little bit more
well,
so the population can thrive, bruh.
Like I'm not going to go down this road because I'm going to answer the first question. You're saying what has happened? What is happening to fix that? Right? So what has happened and what's going to continue to happen is you have to understand this, you have to look at it from a different perspective. They wanted socialized medicine so they'd be able to give these slow unaliving services, which is what big pharma is now. They milk you for every penny that you have and keep you alive long enough till they can milk it all from you.
Death is big business.
So what's happened is an entirely new form of healthcare has arisen, and I know this because I use it. And like, you basically have to be rich to be able to use it. And they're like wellness centers. Like, you go in, they give you like a ridiculous amount of data points in a blood panel. They give you non-pharmaceutical solutions like intravenous vitamin C, NAD therapy, different types of like advanced thermal saunas, like just cryogenic services, and they rid your body from any illnesses that you have. And it's super expensive to do. They do like blood oxygenation therapy where they take the blood out of you, they clean it, they put it back into you, and that is the type of healthcare the rich people are using.
So blood transfers, thermosaunas, and milk.
Everybody else is stuck in this insurance socialized ran.
There are other
sick
options.
Care system.
There are other
because
options.
That's what the insurance gives them.
Can you land this nonsense train, please?
Right.
I'm just
there are
telling you what I'm
options that are
doing.
less expensive. There's essential oils, herbs, making your own food with real food, growing a garden. There's all kinds of things to get away. I quit taking my cholesterol medicine today because I found out how bad it is for you.
And there you go. And who originally told you it was good for you?
Like the fact. So here's the thing: is that this isn't new. This isn't post Obamacare. This has been going on since I want to say the 90s or well before the 90s. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden you think it's exclusively resolves around the ACA. That's fucking wild. That is
I'm saying that's what opened the door.
No, dude.
No, it had been going on forever.
This has been going on for decades.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, the main selling point of you can't change the goalposts. I'm
not changing the goalpost. I'm not changing. What I'm literally telling you is you're factually fucking wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
The main reason that the Affordable Care Act got passed was for people that didn't have health care, needed health care. So we would all go into this portal and we would sign up for the Affordable Care Act, and if you didn't sign up to participate in it, they would take it out of your tax refund.
What does that have to do with the quality of care?
The quality of care has gone down since then. The quality of care, like, yeah, there may have been a small portion of the population that wasn't getting health care, but at the end of the day, the quality of health care was way better back then than it is now.
It was a large majority of the population that wasn't getting health care, like a substantial part. And when you don't have a population that can get access to proper medical care, it puts everybody at risk, and it puts everybody in danger.
There was plenty, like, they could have done stuff so much differently. Like, they could have given doctors large tax incentives to just treat people that did not have health insurance. They could have done something like that. But instead, they collapsed the entire damn healthcare system. So now nobody gets good healthcare unless you're super rich.
If it collapsed, it wouldn't. Okay, so if it collapsed, it wouldn't exist. Here's the fun thing: is what we can factually say is that we can see that that ineffective rhetoric that pushes ineffective methods has definitely been put on blast in recent years, and has continued to be put on blast in recent years, causing more problems medically because people are being stupid.
Just ask him to substantiate anything he's saying. That's all you have to do to get him to stop talking. Yeah. Just ask him to prove any fucking thing that he says out of his mouth, because he never can, he never does, and then he eventually crashes out and leaves.
Okay, so let's look at the cost of insurance.
Hold on a second.
Look at the
Palachuk
cost
has to
of
make an announcement. Palachuk, make your announcement.
Everybody's just wanting me to do a commercial break. Like and share the live. Keep those tabs going. Gift the panelists, help Mojo hit its gift goal. If you like what anybody on the panel is saying, please give those a follow. Anything else? Whatever. Oh, also Disney Unalived Kyle Busch. I'll explain how that happened.
Wow. You guys,
this is my backup, by the way.
You guys, he's worse than I am. Holy crap. That's terrible.
Wait, you're talking about the Disney that owns Paramount, right?
Yeah. No, do you want me to explain how Disney unalived Kyle Busch?
Yes, I would love to hear it.
Yes.
Okay. So Kyle Busch, famous NASCAR driver who unexpectedly passed away.
So we're just going to move on from the healthcare thing?
Hey, don't interrupt him. Stop.
We'll come back to it. So Kyle Busch's car
don't interrupt him, or don't interrupt me interrupting him. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Remove us both. We broke the rules. Got him.
Nope. I said shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
B-Guy, you're being rude.
Which is funny. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me. That's funny.
Yeah, B-Guy, you're adorable. Again, no one takes you seriously. Let Pallet finish, please.
So Kyle Busch, who raced for Richard Childress Racing. Richard Childress Racing has been around since like the 1960s, when Richard Childress was a NASCAR driver himself. Has a very close tie with Pixar's Cars. As a matter of fact, there are two die-cast Pixar's Cars, one of which based off his grandson, Karsten Dillon, and which is based off of Austin Dillon, his grandson, and then Rowdy Revan Bush in Pixar's Cars, who has the number 18 and is sponsored by Hostile Takeover Bank. And if you remember Hostile Takeover Bank from Cars 1, you will know that that is Chick Hicks' car. Or Chick Hicks is the car. Chick Hicks was played by by Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton has a son named Sean Douglas, who is friends with a certain person, which brings me to Malcolm in the Middle. Now, Malcolm in the Middle was a 90s sitcom starring Frankie Muniz. And if you know anything about racing, Frankie Muniz races the number 33 in NASCAR truck racing. Frankie Muniz has been trying to move upward into the NASCAR Xfinity Series and or the NASCAR Cup Series. With that opening, there's been talks that Frankie Muniz might take over Kyle Busch's car. And with Malcolm in the Middle, Life's Still Unfair, not performing as well as it should.
Why are we doing a Rube Goldberg? Why are we doing a Rube Goldberg right now?
I'm just saying there's connections here.
See, the mouse is about to get the cheese, bro. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Mojo, to be fair, this is way more interesting than what B Guy was saying, so I'm fucking all in.
Exactly.
I want to see the cage at the end of Mousetrap fall. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. The mouse is about to get the cheese.
I'm just saying. Now, with Frankie Muniz and the rest of the cast of Malcolm in the Middle, Life Still Unfair not getting the ratings that they wanted to get, all Disney would need to do is reprise a role for Bryan Cranston and Frankie Muniz to do a spinoff for Breaking Bad. And what they could do is have Frankie Muniz move up to the NASCAR Xfinity Series, taking Kyle Busch's car, and have a guest appearance on the third.
There has to be something more important to talk about.
Mojo, please.
What? No, this is ridiculous.
You got all the rednecks up on the panel. We're all in. This is NASCAR. This is our life. This is our life, man.
Man, listen, I kind of want to see the end of this. I don't know anything about NASCAR other than Tom Cruise and Days of Thunder, and I'm pretty sure NASCAR has changed a lot since then.
No, they're still turning left.
That's not always true. Martinsville, they got to
turn left. Mojo, because as a matter of fact, there are two races now where they turn right.
Turn left. Turn left. Turn left. Turn left. Turn left.
Mojo.
That was CT watching NASCAR.
Hold on, pal.
In any case, what this was going to end with, because fucking Mojo wants it to be over, is Bryan Cranston playing the Dale Earnhardt biopic.
Oh.
So I'm just saying, Disney's calculating.
Mm-hmm.
And so Disney unlocked Kyle Busch. I am making that claim right now.
Well, there was a TikTok. His brother is upset with everybody because this shouldn't have happened. And there was other people saying that the company that that he runs for was pressuring him to keep racing, and the brother's saying that the wife should have stopped it and made sure. But I mean, how's a woman going to stop a guy that wants to be a race car driver? I mean, I don't know. But anyway, it's fishy.
Can't stop freedom, Star.
Yeah, but I don't know. He got up for one race. At the end of the race, he said, "Tell the doctor to have a shot ready for me." What's that supposed to mean? That was the race before.
It was. I mean, they're probably pumping something in him to make him feel a little better, and not actually addressing the issue.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, they pointed to all this in Cars too when they started giving the World Grand Prix cars all in all. If you'd watch Cars 2, you would understand what I'm talking about.
Have you guys ever heard?
It's all in the Pixar Cars series. Like, this is all laid out.
I feel like this is smart. My bad for not having children. I would have been smarter.
Yeah. Have you guys
Jesus Christ.
Hothead burritos? Have you guys heard of the hothead burrito?
No, but Mojo's going through a soundboard. I don't know. I have not heard of it.
Has anybody heard of hothead burritos? There's a race car.
This has devolved into an unintellectual conversation.
That's not me, by the way. I didn't do
that's
that.
not factually true.
Mojo, get off your fucking soundboard.
Okay, so
I didn't do that. Somebody else. Somebody like CT's
looked...
doing that shit right now.
Somebody's just intellectually inferior at the moment. Burp, 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 burp.
That's so funny. Don't make me laugh. I'm going to cough.
Oh, we got to save the star.
So, Eddie, I was really happy to see Heuristic back. I'm thrilled.
All right, so the monthly cost of healthcare before since I said I don't give any facts, the monthly cost of healthcare before Obamacare, okay, for a family of 4 was roughly $150 to $250 a month. It is now $705 to $2,300 a month.
Amazing. So anyway, HR being back was
there's
fucking
a stat
awesome.
for it. No, you're not just gonna blow over that stat, CT.
Yeah, what
you
was
made
your
a
source,
broad
by the way?
statement.
Yeah, what was your source?
Cited in like 17 different articles.
Give me one.
You can do what I was told to do. Just Google it, Jack.
Yeah, give me one of those sources guy.
So again, chat CT gaslighted the entire live by saying I don't give out stats and statistics.
He doesn't know how to source
himself. Now I do stats and statistic, and he just blows over it.
Guy,
Says, okay.
This guy thinks he's going to run for
I have a rebuttal for B guy. Have we had any major changes to how
here's one cited
Hey,
source
B guy,
for you.
I was in the middle of talking.
Here's one
B guy,
cited
I was
source.
in the middle of rebutting
I
your
was asked
statement.
I was asked for a source.
Listen, calm down, Short King. Goddamn, relax.
The Millman Medical Index is my source. So there you go.
Okay, cool. So my question would be, since the ACA was released such a long time ago,
that's what you what you say. You go, yeah.
Dude, Napoleon complex. Relax. Fucking hell.
B guy.
And now I'm short. I'm short.
B guy. Give me a meteor shower and I'll let you interrupt. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
So given that Obamacare was
give me mod powers.
So given that Obamacare happened so long ago and you're trying to compare it to current day events, have any other changes on how how any type of our medical system has been funded happened between then and now?
Yeah, it's a far less effective medical system with
there was a deal.
Less care.
B guy, there was a deal. I think that CS made. If you send
that
me
was a deal.
Wait. If you send me a universe and you were supposed to send CS something, then you could be a mod.
I was never supposed to send CS anything. She will never get anything from me, including my penis.
Ooh, you want to give it to her? Don't you?
Wow. Okay. Well, send me a universe and you can have mod powers.
So again, B guy, has any legislation came through that has changed how it is funded or affected the cost since the ACA was passed?
Show me your facts and data, and then I want to see where it's cited from.
Him asking you a question doesn't require a source there, champ.
Yeah, it does. It does now.
That's not how that works.
Box,
nope, positive claims require sources there. Kiddo?
I should not be debating with fools or participating in folly, according to the Bible.
I'm trying to point out.
At this point, I will. You're not pointing anything out. Let me see.
I'm pointing out that you're using sources from present day after more than one thing has affected Obamacare.
Let me see the data, Baron.
Hey, Bible guy, what's your leather seats made out of in your McLaren that you're putting your body on?
It's Alcantara.
Alcantara?
Yes.
What's that made from?
Google it.
A guy named Al. Okay. It's made from a guy named Al Cantera.
You wouldn't be sitting on fucking pigskin, would you?
With elk and Terra?
Yes.
He's just making up shit.
What is Terra?
Bible guy, we deserve a better troll, man. You got to step it up.
Are you kidding?
Elk. So since people can't Google it, the best definition I know how before I get accused of giving false information or something.
You're pretty well known for it, for sure.
No, I have a lot of followers, and I get a lot of DMs because I give people really good information, and they can make really good decisions from it.
Yeah, we understand you buy a lot of followers. We get that. All right, we're all caught up.
Don't buy followers. No. It's organic. That's why I have videos with 2 million views. Organic.
That's why you have exactly 27 followers, because you
pay
for them in droves.
I don't have exactly 27. That's another lie from Chat CT, who is a schizophrenic that created an entire separate life version of me.
Yep. Sorry, you're still chasing Dad's approval. Go on.
Alcantara is a premium synthetic-like textile that is used in high luxury vehicles.
Petroleum.
Is it
petroleum?
But
What's petroleum made with?
Yeah, but ChatCT said I was sitting on pigskin. So
what's petroleum made out of?
Nope, you're not getting your way out of it, buddy.
What is it?
That's another thing. That's 3 times
What kind of fat does
down.
petroleum use?
I've shot down 3 times that you've said something ridiculous about me. Like, this is why I don't debate with fools.
B-guy, you're just not a serious person.
Like,
you
it's
use the Bible as your weird kind of defense, but you don't actually live your life that way.
ChatCT, you are not going to be able to lie yourself around and give little tiny lies to try to act smart around me, bro. Like I'm too advanced for you to do that to. You can do it to these other TikTok people, okay? But I'm way too advanced for this. I see right through you.
You're
like
adorable.
I am the eye of Sauron, seeing through your deception. You can't do it to me. It doesn't work.
B-guy, I'm actually the devil. I was sent here by
like
him.
I am a higher quality of
He
person
handpicked me to come
than
talk
to
to
be
you.
able to be lied to and about against, and everybody else
sure.
sees it too.
I get it. You have a
Can I
daddy
say something?
complex. My bad.
Big guy, can I say something?
Yeah, this is boring.
Yes.
Guess who I saw on TikTok yesterday and today?
Oh.
The Long Island medium, and she was giving readings to people.
Wow.
No way.
She was
Yeah,
performing witchcraft.
it was so cool.
Are we supposed to know who that is?
Okay, she's
Yes.
Why would I know who that is?
she
Go ahead,
talks
girl.
to dead people, and she has helped so many people.
She doesn't talk to dead people. She talks to demons. And if
She's
you
like
really,
the Sylvia Brown of like the new millennial generation.
Yeah,
she's actually pretty good.
it's witchcraft. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft and demons is what it is. Now,
I would
here's
say
what
I would say it's grifting. That's what.
Here's what you can do. You can just ask Jesus to enter your heart and say, "Dear Lord, please reveal your will to me."
Isn't
and
it?
then
Don't
watch
you
what
ask
happens in your
Jesus to like? Don't you have to give away all your possessions and follow Jesus? Start with that car. I nominate me as tribute.
No, it never says that.
Fun, princess.
It
Yes,
does.
it
It says
does.
give away all your possessions and follow me.
Yeah, it says
Yes, it does.
far easier to.
I'd like to back up my point real quick.
Yeah, but what if when I started following Jesus, I didn't have any possessions?
What ifs don't work?
You're
those
literally
possessions
doing,
were-
you're doing
those-
idolatry. You have
those-
an excessive
those
car while people
possessions-
are starving. You think this is you
Those
think you're being Christ-like?
those possessions were idols. So they were worshiping the items and the possessions.
Right, and
that
you
they
worship
had.
your car.
And
You
so-
should give it
no,
away.
I don't.
It's causing you
No,
to
I don't.
stumble.
I followed Jesus first.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's causing you to stumble. Clearly, you've lost your mind.
You are clear to say and have your own opinions, but I have not lost my mind and I am not stumbling right now.
So let me be a witch in peace. Go ahead, girl. Give us the rest. So what was she doing? Anything interesting?
Wait, what's the difference between witchcraft and fucking religion? They're all the same thing.
Not a damn thing.
Not sure. So you guys can fool around with all these demons and like talking to dead people and fool around with the witchcraft, or you
Wait,
can
you
come
talk to dead
straight
people.
the Bible says that you're not supposed to talk to the
You don't pray to
dead
Jesus?
people. And Jesus is alive.
Where does it
And
say that?
and the Bible's clear that the dead know nothing. They're dead.
So
Where
how's
does
Jesus
it
supposed to
say
come
that?
back if he never left?
Because he conquered death. He already came back, bro.
Wait,
Where-
where does it say not to talk to
2016?
dead people?
He already reigned for 1,000 years on earth. We call it the Dark Ages.
I'm confused. So is Jesus coming back or did he leave?
He already came back.
The
When?
rapture is made up thing.
Why do
It's not real.
you think we live in the year 2026 AD? AD means year of our Lord. What happened?
AD means after death.
No, it doesn't. It means year of our Lord. Google it. Google
No,
what does
it
AD mean? No, I'm serious, ChatCT. Google it.
BC is before Christ. AD is after death.
No, it's not. Like I promise
Anno,
you, if you
it's
Google,
Anno
Domini.
Yeah, there you go. Anno Domini.
Whatever.
That's what it stands for.
it means no, not whatever. Everybody thinks it means after death because we were lied to about that. It means year of the Lord. So what happened 2,026 years ago to
Year
change
of
the
the
entire way
Lord
we
what?
record time.
Year of the Lord
Jesus.
what? Was
Year
it the year,
of our Lord. It's
was it year of the Lord birthday?
signifying
Wait.
that this was.
Why are we arguing about this? What the fuck is this for? I don't give a shit. What the
Fair
fuck?
point.
Yeah, right.
I wanted to back up what I said earlier real quick. Is everybody okay with that?
Get
Go
it,
ahead.
Baron.
What's up, Baron?
So, I mean, the TCJA affected healthcare prices. The No Surprises Act in 2020 also affected them. And the Inflation Reduction Act also impacted them. And then just more recently, administrative rule changes and out-of-pocket limits changed, which increased prices as well. It has not, your whole data point of today, it's more expensive, is exclusively to being contributed to the ACA is patently false because because at this point using present day numbers is way more complex than going from this is point A and now we're at point B, because we're really at like point H.
Okay, yes, you are correct that there are other data points that contribute to the increased cost of healthcare, but at the same time, a 10x increase, I mean, what could have been passed?
You can't attribute it to one thing.
And if you want to go down that road, I could go into the cost.
Are you going to gish Gallup?
I could add into that the cost of premiums. I could add into that extended care from non-pre-existing conditions to what putting people on drugs to treat them with caused other conditions later on. I could keep going with it.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing: is your point was it was one thing that changed the cost of healthcare for everybody, and I'm telling you that that's factually untrue.
I never said it was one thing.
You sat up here and you went over time and time again, implying it was only one thing.
Why?
Nope. What I said is that the Affordable Care Act made healthcare more expensive for everyone, and it made healthcare less effective for everyone. That is what I said, and both of those are true.
Yeah, you still haven't proven that, by the way.
I have experience with the ACA. From 2002 to 2018, I was able to get the Affordable Care Act, or I would have had no insurance for those years.
Okay, well, somebody else wasn't able to afford the proper care they needed, nor the most effective care they needed because of that.
Okay. All right. Now you've made what's the causation there? It's a causation, like correlation. Like one thing is you got to tie them together, man. Yeah. You're just making claims.
No, I don't. I just gave you statistics.
That's not how statistics work.
How did the ACA do those things is what we're trying to say.
How did the ACA result into the current day fact number that you actually just stated?
Okay,
the 10x increase.
The Obamacare made it possible for insurance companies to come in and write it.
Write what?
They wrote it. They wrote the Affordable Care Act. The
insurance companies wrote the ACA.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay, please.
So when those insurance companies come in, which are companies, and obviously companies need to profit, they wrote it so it would be the most profitable for them. So it essentially it's the same thing government intervention did with college loans, and why college loans are so expensive. They made it so you had to have it. Like it was backed by them. That's what government intervention into free market capitalism does. It makes it crony capitalism.
So you agree that creating a market doesn't actually do anything to drive prices down? So free market capitalism.
Creating a free stop. Like, why do people do this to each other?
Ask you a question about a claim that you made?
No, you don't ask questions.
I just asked one.
No, you don't ask questions.
I just asked you one.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You said something I did not say.
Because you're not listening. You're not listening to hear. You're not listening to respond. You're just talking.
You are an excellent gaslighter, and I'm sure you do it to a lot of people, and you just fry their brains. They're like, Not you can't do it to me.
B guy, you're just
I'm
not
too
that good at
advanced.
this, right?
I'm
Like
too advanced.
you're not built for this. You're making
So
arguments you don't know anything about.
when you ask me a question,
Yeah.
don't put words in my mouth
I didn't.
during the formulation of the question.
I didn't have to formulate a question. I just asked one. It was already there.
No,
Didn't
you
need
didn't.
formulation at all. You can't answer it because you don't have time to look it up, right? Or you're looking it up right now, and you're wasting time. That way, something else can answer it for you.
Nope.
You're just not built for this, buddy.
This is why you've pushed the goalposts like 10 times already, and I just keep shooting down.
Can we not have a meta conversation about the meta conversation about the conversation? Can we not
sure.
Well, this is what gaslighters and narcissists do.
I'm asking you,
gaslighters and narcissists do.
B guy, stick on healthcare.
Yes, it sounds like a bromance here. Just chill out.
I just want to know, B guy, was the ACA the creation of a market or not?
No, the market already existed. The ACA was the implementation of crony capitalism into the market. It corrupted the market.
So it took the market. It allowed more people to have access to that market, which by everybody I've talked to, every economist I've ever talked to, the more people involved into any market will drive prices down because of either A, demand, or the fact that there's more options. Why by creating...
If it's a free market.
I wasn't done. Why by creating this market, and I don't understand what doesn't make it free, why didn't prices go down?
Because there was government intervention into the free market, and it became crony capitalism in the healthcare system.
What was restrictive about the market or made it crony?
Certain providers were regulated from providing services if they didn't fit a certain criteria.
Like who?
You'd have to go in and look at what insurance companies existed before the Affordable Care Act and the crony capitalism into the medical system.
So really, it's not the ACA, it's the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies that are fault, not the ACA.
No, you are correct in saying that, but also it's dual-sided because it's essentially government intervention into the free market of healthcare.
So what Obama did was work the system to benefit the majority.
No, he didn't benefit the majority. He made it more expensive.
No. Who did he make it expensive for? Wealthy people?
No, the middle class or lower class that had to pay into it.
Hold up, we're getting off the point here. His argument was that it made healthcare worse
and more expensive.
Well, I need you to please demonstrate how exactly it made it worse. How did the quality of care go down since the ACA was enacted?
How long does it take to see a primary care physician?
That's Gish Gallop, dude.
One day.
Also not quality. Hold on. That's a problem with the system, and there not being enough doctors.
Which is quality of the system.
That's not quality. That's quantity. That's literally quantity.
No, it's the quality of the system.
Quality is literally just showing how the standard of care has gone down.
Never had to wait.
That's what your argument is, dude.
Okay. Well, it's you can change the definitions of words.
I'm not changing the definitions. I said quality of care.
The quality of healthcare you receive, if it takes you months to receive the healthcare, well then the quality of that system has gone down.
It doesn't take months. It takes me a week, if that, and that hasn't changed. In most cases, even when I was a kid, we had to schedule a week in advance with a doctor.
Okay, for what type of treatments?
Can you improve that the wait times increase?
Anything.
No, what type of treatments?
I've never had to wait more than a day or two to get in to see my primary care physician.
For what?
Anything.
So please demonstrate how the quality of care has gone down. I would really like you to do so.
I just did.
You made a claim that we went. You made a claim that we jumped to like the weird argument of the Canadian healthcare system, and That's not factually true.
Well, why don't you, I will just squash this entire thing right now. Look at the amount of people that now have illnesses inside of the United States compared to the rest of the world, whether that's diabetes, whether that's cancer, whether that's any of them. Look at all of them.
Going on for a long time. Our government has been making us sick for years, right?
Thank you.
Can you agree? Because they have.
No, I'm going to stay one subject at a time here for a second, okay? I want to the quality of the healthcare. Look at how many people are, quote, sick today per capita compared to before the affordable healthcare was implemented.
Did we ever get a source on that, or still waiting?
I mean, we're literally chasing just the worst kind of shepherd down idiot alley here. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. We keep taking the bait as if he does. He's literally shooting from the hip on what he thinks his feels are saying. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Again, if you really want to get into it and you want to and just leave it at simple terms for you to understand, other countries who have universal health care, there's access to health care. There's legislation in terms of the food that they can fucking eat and the food that can be sold to you in the grocery stores to make sure that you stay healthy. We wanted the Wild West. We get Wild West fucking diseases out of it. And then the fucking healthcare companies and mostly the insurance companies make bank off the fact that we're sick. That's the fucking thing. That's it.
Well,
that's as deep as it fucking goes.
Then don't let the insurance companies who are primary shareholders in those
so then
types of
don't get in the
hospitals
fucking way of universal health care when us on the left are advocating
write the
for that.
laws into the Obamacare.
Yeah,
I'm going to close on this subject with this.
Well,
let me just land this real quick, Mojo.
Okay.
I'll land this real quick.
Go ahead.
Since the implementation of Obamacare, more people are sick and healthcare is more expensive.
Okay, I would like for you to prove that more people are sick. Are you really suggesting that from the time the ACA was passed until 2024, that more people were sick on a per capita basis? Are you really saying that?
Yes.
Are you saying that because of COVID or what?
No,
absolutely because of COVID.
No, I'm saying it because I'm saying it because I mean, let me put on my conspiracy hat real quick because we already talked about the Bush conspiracy, the Kyle Bush conspiracy. It is likely that the Affordable Care Act was put in place before COVID was ever launched, so they could have control over the medical system.
There's a problem.
Jesus Christ.
I've had so many stupid conversations on this app.
Hold on. Holy crap. How is it possible to give more people access to health care and have people be more sick? How is that possible?
Well, the health care actually makes them sicker.
It 100% makes sense, though, right? Because if you have more people going to the doctor and more diagnosis, then obviously more people will be quote unquote sick.
Yeah,
what did he just say? Wait, did you guys hear what he just said? Wait, did you hear what he just said?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it.
What did he say?
He said they introduced the ACA to make people sicker.
No.
No, he said he said that they had that C-19 was planned.
No,
and
that's not what he just said.
No, he said if more people are receiving health care, that more people will be sicker.
He said that health care causes people to be sick. That's what he said.
Wait,
Here's
hold on. Actually,
I can justify that.
Hold on, that actually just clicked in my head. You're telling me that 30 million people gained access to healthcare, and for some reason, we can't figure out why we saw an increase in people being diagnosed with shit? Are you?
No. He's telling you that healthcare makes people sick.
What I'm saying is that when you go into healthcare and you have a problem, they usually give you a drug. And there are side effects to that drug. So if they keep giving you drugs to affect that just mask the symptoms, the side effects of those drugs will make you sicker later on.
You think maybe you can go get some of those, help yourself out, maybe?
No, I mean, that's what doctors prescribe.
You should see one.
They prescribe drugs.
That's why they're trained to do in medical school. They're
right.
only giving a small amount of information on nutrition and prevention. Like a DO learns more about nutrition and prevention, where MDs do not.
It's because the Rockefellers
Jesus Christ
changed the
It has
entire.
nothing to do with the ACA. It has to do with the YT rich guys that have been running this country forever.
Hold on, can we level set for like just a second? For one, we do think that there's.
So what Obamacare did is it
Can
allowed
you
more
stop,
people
D-guy? Like
access
you're just
to get,
spewing fucking bullshit.
to be
Just
given.
stop.
It allowed more people to have
For
access
fuck-
to
if you're not going to stop, I won't
petroleum-based
either. I'll just keep talking until
to
Mojo
petroleum-based
fixes both.
drugs that
I'd
made
rather have
everybody
you not
sicker.
up here spewing your bullshit than me and you both be kicked at the same time. So stop doing it, and let me finish what the fuck I was saying.
So Obamacare allowed people
So
to be
again,
sicker by
we'll just
receiving
keep
more
doing
drugs.
this together until Mojo kicks us both.
Listen, chat. If you
Stop
want to be a
doing what
baby,
you're doing.
go
You
ahead.
guys, just let them.
You guys stop.
Let 'em talk.
Yeah, I don't know why you feel like you need to interrupt, but like, let's be honest. We understand that there are issues when it comes to pharmaceuticals and medicines that are given to people. That's fine.
But you're defending
We
it
have
by
to
defending
stop-
Obamacare,
We have
bro.
to stop going to these extremes and allowing people like this to take us to these extremes to believe that there's some kind of fucking government conspiracy theory shit. Is there influence that is probably pushing people to push different drugs onto people? Absolutely. But do we not think
Okay,
that
well, that's a conspiracy. That's a
these
conspiracy,
medicines
chat.
are not tested? These medicines are not tested and shown to show improvement. This is very much a risk versus reward kind of thing. There are definitely always going to be side effects to medicines. We know this. And we can see the increase in people
They're not medicines,
doing
they're
more
drugs.
naturalized things to change the side effects and or get away from completely the use of medicines for improvement. But
you mean drugs?
We cannot let government conspiracy bullshit fucking X-Files artists run and dictate this idea.
Nothing
that the
I said
introduction of
is a
30
conspiracy.
million people gaining access to healthcare is what's actually unaliving people. That's fucking gross, and that does not get us any steps
Never said
closer
it was unaliving
to
people. I
universal
said it was
healthcare
making
in this
them
country,
Okay.
which we so desperately need.
Okay.
You do not need universal health care.
I'm going to interrupt you
I
every
have a
fucking second
question.
you
Please
talk. Go
don't.
ahead,
Please
big guy.
don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm gonna ask. I just want to ask you a question, Big Guy. What is your solution then? If you think healthcare makes people more sick, what is your solution? Yeah, you got flagged. He got flagged for misinformation.
Yeah, because it is fucking. It's ridiculous. I don't know why
About
we were
fucking
chasing
time.
the Pied Piper down fucking conspiracy fucking nowhere. Like he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Here's this simple question that we all should have just done from the beginning. If it's a conspiracy, why the
I don't
fuck
like it,
do
Big Guy. I
doctors in
wanted
other
the
countries outside of the U.S. give people medicine or drugs for sicknesses that they have? This is the dumbest fucking conversation.
The schmugs that are actually developed in the United States. A lot of what's in the market today, minus a few other drugs going out there, are literally developed with United States taxpayer dollars and then sold to us at a premium and then negotiated at way lower prices abroad.
I don't know that he was talking about socialist healthcare systems, but I do wonder. Do you guys agree with prescription medications and side effects and how we allow that to exist and even promote it in this country?
Again, it's a risk reward situation, right? Like sometimes like you're going to get a really adverse drug that has a lot of side effects because the alternative is you're worse off. Right? Alzheimer's and medication is a huge example of that.
I just think we need to take the profit motive out of developing.
Yes.
Medication.
100% agree.
Mojo, I think you've heard me talk about this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bella.
No, just like the prime example would be like the Sackler family and the opioid epidemic.
Yeah, but that's a pain. That's a pain reliever. That's different. I don't know that there are any side effects.
No, but I'm saying they market so they could sell it. They marketed it as non-addictive.
Right.
Like, that was the issue. So, like, it went out to a bunch of doctors and then saying, like, oh, yeah, it's not addictive, this, that, and the other. And, like, that's the shit that caused the opioid.
Well, let's
and
not
to get it passed through the FDA, they, like, offered these people at the FDA, like, these cushy jobs at, what was the fucking company called? Not Pfizer. No.
Oh, shit.
Started with a P.
Doesn't matter.
Not Pfizer.
No, but it started with a P.
Okay.
But doesn't matter. Like those people at the FDA got fucking cushy jobs over there for greenlighting it after they got fired from the FDA after the fact.
Purdue.
Yeah.
Sammy Sue down in the comments with a win.
Thanks, Sammy Sue. Purdue.
I just want to say, like, yeah, let's not forget too, Mojo. Like, pain management is literally the leading cause to opioid addiction.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I have been off opioids for 8.5 years, and I still have a lot of pain, but it's manageable, and I just accept the fact that I have that pain, and I can't take opioids. So, I mean,
I understand.
It's hard.
I understand, but that's not what he was talking about.
I know. I just
everything he was talking about was full of shit. The problem was we never could have actually got to a nuanced conversation where we talked about that, like the advances in medicine and the deregulation of things like Mary Jane have been extremely beneficial. My mom has fibromyalgia, so she deals with pain nerve damage management daily. And she went from being on, I don't know, back when I used to actually lay out her pills for her when I was younger, I would say 20 different medications. And then after 20 some years of that, she had ulcers literally all the way from her throat to her ass. And she passed out on a beach on vacation. Doctors in another state realized her medication regimen and were like, what the fuck is this? Ohio deregulated Mary Jane and made it accessible for municipal use. And she literally takes one medication now to go to the 20 some.
You're still talking about pain meds. I don't think he was talking about pain meds.
No, he was. He was talking about the pharmaceutical companies hooking people onto drugs.
He was talking about side effects. He was
I don't think he believes what.
Holy fuck! He was talking about side effects of drugs that alleviate the symptoms of some particular disease or ailment or something or another, but have a bunch of side effects that add more effects. And
my mom had that issue. She had to take psych meds, and the psych meds caused that tardive dyskinesia. So she had to take something she took something for tardive dyskinesia, and then that medicine gave her side effects. So she had to take something for that too.
And that's how people end up taking like 10 pills a day.
Right. Oh, my mom took more than that.
But when it comes to medication that is pushed by pharmaceuticals and doctors, I guess, which was his argument, the largest ones that are addictive are opioids. Opioids are literally pain related. That's why I wouldn't even focus on
opioids. He didn't fucking say that. I wish you guys would listen. I wish you guys would listen to the conversations that you were having, because none of you are listening to what they're actually saying, and you're addressing something completely different.
Mojo, do you think that diabetes medication is addictive?
I have no idea.
Do you think that cancer medication is addictive?
I would suggest that cancer medication is addictive. I would suggest that any medication is going to be addictive to a certain extent, because if it is taking symptoms away and you stop using it, then the symptoms come back. So yes, there's going to be some sort of a physical addiction to it. Yes.
That's absolutely not true. When you cure a disease, you no longer need that medication. You stop using it.
Like when
it's
you
reoccurring.
What disease is cured?
You can cure cancer. It can come back later, but you can cure it. You can cure.
Not cured.
You can put diabetes.
You can put it in remission. You can't cure it.
Even in remission, you don't need the medication to keep it there.
Diabetes can be reversed.
There are new medications that are coming out.
Not type 1.
No.
I'm just saying, by in scale and large.
I have
pain
a question.
Management is the largest.
I have a question.
how has the testing? Let's take an arbitrary time, like let's say 1970s. Has the certification and testing for new medications become more rigorous since the 70s or less rigorous from the 70s? I know that's a large timeline. It's probably ebbed and flowed, but like overall, has it become more stringent or less stringent?
I think it depends on the. Oh, sorry, Pallet. Go ahead.
Yeah, up until the past year and a half, more stringent. I mean, just today they authorized fucking veterans with PTSD to legally drop ecstasy under VA healthcare. Like,
I mean, is that a bad thing to test that?
I mean, fucking anybody. I don't know. Maybe I have a different experience with MDMA than most people, but.
Well, and I mean, they also used LSD in testing to see if they could make it essentially like a truth serum at one point. I think that was back more in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, has our methods of approving and the requirement of testing changed? Like, I understand what the thing with the veterans and using acid is. Like, I understand that point, but I'm asking, has the requirement for us to say that this is safe for the public gone up or down?
I'd say it's gone up.
Well, since yes, since the 70s, yes, except there's a little asterisk there with the new regulations that RFK is putting in. It's actually getting rid of a lot of the strenuous testing before gaining approval. They still have to go through the IRB and everything like that, but it's not as strenuous to show.
Well, you know how they want to get around that is they want to test on animals again. They're again, yes, it's gone up, but we've also done so with ethical barriers of where you couldn't there's certain things in how you could do animal testing. Now they're trying to bring back animal testing in a bad way, and which you could argue is better for people, but ethically probably not the best way to do things.
Wow, that's a lot of noise. Tennis, are you alive? Awake? Still here? Tennis log?
Oh, tennis is down.
Yeah, she's out.
That's a big 10-4 for tennis.
Yeah, she's TKO'd.
But I can't believe people actually take the medicine they advertise on TV because all the side effects and possibly death. Why? I wouldn't take it.
I think when people are in pain or if they're in trouble, they will take whatever it takes to make it stop. And even beyond pain, when it comes to SSRIs, when I was first diagnosed, they would pass out Xanax like it was candy. They were just like, here, open your mouth. I'm going to throw whatever sticks in your mouth. I'm just going to chuck it at you. There, you feel better? Great. Now, if you go to 2 doctors to get SSRIs,
Xanax is not an SSRI. Xanax is an
antipsychotic.
Well, yeah, they reclassified.
It's a benzo.
Yeah.
Benzodiazepine.
That's right.
SSRI is Prozac.
Very true. Very true. That's my mistake. Again, this is back 10 years ago, so I'm trying to remember now. But here's the problem: is I worked for a company when I first was diagnosed with anxiety, and so we had a doctor on site, so I got my prescription there. Literally, when I left that workplace, went to a new workplace, I went to another doctor, and he actually said to me, he goes, "Why am I the second doctor you're coming to ask about getting these drugs?" I was like, "No, this is just what I was on. This is what I've done." And then, so I thought that doctor was kind of weird, so I wanted to get another opinion. And because I went to a third doctor to get another opinion, he literally told me, he goes, and this was a family friend, actually, he was a doctor. He even told me, he goes, that because I'm the third person that you've gone to for this kind of medication, you're on a list. I was like, Are you shitting me?
Yep.
I thought that was crazy. And so, yeah, trust me, I understand the addictive properties of Xanax too. Like, it wasn't until much like everyone else that takes, drugs, until you're off of it, you don't understand it. But I never liked them anyway. It made me very zombified, made me very a shell of my own kind of self. So I was perfectly fine to work myself off of it. But at the time when like panic attacks were really, really problematic, where I was passing out during social events and where I was, clutching myself by the knees in fucking bathrooms because I couldn't breathe, I would have taken anything to just make sure it stopped. So I always will err on the side of, I trust science. I trust doctors. It may not be perfect, but it has to be better than just, put some slugs and Coke on it, because that used to be what our medical field was. So I don't know. I'll just always entrust with the newest and most understanding of what the medical field can provide. It may not be perfect, and I 100% agree with that. My mother being the only perfect example of where I've seen it. But goddamn, like I said, I can't just Coke and slug it either. So,
right. Well, you know what I found out not too long ago was that when they started telling us to watch our cholesterol, and that's when Alzheimer's became more prevalent, because our brain is made up of cholesterol.
They're actually really, I think they're actually very close to tying Alzheimer's and dementia to essentially a type 3 type diabetes.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct. My mom is going through it right now. I've already tested the markers, and the one thing that they found throughout is it's like a form of insulin resistance, and I'm actively being treated. So, I mean, I have two. I don't know if you guys know anything about it, but there's like an AOPE gene that really affects primarily women and Caucasian people. And unfortunately, I have 2 of the 3, and it's scary. And I have to live with that.
Yeah, it's crazy what they're actually able to kind of predict now with just genetic testing in general.
I wanted to be all misogynistic again. I should have sent it to Pallet.
Do it. Just do it, Mojo. You haven't been that bad tonight. I'm going to give you
ooh, he's going to do a misogyny. Ooh.
He's going to do it.
Are you saying that white women are a disease? Is that what you're telling us?
They have this.
Inherently a disease.
They are genetically a disease.
Are you calling me a genetic disease now? Get the hell out of here. You sick fuck. But yeah, it's sad.
But one of the things that I did want to point up about getting, I guess, like capitalism out of medication is when Heather Bresch, I think is her name. So she took over the company that makes EpiPens and literally jacked up their price 400%. And you're talking about a life-saving medication that literally is given to all age groups. And when she got in, she literally made it to where it was almost $600 for one injectable pen.
Yeah, this is a repeat thing that we see within capitalism. Martin Shkreli was the exact same. I can't remember, what was it, cancer-saving drugs that he had that he fucking tried to jack up and then went to jail for? It's inherent.
It was for HIV, I think.
Was it HIV? I can never remember. But either way, it's gross, right? But when and this is what I wish I could get more capitalists to understand. If your only driving force is profit, everything that falls to the wayside because of it is also your fault. You're not immune to it because you go, no, it's just the idea of profit. No, there's more than that to this, especially when you incorporate with a governance. So
that's called tragedy of the commons.
What's it called?
Tragedy of the commons. That's when there are externalities from a profit-making motive that is not covered by the profit maker themselves, and everybody else has to deal with it. It's a tragedy of the commons.
We should push that more and make capitalists defend it, because I want to hear more people be gross. Oh, also Mojo, by the way, we haven't got a chance to talk in a minute. I finally figured out my political standing.
The bull moose shit, right?
I'm a libertarian, socialist, bull moose Democrat.
That's right.
And
There was an Israeli, neo-Israeli Marxist on the panel earlier.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I just realized that in that statement of what I am now should encompass enough to piss off everyone I talk to. So I dig it.
How's that working out for you?
Has anybody seen? I like to read different stuff. Has anybody seen some of the inroads that they're making in the health industry of curing things? That it's probably going to take a while to get around to us, but they are making progress on a lot of diseases.
Yeah, and they're also setting us back some too, because we had pretty much eradicated most of the diseases like smallpox and polio and measles, but of course, yes. But CT, I absolutely love that your moose has, is it Teddy Roosevelt's mustache and glasses?
Yeah. I will say Mojo did ask like how it's going so far. I've only gotten to test it on a small sample size. My lives aren't that popular, and I'm okay with that. But thus far,
they're fun.
Thus far, they hate it because they don't know what it means, and it fucks with them.
And you don't let them stick around long enough to figure out whether they're pissed off about it or not.
I know. I tried to test run tonight, but there were too many other good lives going on, so I knew everyone wasn't around. I'm going to try it tomorrow. We're going to go back to the old model that we tried before, where we literally just waste 4 spaces waiting to see if opposition will come up and talk. But yeah, no. The best thing about being a libertarian. What's that?
Donovan. You're the progressive Donovan.
Oh no.
He likes to piss people off too.
Yeah, Donovan doesn't like to piss people off. Just Donovan being Donovan pisses people off. Yeah. Right. I don't aim for my existence to piss somebody off, or I don't aim to change my morals to piss somebody off. My morals are fairly set. Like if I were to sit on a panel as well esteemed as this and say, here's my red line in the sand, and then change that 48 fucking times over the last 6 months, I would assume that some people are going to be mad about it. But no, Mojo, I'm going to try some things. But yeah, thus far, the one libertarian I did get a chance to run this on, when I called myself a libertarian bull moose Democrat, they tried a couple different things. They tried going for 2A. I was like, yep, totally for 2A. Let's go. Fucking, I'm in Ohio. We get that shit in cereal boxes. We're fine with that. And he goes, oh, well, healthcare. I was like, for sure. We're going to take taxpayer money and we're going to pay for it. He's like, fucking socialist. I was like, well, that's where the libertarian part comes in. I want the government to be small enough to make sure it's not corrupt and that everyone has the chance to make sure they're taken care of. Dude, when you have that many pejoratives in your fucking ideology, you can just lean into whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't even have to be true. Half the time, it's not even actually totally necessarily what I believe in, but it's super fucking fun to watch people on the right try and tear it apart, because those 4 little words all put together means like I'm right enough to fucking like want some freedom. I'm also left enough to think that people should have some things taken care of by our taxpayer dollars. And they just don't know how to fucking handle it. It's fun.
There's a page for you in the DSM-5. It's called sadism.
I thought it was more masochism.
I prefer masochism myself because I like getting hit.
Also, pejorative was the incorrect term for what you were trying to say.
What's the word I'm looking for then?
A descriptor. A pejorative is like a specific term that expresses like a lack of approval or discontent within something.
It's got a negative connotation. Pejorative is a term that has a negative connotation.
Ooh, touche. Well, Grammar Nazi for the win.
Leo Rex is back.
Oh, poor Leo. Poor Leo.
Ella, you're back.
Yeah.
Ella.
You feeling better?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, certain conversations I eventually have to just step away to preserve my my mental health.
Well, I've been wanting to tell you the reason that I stopped going to AA meetings was because I had a friend that was trans. He couldn't afford surgery, but he still cross-dressed. And at times you could see his manhood. And there was a group of guys there. They were all, right-leaning assholes with a lot of sobriety time. And they used to make fun of him. And, he ended up taking his own life. And that really bothers me. And so that's when I stopped going to AA.
I'm really sorry to hear that. That's tough. I requested up when Bible Guy was still yapping.
Okay.
But
he's trying to get a word in edgewise with him.
Yeah, and the point has passed, so I'm just chilling.
Well, Ella, if I could, I want to say that I love the way that you approach these conversations with just humanity in your heart. It's very much the way that my own mom approaches these conversations with people. She only cares about other people. I wish I had that bug in me where I wasn't just thinking about like myself and my family. She approaches it very much from like a humanitarian standpoint of just being like, your heartlessness makes me sad. And it's such a cool thing to see on this app that there are people that do that. And I love that you do that because it really does. Not only is it effective, it kind of resets my mind state too of being like, what can I do to tear apart this conversation? I get very debate bro-y sometimes. And then every now and then I just got to remember like, wait, the one thing I'm fighting for is the idea of fucking truth and beauty and love and like all these things. And then I allow myself to go into like really gross places to make a point when I'm forgetting about what I'm arguing about in the first place. So Ella, you're awesome at that shit. Please keep doing it because it's a really good mind level reset, I think, for a lot of us that just get caught in the weeds sometimes.
And I love seeing Donovan squirm when you do that.
I don't know if he squirms really. Hi, Leo. Welcome to the panel.
I would say he more slithers, but unfortunately, it is past 1 o'clock here in my neck of the woods, so I am headed to bed. Y'all have a good night.
Wait, Sammy.
Sammy Sue.
Did you get enough words about Donovan for a bingo card?
I think I'm missing about 7.
Well,
but Robot
phrases.
Also clipped it, so I need to go back.
I want phrases too, because there are things that he says like.
There are phrases.
The left.
Yeah, like I've got the smooth, feminized brain and stuff like that. Oh yes.
The left is about fashion, not fact. I don't remember that stupid thing. I mean, the things that those phrases.
Fashion, not facts.
Yeah, something like that.
Robot clipped it, so I have to go back and pick.
What's he say? He's here to save us from our delusions or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite one. I've been tasked or put on the planet to save you from your liberal delusion.
If you really want to have fun, the second he joins a panel, use all those things up front, he gets fucking pissed.
I just say feminism over and over and over again, and he just like short circuits.
I would like to point out that we may have an op on the panel. Leo, could you give your age, state, and who you voted for?
38, Oklahoma, Donald Trump, I guess.
Were you once known as Brian Puckett?
One and only.
Yeah. But hold on, Leo. Hold on, Brian. He said the one and only. Okay. But this is very interesting because if you guys remember the Brian Puckett of the past, he was like so staunchly like a MAGA guy. He feels differently now. Leo's interesting. I will just give Leo the chance.
I was MAGA.
Yeah, go ahead, Leo.
I would say that I was following the pretenses of the law, and that Donald Trump happened to be following the law at the time.
How do you feel about him now?
Donald Trump, excuse me. I believe he's a criminal, and I don't know why we haven't arrested him yet.
Thank you.
So yeah, Leo joined. I was gonna say Leo joined up on my panel the other day, and yeah, he was very, very MAGA at first, and then he just kind of switched up really quick, and he was just like, I don't know how this administration's still in office. They should arrest all of them. I'm like, what the fuck? So Leo's an interesting character, but I think that he at least portrays
Republican.
a portion. Well, yeah, I do. Brian, I think that you are actually in your head, very much so. You have Republican values, and I think
how you say that. I love how you say that.
No, I do.
Because I've been thinking to myself, like, I just won't call myself a Democrat.
No, I think that you have Republican values, and I think the Republican Party has gone so far, or at least the ones that are speaking out, have gone so far into the MAGA cult that we're not sure what the Republican Party is anymore. I mean, you talked about this 2 days ago.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought it was ironic when you brought up the bull moose, because when Teddy ran against Taft, supposedly, he had to do that because Taft was the incumbent Republican candidate. So it's interesting because MAGA and the Republican Party is like that. MAGA, I would believe would be like bull moose or something.
Well, it wasn't supposedly. Like it happened though, right? Though, buddy.
They became their own party. I mean, MAGA should become their own party. You just leave us alone.
No, Roosevelt was worried about Taft.
Oh no, he wasn't worried about Taft. No, Teddy served one term, and then and Taft was his vice president, and then Theodore didn't want to run a consecutive term, so he let Taft take over and become president. And then after that, he was like, "Well, fuck it, I'm going to run again." So that's why it's pretty much what would they say, conflicted with each other.
Are you sick too, Leo? Do you have D-guy sickness?
I got allergies and it's pissing me off because I hate sniffling, and I'm sure you guys hate listening to it, and I apologize.
No, it's okay. I've been sick as a dog for days.
I literally think something's going around and it's just not getting enough traction. It's going to be like another, I'm not going to say it's like the C19 severity, but something else is happening.
I don't think so.
Well, it's my allergies are so bad that my doctor's concerned about it becoming secondary. And do you have a lot of pollen where you're at?
Yeah, I'm in Central Oklahoma. I'm sure we do.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm in Northeast Ohio, and my car is yellow from the pollen. It's so bad this year.
Oh yeah. Oh, I was the tri-state area, Winton, Steubenville area.
Yeah.
A couple years ago. Yeah, I know that area.
Okay. But anyway, we were talking about this earlier about allergies and it becoming secondary to pneumonia. And then if that's not treated, it can turn into sepsis. That's what happened to that race car driver.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah.
I don't really follow my health, to be honest with you.
That's what happened to that.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what did you say about Disney?
I just said, so they say. That's what happened to that race car.
Okay.
All right, sorry, I had to use the restroom real quick.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, but I said I used the restroom. Sorry, when I was walking away, though, I heard Leo say something about, what were we saying about Roosevelt gave something to Taft? What were you saying?
No, Roosevelt Roosevelt won one presidency or one term, and Taft was his vice president. And then instead of running a consecutive term, he let Taft run as the Republican primary candidate. Okay, so then once Taft won, he did his one term. Okay, and then you have the election between Woodrow Wilson, Taft, and then, like I said, and then Theodore could enter the race because he was only a one-term president. And the problem and what allowed Wilson to win, the Democrat candidate won that election was because Taft and Roosevelt split the Republican vote. That's why this is interesting, is because most third-party candidates don't really do what MAGA did.
Well, I don't
and
think
like
Taft
I said, what really... Go ahead.
Taft wasn't his VP.
Yeah, I believe Taft was Roosevelt's VP.
No, he was a
If
secretary.
I'm not mistaken, Taft was...
He was a Secretary of War.
Theodore's?
No,
Theodore's?
Taft's VP, or fucking Roosevelt's VP was Taft. So Roosevelt became president after William McKinley was assassinated. Or not assassinated, he died. But,
and then...
So Roosevelt wasn't a one-term president either. He served most of McKinley's term and then won re-election. That was before the amendment was put in, where you could only run, or you could only have 2 terms. So he ran against Taft at under the Bull Moose ticket, but did not win, and Woodrow Wilson won that election because he split the vote between Taft and himself, and that's how Woodrow Wilson got elected.
That's why Ross Perot, that's why, what was it, George W. Bush's dad, the first one, Howard H. Bush, whatever, that's why he ended up losing to Bill Clinton in the 92 election, because Ross Perot ran as a third-party candidate, and that split the Republican vote. Third-party candidates, especially in a general election, usually hurt the Republican candidate more than they would hurt the Democratic candidate.
I mean, I don't think Ross Perot got enough votes to sway the election either way when it came to that. Ross Perot, by the end of the election cycle, was a fucking laughingstock because of that dumbass tank picture that he took.
Yeah. But, at the end of the day, a third-party candidate would still hurt the Republican candidate more than it would hurt the Democrat.
No, I would make the argument this past election, third-party candidates hurt the Democratic candidate more than they hurt the Republican.
Hold on, Pallet. Voters. Hold on, Pallet, real quick. I'm not finding anywhere that Taft was Roosevelt's VP. It was Garrett Hobart.
Well, I mean, like I said, the point of that was, again, the third party hurt the Republican vote, and that's why third parties don't usually do what they are doing. This is a totally out of spectrum political thing that MAGA is.
Wasn't there 2 Roosevelts?
No, you were right. You're right. He functionally served as vice president for the first term because there wasn't a named vice president after McKinley died. But that makes sense. Yeah, but during his second term, it was somebody else.
Charles Fairbanks is who I'm seeing. But yeah, no. So I guess, Leo, here's my thing, with the Roosevelt thing too, was that, Teddy definitely pushed for Taft, but Teddy did that whole thing in Africa where he just kind of went off and wanted to see the world. When he came back, he realized Taft wasn't doing the big things that he was pushing for, breaking up monopolies and tearing down large corporations, which I always thought was Republican.
Dumb.
No, that's genius. That literally allows for small business growth. We've seen that's successful.
To tear down big business? Yeah, tear down big business.
No, it's not about tearing down. It's about tearing away the fact that they can destroy small business, because you need both to succeed.
Through monopolies. Yes, I know that. The monopoly laws, and why you're not enforcing them now, is why you have so many big-ass corporations like Walmart. And why eventually they're going to... here's what's going to be crazy, is when they start actually building those robots... See, those robots, because they're not living human beings like we are, they can actually patent those, and that can become their property. Okay? That means that they do not need a human being. They can just figure out and calculate how many robots they would need to function their factory, set up an AI thing, and just be completely self-sufficient. And because it's their property, we can't force them to hire people.
Well, I think that's okay too, right?
So
if you're only going to pay
what?
people $13 an hour to be a cashier, we don't need those jobs anymore. We need better, high-paying jobs, and we need more accessibility to them for the American people.
Yep. Yeah. So here's the problem, though. How can we compete with that? You think the average American can be just? I mean,
we used to give tax breaks to companies that invested in their employees and invested in R&D. That's how they got tax breaks, right? If employers offered pensions, if employers offered all of these things that would help them with maintain job security, they got tax breaks. That's how it used to, the golden era of what?
An owner can, like I said, just build robots to do every single thing he would need them to do. Think how much money he would save doing that. And like I said, because, it's his property, we can't do shit about it.
Leo, we shouldn't be fighting for the idea of low-wage income jobs. We should be fighting to figure out how we can get more high-earning jobs and more access to the American people. I don't think that we should be upset about, again, $13 an hour cashier jobs.
So, we need cashiers. We need people filling in those slots to make the money because that money goes back into the economy. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know shit about the economy, but I think that's how that works.
Yeah, money definitely does go back in the economy. But again, if we can provide better opportunities for higher paying jobs for people, right, that doesn't require a lot of higher education, I think we should push for that.
Yes, I don't know how to go further than that, what I just said. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know anything about the economy. That's what I'm saying. I literally do not.
That's okay. I can tell you one thing. Do you know about trickle-down economics, Leo?
No clue. And I know it sounds stupid, but explain stuff like that, I'll just give my opinion. But as far as what, higher paying jobs would be better for people to go for those, I don't know. I just think people having jobs in general would be better for the economy.
For sure. I got you, buddy. So Ronald Reagan introduced what was called Reaganomics and or trickle-down economics. That's where he thought by giving tax breaks and making sure that money started at the top, it would work its way down through the economy to help everybody. Unfortunately, over the last 60 years, we've learned, as we've watched this plan go through, it doesn't work. What does work is what's called trickle-up economics, right? So instead of giving tax breaks and money more to the wealthy who are supposed to create these jobs for us, we've seen that if you actually take that revenue that we create and we actually start it at the bottom, it works its way up through the economy much faster. People will buy things when you offer them incentives to do so, or if you give them opportunities to create smaller businesses, or if you take away crime. You take away the fact that people are starving, they don't commit crime. When they're not committing crime, they're going to their job, they're working, they're creating money, they're taking that money and they're going out in the world and buying things. That money works its way back up to the top tier system of people the same exact way. The only difference being is the way of life for people at the bottom is now better.
The way for that would probably be to better the education system and better the healthcare.
For sure. I agree with you, Leo. We should invest in healthcare. We should invest in education.
Because the more educated people are, the more businesses we can potentially have. Just like I said, we can have a competition and even open up our borders to allow immigrants to come in.
Hey,
Leo, allow more incentive.
Let's take it one step further. A healthy labor force means that employers and people that want to start businesses can be dependent on having workers.
Yes, yeah.
So we would advocate for universal health care.
But yeah, either universal health care or put limits on how much pharmaceutical people can charge. What they're doing is extremely illegal through price gouging.
Well, I mean, if you have universal health care, right, more people are going to take preemptive measures to keep themselves well. And if the government has invested interest into keeping you well because they don't want to have to pay these exorbitant prices to keep you alive, then their ultimate goal is to make sure you're
The reason
as
why,
healthy as possible.
yeah, why do you think we have so much war? War is pretty much, it's cheaper to kill us than it is to keep us alive in their mindset. It's cheaper to make a bullet to go out and shoot Joe Schmo.
It's a big business model. I have stock in Boeing and I have stock in Skunk Works because that's where my family worked. And my stock has exploded in the past couple of years. And the thing is, war is a business. So, like, if we're not making enough money in the economy, guess what? We start another WAR because there's literally, like, they get to write a blank check. They're literally like, we want this. What does it take to make it? And then, the government gives these private corporations who have monopolies a blank check to do whatever they want. Wasn't there, like, a congressional hearing where they're like, how much does this part cost? It was like this it was like close to $1 million. And they're like, why does this simple part cost $1 million? And they're like, well, and they're like, well, how much did it cost you to make this part? And it was like fractions. Like, there's just no checks and balances on these private corporations.
And that's why, and that's why I would say, and I agree that before, when the economy was usually in the tank, they wouldn't necessarily start a war, but sometimes a war would be there. And at those times, America did not have a war machine like it does now prior to World War II. In fact, it was after World War II that we started implementing a standing military. And that's why when World War II happened, a whole lot of people started getting all these jobs because those jobs did not exist before then. Now that we have a war machine,
we didn't have a military before World War II. Did you just say that?
No, not like we did. We had a standing. We would have what you would consider a defense force. At the time prior before World War II, we only had like 150,000 soldiers. They were not equipped, prepared. They would not.
Then explain how we took over China or over Hawaii, over like how we got Guam, how we got Puerto Rico, how we sent troops to the First World War. What are you talking about?
Okay. Again, at that time, before those wars, there was a standing defense force. After that, Congress can implement where it's kind of like a draft, but it isn't. It's pretty much they have the authority to call servicemen to go into the military and start funding all that shit. Okay, that's why before the war, there's nobody. After the war, there's tens of millions of us. That's what our Congress is supposed to do. After the war, after every single... Oh, my God.
Selective service, is that what you're talking about?
Do what?
Selective service.
Another
term.
So,
I'm not going to lie, man. As soon as you said that we didn't have a standing army before World War II, I stopped listening because it's just wrong.
We don't. Dude, do you not realize it's
just
against
wrong.
the Constitution to have a stand? How is it wrong?
We've always had a military. What do you think? Those people are just firemen, and then they're like, answer the call.
No. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what that was. That's why we get the term Minutemen.
Those are
the only
reservists.
thing we had prior to World. No, sir, they're not reservists, my guy. After World War II, when we started having to, put all that shit together into the armed forces, what we have now, okay, the reserves and the National Guard and the active duty all kind of fell into one. Okay, now the National Guard serves as what you would call the Minutemen militia now. Okay, but before that, all of it was militia. That's where we had our military, was our militia. Do you understand?
I thought Minutemen were back in Civil War days.
The Minutemen. A Minuteman is the term we used for the militia. Like I said, we didn't have a standing army. The Congress could only have the power to call up men of fighting age in a time of war and conflict. And after they call us up, then they have to start funding all our equipment. And then after that, we come the fuck back home and we go about our day. We don't have proxy wars. We don't occupy countries for 20 fucking years. We don't nation build. We were isolationists all the way up until World War II. Our foreign policy was isolation. Don't get into European affairs. Don't get into their conflicts. Be neutral. We remained neutral in the French Revolution.
Hey, Leo. When did we get Hawaii? When did Hawaii become a state?
Hawaii became a state in, I believe, 1959.
When did it become a territory?
I don't know when it became a territory.
Before the Second World War?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Okay.
Yes, it was a territory before the Second World War.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything that I just said?
Do you think that Hawaii was like, hey, thank God you came here to liberate us and for us to become a territory of yours? That was our military that went there. That was our military. We colonized Hawaii.
And your deal was way off, dude.
They want fucking gold, right?
I wonder if it's easier for them to fudge the provenance of a serial number on a gold bar than it is like cash.
Or they might even just